Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is Annie Tayeb. I am part of the board of the South Asian Bar Association of Toronto, and this year I am serving as its secretary. I'm a commercial litigator at a new boutique firm called Orr Taylor, and I'm very excited to be with you this morning for SABA's first conference, Actionable, Allyship, an Introspective Look at Racial Justice. Before we continue, I understand some of us may be joining us from outside of Toronto, but as someone who's located in Toronto, I would like to acknowledge that the land that I am on, and many of us are on, is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. I also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are located outside of Toronto, I would encourage you to look into the history of the land that you occupy and acknowledge it for yourself and for meetings that you hold on that land. This year has been difficult for all of us in many ways. For many, the difficulties caused by the coronavirus were compounded by the trauma of anti-Black racism and its effects. Sparked by a video that exhibited cruelty and brutality, we saw many people thinking for the first time about what it means to be anti-racist and an ally. We saw an international movement to address anti-Black racism, racism that has existed and persisted for a very long time without people paying adequate attention. The hope of this conference is to focus in on some of the unique work that we have to do to be good allies, as South Asians, as lawyers, and as South Asian lawyers. Our identities place us in a different position than some of our friends and colleagues. In some ways, we can understand what it is like to be discriminated against and persecuted against for our identities. But more importantly, it is crucial for us to recognize our privilege. We are privileged because of the lighter color of our skin, the names that we are given, and many of our other features that identify us as South Asian and not Black. This conference seeks to acknowledge and address that. So today, we invite you to start working or hopefully continue some of the work that you have already been doing on confronting and dismantling the problematic and racist aspects of our society. It's not easy to reconsider how we think about things. It can be uncomfortable to figure out why we hold certain beliefs, why we use certain words and phrases and not others, and why we speak up at certain times and not others. Our hope is that our speakers today can help us unpack some of these issues, and we are very grateful to all of them for sharing their time and insights with us. You should have received an agenda in the email with the Zoom link last night, so you can follow along with what's going to be happening today. As you will see, we are also very pleased to be presenting our SABA Awards tonight. Our award recipients include Professor Yasmin Dawood, a professor of law and democracy at the University of Toronto; Sahil Zaman, the founder of Closing Folders, a legal software that is now used by many, if not most, firms on Bay Street; and of course, Hanomansing, a journalist who many of us know and admire from The National and various other CBC news shows. Before we get started, I would also like to thank some people who made this conference possible. First, we truly appreciate the generosity of those who sponsored today's conference. The full list of organizations is in the email you received last night, and you will see their names in our emails and our slides throughout the day. Sponsor contributions allow us to achieve our mandate of providing programming at low or no cost to our members, and we would not be able to do what we do without them. So thank you to them. And of course, a huge thank you to the SABA board members who helped put today together. It's a large undertaking to put together a full day conference, and it was only possible because of the tremendous team effort from the SABA board, and you will get to see many of us today as well. A few housekeeping items as we go throughout the day. We will be controlling much of your view, but in case someone is sharing a screen, you should have the option at the top right of your screen to change your view, and you don't have to change it if you don't want to, but you could change it to side by side. So it should say side by side speaker or side by side gallery. That should put the shared screen in the middle of your view and any speakers on the right. And as with anything that's happening virtually these days, it is very possible that we will hit some technical issues. So if something happens, please bear with us. We are working in the background. We'll do our best to resolve it as soon as possible. With that said, I would like to kick us off with remarks from some of our elected officials who could not be here today, but wanted to send their greetings. I'd advise you to keep your eye on your volume. I believe the first video is a little quiet, so maybe increase your volume a little bit for that one.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous, and welcome to the first SABA Toronto virtual conference on allyship and racial justice. I want to thank the team at SABA Toronto for bringing us all together today and for the great work you're doing across the GTA to combat racism and discrimination and to support diversity and inclusion. Many years ago, I attended the SABA Gala, and it's great to hear how much the organization has grown and how you've continued your commitment to social justice. And today's conference is an opportunity to talk about how we can build a more inclusive society, be better allies to the Black communities, and combat anti-Black racism. Ici au Canada, la diversité fait notre force. Mais malheureusement, pour trop de Canadiens, le racisme systémique reste une réalité vécue. On a tous un rôle à jouer pour faire face à cet enjeu et apporter des changements. As lawyers, you're at the center of the struggle for racial equality. You're all making a big difference. And our government is stepping up to do its part, too. We're taking steps for greater economic inclusion with the first ever Black Entrepreneurship Program. We've created the anti-racism strategy, and we've appointed the first ever minister focused specifically on diversity and inclusion. This is all good, but much more needs to be done for permanent, transformative change to take shape. And as we rebuild from the pandemic, we're committed to redoubling our efforts to tackle the systemic problems that exist in institutions, including within the justice system. That includes building a judiciary that resembles the diversity of our country and appointing more people whose lived experiences reflect those of more Canadians. We've made progress on this important issue, but we know that we need to do more to ensure there is greater representation of racialized Canadians in our own justice system. And to make these lasting changes, we all need to work together. It will take every one of us to combat these issues and build a fairer and more equitable country. So thank you for being here today and engaging in this conversation. Enjoy the rest of the conference and stay safe and healthy, everyone. Merci, mes amis.
Friends, I'd like to thank the South Asian Bar Association for hosting this virtual event that connects legal professionals from across the GTA. Today's event will cover important topics, such as combating racism and how to be an ally to diverse communities. Hate, racism, or discrimination in all its forms has no place in Ontario. I look forward to continuing to work together to create a more equal and just society for all Ontarians. I would also like to congratulate all of the SABA Toronto Award winners and Ian Hanomansing on receiving the President's Award. Have a great virtual conference.
Okay, we will now get started with our first session, which is kindly sponsored by Tory. We are very lucky to be joined today by Shaliza Jamal, who will be leading a workshop on addressing anti-Black racism in South Asian communities. Shaliza is the founder of Curated Leadership, a coaching firm that fosters partnerships with leadership teams, nonprofits, and corporations to develop their knowledge in the areas of equity and diversity to build inclusive communities. As an equity and inclusion facilitator and Ontario certified educator, Shaliza brings over a decade of experience in designing and implementing training and development programs aimed at addressing inequitable outcomes for underserved communities. She has a background in arts education and often uses theater-based techniques to develop embodied empathy to engage participants in dialogue about oppression. Shaliza uses a calling-in approach to bring people together to listen and learn with empathy. She is a graduate of the Harvard Graduate School of Education and is currently completing her PhD at OISE at the University of Toronto in the Department of Social Justice Education, with a research focus on anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism in teacher education programs. Shaliza, thank you very much for joining us. Please take it away.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Annie.
Of course.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be your first presenter today. I hope you're all awake with me. So today we're going to talk about really understanding and confronting anti-Black racism in South Asian communities. And I know that the land acknowledgement was read. I just want to point out something that's really important to me as a South Asian, which is really thinking about the dish with one spoon and the two-row wampum belt treaties that are rooted in peace, friendship, and permanence. And for me, developing an understanding and confronting both anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism are very much a part of my commitment as a South Asian, as a part of settler colonialism here in Canada. So that's very important to me. And so I'm grateful to join you virtually here on Turtle Island and Toronto. Again, a little bit about me. I work in education. I've also worked with lots of nonprofit organizations and closely with a lot of nonprofit legal organizations and lawyers. So I'm really excited to be here with you today. To ground our work together, I wanted to share a quote for you with Ruben Gatsamide Fernandez. And he says that whether we are confronting a pandemic, global warming, income inequality, racism, or gender-based violence, solidarity depends on how we come together. It is defined by how we understand and enact our responsibilities to and relationships with each other. And so I think that's a great quote to kind of ground our work together and build off of the wonderful praise that the Prime Minister and the Premier gave everyone here at the SABA conference. So let's consider that as we think about understanding anti-Black racism and coming together in allyship as a part of building human relationships and a part of our responsibility and solidarity. I'd like to start off with some community agreements. Although we are virtual and although it's a webinar, I encourage you to stay engaged. I encourage you, if you're sharing in the chat or asking a question, to ask it from your own perspective. I encourage you to consider impact versus intent. If the conversations are getting uncomfortable, oftentimes it's easier for us to turn off our screen, to turn off the video, to go into another room. But how can we stay engaged and experience the discomfort we're feeling? And how can we own the impact that we may have on each other? And how can we think about our intentions as we move forward? When things are uncomfortable, how do we take an inquiry stance or ask questions of ourselves and others? And I encourage you to take notes today and really think about some of these questions. And of course, because we are together for only an hour, accept non-closure. That we're not going to be solving racial justice issues today, but we're going to be learning, creating awareness for some, and we're going to move into action for others. And of course, if anyone shares anything in the chat or in the questions or out loud, that we're going to maintain confidentiality. Now, these are great community agreements to use at your firm, in your working groups, or in ERGs, and they come from Glenn Singleton's book, Creating Courageous Conversations About Race. So you can check that out. So here's our learning goals for today. I think it's really important to see what we're aiming to achieve, and that is to understand our role in confronting and dismantling anti-Black racism specifically, to develop a deeper awareness of anti-Black racism, and to develop strategies to disrupt anti-Black racism. Now, I want to begin with defining South Asia and the diaspora. According to Atlas and a lot of other, geographical maps, South Asia includes 8 countries, which is India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Afghanistan, Bhutan, and the Maldives. and they're considered part of the region of South Asia. People whose parents or ancestors originated from South Asia and are now part of the South Asian diaspora usually are referred to as South Asian. And South Asian communities are those in the Caribbean, in countries such as Guyana and Trinidad. And South Asians, as we know, have relocated all over the world, the United States, the UK, Australia. And for example, my grandparents migrated to East Africa, and my parents were born in Kenya and Uganda. So South Asians are all around the world, and there is a diasporic community of South Asians. And as a result, we often have our own intersectional identities or hybrid identities. And so really understanding that our experiences of South Asians can be very different to one another. I want to begin by talking about some of the roots for anti-Black racism in the South Asian community. And for me, it's really important to understand the roots of this systemic racism and the manifestations through colonization, imperialism, colorism or shadeism, and the model minority myth. And so when we talk about the roots of anti-Black racism, it's also important to hold both that as South Asians, we recognize that there's a lot of trauma that we have encountered as well, no matter where we were born, no matter where our ancestry is. And so today it's not about thinking about our own trauma, but about putting that aside and understanding the roots of the way in which anti-Black racism then persists and perpetuates in our communities. So when we think about colonization, I'm talking about the violent takeover of land, space, culture, and mind. And the British colonized most of the countries of South Asia, took over the government, brought in their religion, values, belief systems, and education. And although they outwardly condoned the caste system, for example, they did use it to pit South Asians, Indians against one another. And the British were in India for 300 years. And just before they left, when the partition, the division of land between Pakistan and India was created based on religion, right, known as the partition, 1 million people died and 15 million people were displaced. There was a divide and conquer mentality based on power, based on creating these binaries of people. And so it's important to understand the roots of colonization, to understand the way in which this division, this trauma is also ingrained and embodied in our own DNA. And to understand that that can lead to the way in which we treat other communities. When we think about imperialism as another root of anti-Black racism in the South Asian community, imperialism was really about making subjects of human beings and dividing again based on economic expansion. And the colonizers intended on making profits on the resources that they found in the lands which they conquered, as well as on the labor of people. And one example of this is the East India Company. Then we think about colorism, also known as shadeism. And Annie spoke about this in the opening, that as South Asians, we benefit from light skin privilege. And of course, we know in South Asia that there are many shades of skin. Many skin tones make up South Asians. And when we think about colorism, I'm talking about the discrimination based on the color or shade of one's skin. And the prejudice towards dark skin is based on social and cultural factors that were associated and continue to be associated with the preference for whiteness, again, rooted in colonization and imperialism. This often occurs between the same ethnic or racial group. So we experience colorism and shadeism amongst South Asians, between South Asians. We experience it and we perpetuate it within our own communities. We've seen ads for Fair and Lovely, for example. We've heard comments, don't stay out in the sun too long. You're going to get dark. We've heard all these comments and perpetuation of colorism in our own community. For me, growing up, this was something that manifested in wanting to have blonde hair and blue eyes, to seek that proximity to whiteness, because that proximity to whiteness for me in my 10-year-old mind equaled success. So thinking about that. In the recent show, if you've seen it, the Netflix show Indian Matchmaker, for example, the biased views and values of beauty and eligibility were highlighted. The question is, what do we do next? How do we dismantle this? How do we break down those stereotypes? The next route that I want to talk about is the model minority myth. And this is the myth that characterizes Asian Americans as polite, law-abiding citizens who have achieved a higher level of success than the general population of people of color due to some combination of innate talent and a pull yourselves up by the bootstraps mentality, right? And this idea of immigrants working hard and striving and overcoming. And the model minority myth was actually part of a political campaign aimed at increasing votes from minority folks in the US, as well as pitting communities against each other. And it perpetuates racism, and it actually negates the racism that, for example, Chinese and Japanese people faced in Canada and the USA. The head tax and the Exclusion Act and the Japanese internment camps in Vancouver. So thinking about these 4 roots of anti-Black racism in our community and how sort of we play into these roots and how they've become internalized. And so it's not to say that we have faced discrimination based on our religion, our culture, our dress code. Many of us may have been made fun of because of our food, calling it smelly, or the bindis we wear, or our accents, or our parents' accents, or our grandparents' accents. Perhaps we've even faced bias when we're trying to look for work with credentials from back home, if we are not born and have an education from North America. While these are all true, we really need to think about how we can show up to support Black communities today, not only in North America, but around the world. About how we can decenter our experiences and center the experiences of Black folks, and how we can understand why and how anti-Black racism occurs and is present in our community, and then how we can dismantle it. So I want to talk briefly about what we call the 4 I's of oppression in our society. The first one being ideological. There are ideas, beliefs, and values in our society that are perpetuated through the media, through our schooling, through our families and our peer relationships. And these ideas become ingrained and are passed on from generation to generation, family to family, community to community. And then we have institutional oppression, which are the laws and policies that govern our everyday lives. And as lawyers, you are in a unique position to think about either perpetuating or dismantling some of those policies and laws, and deciding how you can disrupt them and how you can look at them in favor of confronting anti-Black racism and highlighting them for folks. We also have interpersonal racism, which was what I talked about in terms of the model minority myth and pitting folks against each other. Through ideological and institutional oppression, we create these ideas of superiority of one group of people over another. For example, thinking of shadism, we might internalize superiority of folks who have lighter skin than folks who have darker skin. And then lastly is that internalized oppression. And that is when we begin to believe the internalized beliefs that have perpetuated through our ideological, institutional, interpersonal, and then that internalized oppression that we may feel. So really considering that. Now I have a question for you. I'm going to give you some examples, but I'd love it if you'd interact with me through the chat or the question and answer function. Is thinking about how do we perhaps perpetuate anti-Black racism in the South Asian community? How does anti-Blackness show up in your daily life in small or big ways? And as you're writing in the chat function, I'll share some examples with you as well. Girls are told not to date Black guys. Absolutely. Also thinking about my example of the blonde hair and the blue eyes, our proximity to whiteness, sometimes through our attainment for success and falling into that trap of the model minority myth, thinking about success in terms of academics or financial, Our parents had Black help. Thank you for sharing, right? And that idea of domestic support and who we sort of classified. Use of the N-word without regard for the pain it causes. Thank you. Parents or grandparents told not to play outside for too long because you'll get dark, and dark is not beautiful. Thinking about, again, that model minority myth of intergenerational pressure to become professionals, right? So as doctors or lawyers or engineers, and we're steered into those careers. Someone said appropriating Black beauty, absolutely. So perhaps the way in which we wear our hair, or the clothing we choose, or the music we listen to. Someone says, my dreadlocks were not considered professional, right? So how are we choosing what is professional and what is not, and what are the basis for that? Thinking about, you know, that internalized trauma and those statements that are made in our communities, right? Thinking about preferring lighter skin tones, which was mentioned. Someone also mentioned not allowing sons or daughters, or not even preferring to date or marry outside of the South Asian community. Another really important one I want to highlight is not believing Black people's stories of struggles, right? And countering or centering ourselves, but listening and valuing them instead. Using stereotypical images of Black folks in social media or GIFs. So I talk about this on my Instagram profile. It's called digital blackface, right? So when we're trying to respond to something, we're using a GIF. A really popular one I've seen is Shaquille O'Neal with a birthday hat, and he's dancing. That is perpetuating anti-Blackness and a stereotype of Black folks as entertainers, right? Someone else says fetishization, right? Seen as exotic, right? Exotifying people, Black people. That is objectification. And then we talked about appropriating Black culture. So the fashion, the hair, the language. For example, Lily Singh has been called out in the media for her appropriation of Black culture. Another participant says using poor African children and using the word poor African children as props for virtue signaling, right? To create this empathy and using them as objects again and dehumanizing. Staying silent is also another way in which anti-Blackness shows up in our South Asian communities. Not having those conversations with our grandparents, with our parents, with our friends, with our partners. And also forgetting that Black people fought for the civil rights movement, which we benefit from and often are riding on the coattails of, and helped us come to North America. And of course, performing allyship. So we all talked about or heard about the Black square that was posted on Instagram on Blackout Tuesday. And so thinking about how we maybe perform allyship or support for Black communities is another way of anti-Blackness showing up. Another participant says being afraid of Black people, right? Crossing the street, using language that incites fear. Another person says, you know, parents, aunties, and uncles disparaging BLM and all types of protests. The assumption or belief that people of color cannot be racist or have racial bias because of the color of our skin, even when it hurts ourselves, right? So while we may not benefit from you know, racism in terms of the white supremacy lens, we do and we can enact racism, right? And actually, I would say that as South Asians, we benefit from white supremacy when we play into it with our light skin privilege, and we choose the sides that we wish to take. I have a question here. So when we think about this, I want to offer you this visual as a reflection tool to think about the windows and mirrors that we have. Dr. Rudine Sims Bishop, in her Pedagogy Related to Literacy, talks about windows and mirrors as a way to think about mirrors as a reflection of self. Where am I now? What do I understand about myself and my identity and my knowledge base now? And what are the windows of opportunity where I can learn more, create more awareness, where I can take action, where I can build and develop solidarity through my role as a lawyer, as a South Asian, as a member of society and humanity at large, what is the window of opportunity for me to learn and engage more in solidarity and in confronting anti-Black racism? So I want you to think about this windows and mirror protocol as we continue today. So I want to really think about those roots of anti-Black racism and then bias, race, and racism. So when we think about race and racism, we really have to think about, again, those 4 I's: the ideological, institutional, interpersonal, and internalized oppression that perpetuates race and racism and creates these assumptions or perceptions which are biased. So our brain actually receives 11 million pieces of information in any given second, and we're only able to process about 40 to 50 pieces of that information. And this is all humans. So we know that there is a neurological component to this, a biological component of our brain's ability to store information. As a result, we create these mental schemas, these mental maps to sort and filter information. But we do have a chance and an opportunity to unlearn some of those patternings and to create new mental maps. And that's what we're going to talk about. So when I think about biases, I'm defining that as the attitudes, the behaviors, the stereotypes that influence our understanding, our actions, and our decision-making process in an unconscious manner, albeit it's also often in a conscious manner. To this end, this results in certain groups benefiting while others are penalized. And this can be implicit racism, implicit bias in terms of race bias, for example. And bias is made of stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination that results from oppression. Again, those ideological, institutional, interpersonal, or internalized oppression. That's really shaping our perception. So for example, I'll give you an example that's not related to racism. If we have 2 people and they're walking down the street and a dog approaches them, one person may have had a negative reaction with dogs when they were younger. Maybe they were bit by a dog and the dog scared them. So they'll have an activation of this fear recall. They might have a bias towards dogs and be very scared and start running across the street. The other individual may not have that same bias or that same experience and may run towards the dog and try to pet the dog and learn more about the dog. In the same way, we have these thoughts and these experiences and we create meaning around them, right? Maybe it's the ideology or the belief systems that were taught. Maybe it's something we learned in school. Maybe it's something we saw on television. Maybe it's the way that the law is constructed. And we see, for example, that there are healthcare disparities. We see that there is, prevalence of certain racial groups in homeless populations or living in certain neighborhoods. So we create these ideas and these biases in our mind. So really to think about, we all have these biases as a result of these 11 million pieces of information being thrown at us. But we do have a chance to unlearn, right? And so how do we unlearn that? And that is about slowing down, being deliberate and intentional in our thought process and questioning ourselves. And this takes time, but we can unlearn them. It's also important to know that we all have biases and they occur across all of our identity groups, whether it's ability, gender, race, class, ability, they all exist, biases exist across all of these categories of social identities. We also tend to favor our in-group. So for example, South Asian community or lawyers or Bangladeshi community or Muslim community. We tend to favor our in-groups. And while this is damaging, because what it means is that we are not seeing that window and mirror opportunity, we are narrowing our focus and perpetuating some of the ideologies. We also want to think about, remembering that biases can be deadly and that we have a role to play. If we think about the murder of George Floyd and the biases that the store clerks who called the police had, right? And then the biases of the police officers that caused some to be bystanders and one to murder him. We have to really think about how we can no longer be complicit and how we can think about disrupting race bias and understanding how it confronts anti-Black racism in our community. That this awareness of bias is a step towards confronting anti-Black racism. And so really we have to think about how racism can be a result of fear and mistrust. And how do we unlearn that? Through exposure, through our experiences, through awareness, right? Through creating new mental maps and getting new information to form our ideology and our institutional memory. And we can think about, for example, the Harvard Implicit Association test as one way, and we'll go into other ideas later. So using the chat function again, let me know where you think bias can show up in the legal profession, in that institutional aspect. I see some chats coming in here. I'll share some with you as they're coming in. So through resume screening, right? Even though we are equitable, you're working in law, you're there to hold up justice, oftentimes resume screening can be a place where folks' names can inhibit their job performance. Getting a job, getting a resume in is one fact, and then getting the interview, getting a job. Sometimes discrimination occurs based on names. Folks are saying partner promotions. A form of bias someone is sharing is where are you originally from, right? So bias can show up in the way in which we interpret someone's background or someone's heritage. Allocation of services, right? So we have a lot of pro bono services that are offered or legal aid. And what type of services are they getting? Are they getting funding? Where are they located? Do they get access to office space at a lower rate? When we think about, defendants who are looking for services, are they given quality service? When we think about jury selection, witness testimony, racial profiling, legal proceedings, investigation, and customer service, we can think about all these areas as just some areas where bias shows up in the legal profession. There's, a lot of bias between genders and having a home life. There's also bias against parents, I've heard a lot of in the legal profession, or hours clocked, or how late you're working, or how hard you're working on a case. Folks are also saying no justices are South Asian in the Supreme Court of Canada. Absolutely. So there is bias in the level of leadership present in the legal system. So that's really important to think about. And we also want to aim to really understand that racism exists. So oftentimes, as part of the complicity that South Asians can fall into, and this comes from this fragility and this fear, as we can say, racism doesn't exist anymore. We are all equal. Everyone has equal opportunity in Canada. Pierre Trudeau said it, Justin Trudeau is saying it. They're great leaders who open the doors for us, and racism simply doesn't exist. And by saying this, we're negating the barriers that actually exist, specifically for Black folks in Toronto, in Canada, and globally around the world. And when we think about race and racism, race is a social construct. It has no biological basis. So those of you who have maybe studied critical race theory, which comes from critical legal studies, you know that the aims of critical race studies and critical race theory is to really highlight that race doesn't have any biological basis. However, race itself is a social construct that is endemic. It's not going away. It is interwoven as a part of our social fabric, which means that it has meaning, right? For specifically communities of color, for Black folks, because it determines some of those biases that you just spoke about and some of the ways it it is a social construction created to have the Atlantic slave movement be successful by colonizers, it still has value and weight, unfortunately. And so we must address it in that way. Seeing the chat here. All right, great. I'm glad everyone can see me now. So I just want to go through this very briefly, just because I have a lot of questions and I want to mitigate that around what is the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. So when we're talking about race, again, as a social construct, it has been associated with various physical characteristics that are associated with specific groups, socially constructed, such as skin color, facial features, hair type, eye color, or physical build. So an example of that might be Black. Ethnicity then is common ancestral or cultural national experiences that are shared by a group. So language, culture, food customs, sometimes religion, rituals. And so an example of that is the Yoruba people of Nigeria. And then nationality is really legal identification in the terms of the law of what country you perhaps belong to or you're a citizen of. And so an example of that is Canada. So race and ethnicity sometimes are conflated, but they are meaning different things. So let's get to a definition that was termed by Dr. Akua Benjamin from Ryerson University, who's a social work professor. And she says that anti-Black racism is the attitudes, beliefs, prejudice, and discrimination towards Black people and people of African descent. It is deeply rooted in the history and experience of enslavement and colonization. The history of enslavement and colonization, right? So really thinking about that similarity in that way in which colonization was dividing and conquering. And the system disadvantages Black communities based on the construct of race and superiority of one race over another. So you can see how anti-Black racism is a product of the ideological, the institutional, the interpersonal, and the internalized forms of oppression. So really considering that and thinking through that. And again, as I mentioned before, we cannot talk about anti-Black racism without talking about the intersections of race, gender, class, sex, and ability, and how they all conflate to unique experiences for Black folks. So Shireen Razik writes that Black bodies are equated with Blackness that signifies evil, sinfulness, dangerousness, and criminality, right? That ideological piece. And it further points out the historical centrality and uniqueness of anti-Blackness is legitimated through institutions and ideology and continues to be legitimated. And we have a high tolerance for brutality and indifference towards African descendant people suffering, right? And so we see that there's a focus on deficits of individuals perpetuating anti-Black racism, which is a product of white supremacy rather than assets. And we see this tolerance for brutality through police brutality, right? And oftentimes through the videos that are now surfacing, we're gaining awareness. But there is still the sense of, oh, it's happening all the time. It's really thinking through. Now, similar to bias, racism has a multi-leveled surface. So we have racism that is above the surface and racism that is below the surface. So I like to use this iceberg as a visual to think about the implicit or the explicit acts of racism and of anti-Black racism. So we might think about some of the explicit acts of racism focused on individuals, right? Focused on, for example, hate crimes, thinking about lynching or racial slurs or racial jokes, blackface, for example, or Jim Crow laws of segregation, or the violent murder of George Floyd, for example. But the examples that you gave me earlier in this presentation are often part of that implicit racism, right? And that can be things like denying a Black person a job, right? Racial profiling, asking a Black person to speak on behalf of all Black folks during Black History Month, a form of tokenization, a form of implicit racism, right? It can be subtle, it can be covert. Saying that all lives matter is another form of implicit racism. So again, while it's not about oppression Olympics, it's about this reciprocity and really thinking about what it means to be anti-racist, to be active in that action, right? And thinking about how we can uncover implicit forms of racism. So recently, there's been a lot of media attention around folks showing implicit racism through calling the cops on Black people, right? So in the spring last year, it was calling cops on people who are bird watching, barbecuing, driving in a different neighborhood, running, right? And so really thinking about how we can understand the vast impact, as we can see from this iceberg, of implicit racism. And just to share it in a different way, explicit racism can come out through our own thoughts. I am better than, I deserve, they are different. Other ones, I work hard, I've suffered, I will, succeed. My people worked hard. We pulled ourselves up from the bootstraps. This type of thought process results in behaviors and actions. And of course, I've listed some that are explicit, but that can really perpetuate this division of power and perpetuate oppression against Black communities. And then we think about the implicit. The thoughts are sometimes similar, but they're often rooted in fear, mistrust, or a judgment, and a deficit lens, right? So thinking that they are not as good as, right? I am better than, again, that same deficit asset lens. What results there is, in terms of your contexts, thinking about juries having bias towards Black defendants. Perhaps implicitly, Black folks not being a part of leadership roles like judges, or we talked about the lack of judges that are Black, that are represented that are Black, the lack of lawyers representation, right? Police pulling over Black people, stereotypes in the media, thugs, single women, etc. Calling the police on Black folks and people of color. So really thinking about the implicit nature of racism and anti-Black racism. So just to get a little bit of participation as we have some time, I want you to think about these statements and whether you think it's implicit or explicit. And we'll go through them fairly quickly. So if you have a chance to comment, you can say I and E, or implicit versus explicit. So the statement, don't go out in the sun, you will get dark. Do we see that as implicit or explicit racism? Implicit. You can't date a Black man. Folks are saying implicit. Absolutely. So we may not think that's punishable by law. We may not even consider that, but it actually is part of implicit racism. It is an act of racism. They don't work as hard as us, right? Maybe how many times have you heard this at the dinner table or with family and friends? Some folks are saying explicit. Absolutely explicit. So yes, I would say this is actually implicit because it's a statement, but it is an explicit form of racism at that dinner table for sure. But it's not punishable by law. It can often go under the radar, right? And become a passing comment. But I'm really glad to see that folks are highlighting that this is actually explicit form of racism. They are troublemakers. Explicit. I don't see color. Folks are saying explicit. Implicit. I'm married to a Black person. I can't be racist. Implicit. Choosing to live in a predominantly white neighborhood. Some folks are saying explicit and implicit. both implicit and explicit. And then lastly, all lives matter. So I would argue that all of these statements on their own are implicit forms of racism, but they have explicit impacts on Black communities. And by saying them, they also perpetuate anti-Blackness within our own homes and our own communities, right? And so thinking about, for example, saying all lives matter, that's a problematic statement because it is not valuing and hearing the stories of Black folks. It is saying that I want a piece of that pie too, because if I give that piece of that pie up, I'm not going to have any pie. There was a really great meme on social media about biryani, right? And it's like saying all lives matter is saying that there's not enough biryani for everybody. And that if I give you some biryani, there's not going to be enough for me, right? Or samosas. But it's not an either or. By saying Black Lives Matter, we are recognizing that in this point of history and from historical vantage points, Black lives are important. We need to concert our efforts towards supporting Black lives. And until Black Lives Matter, until police brutality is no longer an issue, then we need to support Black lives. And until Black Lives Matter, then we can say all lives matter. Because we know it's inherent. The intention is we know that all lives matter, of course. Rationally, we know everyone's life matters. But right now, Black lives matter, right? The issues that are facing Black communities matter. It is a matter of life or death. So thinking about that. I want to share this image that you've probably seen numerous times. It's been going around for about a decade, just to really highlight, equality is that sameness, equity is that fairness, but the reality is, and branching off to why Black Lives Matter, is that the person on the right-hand side is still in the dugout. They're still not taking advantage of and accessing all the resources that other folks are experiencing. COVID-19 has highlighted this for us. There are racial disparities for Black communities in contracting and surviving COVID-19. Studies and research shows that Black women are least likely to be diagnosed with a critical illness, least likely to be believed when they walk into a doctor's office. So they actually are least likely to go to doctors, right? We also know that Black women have the highest rate of racial pay inequity. They make the least amount of money per dollar than everyone else, right? And so where do we want to go? We want to get to this liberation place. And this is where lawyers and legal professionals come into play, because we all play a role in chipping down that invisible or visible fence, which represents oppression. So we need to tear down that fence, knock down that fence, and reach liberation, knowing that barriers will still exist, but that we have a role to play. And we'll get into some of those tools at the very end, but thinking about what you can do to metaphorically or physically tear down that fence to create opportunities and to disrupt and confront anti-Blackness. So also just wanting to share that, representing and understanding, as Dr. Beverly Tatum says, that smog sometimes, that racism is so thick that sometimes it is visible and other times it is less apparent, but day in and day out, we are breathing it in. And Dr. Ibrahim Kendi, if you haven't read his book, it's a great book, How to Be Anti-Racist, really wanting to highlight this for you, that there's a difference between saying, for example, all lives matter, Black lives matter, and it goes back to this idea of being colorblind or non-racist, right? So being non-racist is very different than being anti-racist. Anti-racist is an active stance that we really want to take to disrupt racism, to recognize systemic barriers and to recognize, that oppression is creating and perpetuating racism against Black communities. And then really thinking about seeking to build coalitions and solidarity, rather than putting it back on ourselves as experiencing shame and guilt or paying attention to individual acts and saying, that's not me. The idea is to move towards an active stance. So some statements that are different would be, I recognize my bias and privilege. I have been complicit. I'm committed to learning and growing. And even if from today you take away those 3 statements and practice them and practice taking action and disrupting racism in your own practice, in your own lives, that'll be a step in the right direction. And I love to share this quote from his book as well, that the good news is that racist and anti-racist are not fixed identities. We can be racist one minute and anti-racist the next, right? So we're fluid, just like identity, we're learning and growing. And what we say about race, what we do about race in each moment determines what and not who we are, right? So really thinking about that. Sharing a brief example of the importance of this from the legal profession. Many of you may have heard about this case between Mary McCarthy and Shoppers Drug Mart. In 2015 was the ruling, but in 2011, Mary McCarthy, a Black woman, was confronted and accused of shoplifting at a Shoppers Drug Mart by an employee. She was asked to open up her backpack, and the employee conducted a search. When she refused to conduct a search, when the employee asked, McCarthy refused to open her backpack, said she had done nothing wrong. The employee, who happened to be South Asian, persisted that she must open her backpack. When McCarthy opened her backpack, no items were found in her backpack, and there was no apology to McCarthy at that point. So Mary McCarthy made a complaint to Shoppers Drug Mart's head office, and she wrote a letter. And that letter outlined the inappropriate treatment and false accusations made against her. She at the time did not disclose her racial identity. But then when there was denial, she proceeded to file a complaint to the Human Rights Code and the Human Rights Tribunal. So under the Human Rights Code, she alleged the discrimination that she faced was based on race. Her claim outlined the racial profiling that she experienced in the store and the high level of anxiety she felt by being followed and being persistently asked. So Shoppers Drug Mart denied the allegations and said that they have a lot of shoplifting and that they were simply doing their job by asking McCarthy to open her bag. They also claimed that since the employee was South Asian, she could not possibly have been engaged in a racial profiling act. They also tried to tarnish her credibility by saying that in her initial letter, she never talked about her race. And McCarthy had addressed this by saying that she felt guilt and shame and humiliated to even have been accused of shoplifting, that she didn't want to state her race. So if you followed this case in 2015, the judge ruled in favor of McCarthy on the argument that every person has the right to equal treatment with respect to services, goods, and facilities under the Human Rights Code. She was found to have experienced racial profiling and discrimination, as well as being falsely accused of shoplifting. She received $8,000 for compensation, which is all she'd asked for to cover her lawyer fees. And all she wanted was her self-respect and dignity to be verified. So when we think about this case and we think about some of the key ideas, right? The accusations being denied by Shoppers Drug Mart, the denial of racial profiling because there's a South Asian person who had asked her to open her bag, the fact that the person who asked her to open her bag was South Asian, right? The false accusations. What were some of the assumptions that we can think about that were made in this case? Feel free to use the chat. What were some of the assumptions that were made in this case? And how is anti-Blackness present? And how can we do better? See folks typing away. I had the opportunity to meet Mary as we were both going to University of Toronto and pursuing our doctoral studies. So it was really important for me to share this story with you. Thank you. So folks are saying there's assumptions that people of color cannot be racist, which came up earlier, right? There's also this assumption of guilt, right? And as lawyers, we know it's innocent till proven guilty, but there was an assumption of guilt, right? And folks might say and challenge, oh, but we can't separate that from race. But we know that racism and anti-Blackness is prevalent in our society. So we have to understand that. We cannot separate Mary's race from who she is as a woman. Therefore, it is an impacting factor. So thank you for those who are thinking about that. I urge you to continue, and if you're not familiar with this case, to read up on it and to really think about the assumptions made in this case. Also, it's important to know that Shoppers Drug Mart has franchisees in their stores. And we can see that this franchisee was also owned by an Asian Canadian, right? So how does that play into this case? How does the denial of the accusations perpetuate this division between racial groups, right? And someone else is typing, as a Black woman, as the main factor, Black people face racism mainly from other minorities, right? So they face racism more than other minorities. And again, it's not about the oppression Olympics, it's about understanding their reality and Black folks' reality. And so on to that, really thinking about movements that have driven this wonderful conversation today, is thinking about some of these movements and how Black folks need our support, right? Need our allyship, right? And here are some examples of that. Sikhs for Black Lives Matter, South Asians in Solidarity, right? And so thinking back to those 4 eyes of oppression and the social media awareness, right? And so how do we then practice solidarity? Not only by reciting the land acknowledgement and Indigenous solidarity, but with Black communities. How do we practice our solidarity? So really importantly, let's talk about performative versus productive allyship. So public actions, solution focuses to remove that guilt, again, centering it on ourselves, and seeking to improve self-image are all a part of this idea of performing allyship. And I think it's very fluid. We can go between performing and productive allyship as we continue and we learn, right? These are not fixed roles or purposes. But our goal is to be productive in our allyship. And that can look like public and private actions, right? So donations, supporting at your services pro bono for a Black legal aid clinic, for example, providing information to folks, hosting a podcast, justice focused for the oppressed rather, right? So seeking justice, aiming for that, working in that field, attending this workshop, learning from it and moving forward, seeking to amplify marginalized voices. So for example, I have a podcast that I run on IG Live, and I try to amplify marginalized voices. I try to amplify Black voices to really create a platform, an opportunity within my scope of power and privilege, and as well within my job, right? Within my role, how can I amplify Black voices and provide opportunities and connections? And again, productive allyship means we don't just stop when donations have been raised, when a case has been won, but we continue to strive for racial justice. So when we think about this term ally, there is a lot of negative connotations lately with the term ally. And I'll share that that's because it's been overused, and it's been overused in a performative way. When I was working with law students, I was told by some of the professors that students are using ally on their resume in an inappropriate or incorrect way. So when we talk about ally, it's about doing perhaps 1 or 2 acts in service of a community. But the terms that are preferred by community members are accomplice and co-conspirator. And that is not doing work for the community, but with the community. That means it's that active stance of taking action, right? And so that idea is that an ally might volunteer for a racial justice organization at a local shelter. They might put pronouns on their signature, but an accomplice will join that organization, challenge, for example, gender inequity, challenge anti-Blackness, develop relationships, for example, with the South Asian community and local Black communities, or a specific Black organization supporting youth, for example, in the community. And a co-conspirator, similar to an accomplice, understands the historical significance of anti-Black racism, of oppression, and of their own identity and privilege, and leverages that, leverages their privilege to stand up and speak out, but not speak for the marginalized, right? So thinking about this role of listening, of trust, and building relationships and connections is really important. So as we come to the end of our session, I have 3 major pillars that I share about how you can disrupt anti-Black racism. And that is through awareness, through education and learning, and through action. So awareness is about acknowledging the role you play in your personal and professional life. Often that means you're going to sit with that discomfort and that acknowledgement. You're going to check your privilege and bias. That could be by taking the Harvard Implicit Association test. That could be by reading a book like White Fragility, reading about brown fragility, right? Asking questions, and some of those questions might look like when you're at the dinner table or in a South Asian community gathering, let's say, asking questions when folks are saying things that are blatantly anti-Black, right? Why do you think that? What made you come to that conclusion? Where did that idea come from? I'm curious to why you believe this still. I wonder if you could present an alternative. Let's talk about history. Let's name whiteness. And then rejecting the model minority myth, right? It's okay if we're not the star lawyer, if we don't have all these accolades. It's okay if we don't win the award, right? But striving for that perfection is part of that imperialist and capitalist mentality that holds us down as human beings in a society. Really important part of the awareness is sharing information with your circle and beyond, and being honest and open with where you're at today and where you could be tomorrow, and continuing that awareness. When we think about that education and learning piece, it could look like reading a book, like How to Be Anti-Racist, like reading White Fragility, like reading Not White, Not Quite by Sharmila Sen, watching videos on YouTube, watching virtual conferences like this, and listening actively. It could look like learning and practicing and choosing to unlearn. It could look like challenging assumptions, right? Within our peer groups, within our working groups. It could look like engaging in dialogue, right? So keeping that dialogue going, because that's where growth really happens, when we create and engage and continue the dialogue and not shut someone out if they don't share the same beliefs as you. We can use that windows and mirror protocol in our mind to think about broadening our perspectives and learning more about other communities and about the diasporic Black communities and African communities as well. We can flex our critical consciousness, and I say critical with a capital C because being aware of the systems and structures that govern us, and being aware of the limitations in your roles as lawyers and the laws that govern you, and what perhaps is flawed in those laws, and what can you do to challenge them or create new policies and programs. And then again, creating new mental maps as part of that learning, where we can disassociate those negative biases and racial biases. Lastly, if we think about action, that looks like holding yourself accountable, right? And these are tangible things that we can do. What does it mean to hold yourself accountable, right? Disrupting implicit and explicit racism, saying that's not okay. What you're saying is explicitly racist and it's not okay with me. Practicing allyship, and I'm using the word allyship, co-conspiratorship, but remembering that allyship is not given or claimed, right? We have to be given it by a community elder. We can't just take it. We can't assume it, right? We have to be given it by someone in the community. And then speaking up and showing up, whether that's at a protest or a rally, but always following the lead of the community that we are serving. Appreciating culture, but not appropriating it, and you can learn more about that as well. Advocating through coalitions or collectives such as SABA, or creating an employee resource group at your law firm or coalition. Taking civic action, which a lot of you do every day, but continuing that work and that advocacy, signing up for those councils to represent and to confront anti-Black racism. And then of course, if it's within your means, to donate and support programs like Youth Helps, right? Like Black Mental Health Alliance, different organizations to support. And so I urge you to think about what objects are closer than they appear. What are the things that you can change in your side view mirror? Thinking back to that windows and mirrors protocol. What can you do today one small step? What are small and big moves and learning that you can take away? And lastly, leaving you with this quote from Arundhati Roy, where she says that the trouble is that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And once you've seen it, keeping quiet, saying nothing becomes as political an act as speaking out. There's no innocence. Either way, you're accountable. Thank you. I know we're close to time, but if there is any time for questions, I'll look in the chat.
So just to jump on quickly, I think, Shaliza, maybe we have time for, we actually do have to run into the next panel. I noticed a really quick question. I believe you mentioned a book name and someone had asked in the Q&A for you to repeat the book name, if you remember it now off the top of your head.
Sure, there was a few. So there was White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo. There was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Ibrahim X. Kendi. And Not Quite, Not White by Sharmila Sen. And there's tons of other great books out there. I'm sorry, for some reason I can't access the Q&A, so I'm sorry that I didn't get to some of those questions in there. But I just wanted to comment really quickly. Someone said that discrimination is subtle, and to draw our attention to the websites that South Asians create and the pictures they place on these websites to promote themselves, and having seen professionals having white people at their reception, or thinking about the images they use. So absolutely, it's subtle. So thank you for that.
Okay, Shaliza, thank you so much. That was not only insightful, but also very practically useful. It's a great way for us to start the day.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, of course. So we're now going to move into our first panel discussion. And the panel's title is A Deeper Dive on #DefundThePolice, a discussion of the issues. And it's going to be moderated by SABA board member, Richa Sandel. Richa?
All right, thanks, Annie. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning, and I hope everyone enjoyed that incredible first presentation to get us started. So, as Annie mentioned, my name is Richa Sandel. I am a director on SABA Toronto's board of directors. In my practice, I am legal counsel at the Human Rights Legal Support Center. That means that I do exclusively applicant-side human rights law. I will be your moderator today for our panel discussion on Defund the Police, a deeper dive on the issues. Discussions about police violence against Black communities, whether it's here, whether it's in the United States, they're not new. They've been happening for years before the brutal killing of George Floyd this summer that reinvigorated the conversation around supporting the Black community and anti-Black racism. With the renewed vigor in the conversation this year has also come a resounding ask from many protesters that may have been new to a lot that weren't previously involved with the movement. And that is a call to defund police services. This is a call that's been made across North America, beyond the States, even here in Toronto. It's become a resounding rallying cry in the BLM movement, and I think is an important topic for all of us when we're talking about allyship, to have a clear and well-rounded understanding of. So we have three fantastic panelists here with us today to help us do exactly that. I'm not gonna read their full bios to introduce them for the purposes of time, but I really encourage you after our panel discussion to go and check out the amazing work that they're doing in our community. But I will now introduce them. So please join me in welcoming firstly Karima Saad. Karima is a criminal landlord and tenant and cannabis law lawyer whose work and advocacy has also led to her frequently being called upon by the media as a trusted source for their stories. She is also executive director at cannabis advocacy not-for-profit Normal Canada. So welcome, Karima. After her, Ritesh Kotak, with a background in police services in the beginning of his career. Ritesh is a leading cybersecurity expert. He consults with across the board Fortune 500 tech companies, police, the judiciary, government services on the use of social, cyber, and digital technology, and has spoken to media and spoken around the world on these topics. So welcome, Ritesh. And finally, we have Peter Thorning. Peter, many of you in the criminal law bar will know, has decades of experience representing defendants at all levels of court across all kinds of criminal law issues. He is co-managing partner at leading criminal law firm Brody Thorning LLP. So welcome, Peter. All right. So I'm going to jump right in because we only have so much time and there is a lot for us to get through. But I will say that please do get involved in the conversation. You can, like with the last panel, ask your questions in the chat feature. We'll try and leave about 10 minutes at the end. So this panel is set to go for, we started a bit over time, so it's set to go till 12:15, but we will try and leave about 10 minutes at the end to ask our panelists any questions. So use the chat feature or the Q&A feature, whatever is easiest for you, and we'll pose those to our panelists at the end. So let's start from the basics. I have a question for all of you to just explain the background and the meaning of the Defund the Police movement. So, you can address where did it start, where did it come from, its main demands. For example, does it call for complete defunding of the police service? Let's start there to give our audience a bit more of the context. So maybe Karima, do you want to start on that?
Sure. So I think that the defund movement is really decades in the making. So this isn't an overnight reaction to, a viral video. This is work that organizers have been doing for many, many years. And like any kind of work from sort of various segments, I don't know that there is a cohesive sort of agenda or goal. So I think that defund means different things to different people. But if you were to ask probably the abolitionists who coined the term, it's a strategy on the road to abolishing police. And some will say that that's not a road we need to take, and this is a strategy we can implement to a different end. But I think that that's sort of my prevailing understanding that yes, it's years of work in the making, and the underlying philosophy is one that is based in the abolition of the prison industrial complex.
That makes sense. Anything, Peter or Ritesh, that you wanted to add to that sort of background piece?
I'm happy to go next. In my mind, I had not heard of Defund the Police until the most recent events that were described. I think the Defund the Police movement really is a reaction to the police egregious, what seems to be police egregious use of force, and people's natural reaction to just a brutal murder or a brutal killing out on the street. And it seems to me that the Defund the Police movement is really just it's an effort to ensure that that people who are being policed, largely Black people and visible minorities, are not the victims of extreme violence.
Yeah, and I'll jump in now, and I agree with both my fellow panelists. But to me, it's also about responsible policing, respectful policing at the same time. And I think the reason that the movement has become so massive and it's just something that everyone is talking about, and what's kind of shifted is this idea of, and I am a technologist by trade, but the fact that before these things used to happen, and they used to happen away from the limelight, so it wouldn't be mainstream. But now with citizen journalists, the fact that we actually have all this technology, there's CCTVs, there's body cams, there is social media. Now these stories are actually being able to come right to the forefront. And as a result of that, we're starting to have much more meaningful dialogue that's not only backed by facts in some cases, but raw footage and raw video that hasn't been sanitized. So that essentially has brought this issue, again, right back to the front, and we're having these types of panels and discussions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the variance in sort of all three of your perspectives on it, which I think we'll get to later on in the panel. But yeah, there's a lot to this movement and a lot that's been in the making going into it. Just a quick question on, do we know how governments so far here in Toronto or in Ontario, locally I'm talking about, not in the US, have responded to some of the calls that that the Defund the Police protesters have been asking for?
Well, one reaction in Toronto has been to increase the police budget. Maybe not the most responsive, I think, to the calls. To be fair, that increase, part of it at least, is meant to cover body cams, the rationale being that if it's recorded, there's going to be more information, better oversight. That's the justification and rationale. But the end result of this policy has been an increase in the budget.
That's interesting. Any other reactions that we know of that are worth highlighting?
Sure.
I think that my friend is quite right. I don't think it's popular for politicians to say that they're going to defund the police and ensure their election or re-election. The fact is, I think, is that many people who are visible minorities want more policing, not less.
Yeah, and I'm just going to build on that. It goes to, again, back to my point of responsible and respectful policing. So I know in Toronto, they had the PACER group, which stood for the Police and Community Engagement Review, that tried to look at implicit bias. It involved police members, but also community members. And in Ontario, they recently launched the Inspector General role. And I think the appointment of who the new IG in the province is, retired Police Chief Dawood, Canada's first Black police chief, actually sends a message. And what they're looking at is this college of policing, because I think what's happened is, policing, these are professional, these are hardworking individuals. But if we look at this in perspective, to become a police officer is literally a 12-week course at the Ontario Police College. Compare that to other countries where it's looked at more as a profession, where it takes 3 years to become a police officer. So they're trying to change that, bring professionalism to it. So there are steps, but those steps can't come fast enough.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess this is a good segue into my next question for all of you. That as you identified, Peter, this can be a bit of a controversial movement, just given how embedded policing is in our society. Can you briefly, we'll delve into this, like I said, later on in more depth in the panel, but can you briefly just maybe help the audience understand some of the key arguments for and against the movement, and whether you think this should actually be a controversial movement to begin with?
Well, I think some of the arguments against the movement are that there would be no one to respond to criminal activity. When I say criminal activity, I mean, if a person says, well, we're going to defund the police, then it seems that they're going to have a different idea about what crime is. But when people hurt other people, there needs to be somebody to come in and stop that. And there needs to be people around who are going to investigate that kind of conduct. I'm not just talking about physical violence, I'm talking about economic crime as well. And so there has to be somebody who is there to respond to a bar fight. There needs to be someone who can investigate wide-scale fraud. And so the idea that the people feel safe in their homes and their communities is going to be undermined by notionally by a movement that says, well, we should defund the people who are responding to those crimes. On the other hand, there needs to be some controls about police budgets. There needs to be some examination as to police priorities. There's a lot of money being spent, not only in law enforcement, but in keeping people in prison. And so it does make a lot of sense to investigate how this money is being spent.
Absolutely. Karima, do you have anything to add to that in terms of arguments for and against that are being explored right now?
I mean, so I have a bit of a different perspective on this, and I'm not sure that police officers, by and large, the majority of their day is spent doing what we think they do, which is catching the bad guys. Obviously, that's a component, but we've also offloaded a lot of responsibilities onto police forces that they aren't properly equipped to handle or manage. And the result from that is expanding police forces. So I think that, part of this call to defund is really a critical look at where our resources are being put and whether they're being used effectively. So there is almost a capitalist argument. If we are funding the police and this is our ROI, which is, you know, they don't really respond to breaking it. Like, I've never had any of my, I guess, brushes with the criminal justice system resolved by police, and, you know, fine, that is what it is. But, you know, they're not necessarily achieving the mandate that is being set out, and then they're straying elsewhere and causing societal harm. So I think that that's what's fueling these calls.
Yeah, and that's an important viewpoint on this as well. Videsh, anything to add before we move to the next section of our panel?
Sure. So the only thing I would add is I look at this from a return on investment. So there's a big portion of a budget, especially a municipal budget. I've heard numbers up to 30%, 40%. I don't have the exact numbers, but if you have that much of your dollar going towards funding policing, and then you have all these controversial issues that come out of it, you ask yourself, what's my return on investment here as a community member? And if this was any other investment, you'd probably pull it. But here's the thing, this is not a business. If a business fails, it gets to wind up. But if policing fails, then lives get impacted. Society gets impacted. So, that's kind of what's one of the things that's kind of fueling this is just the dollars and cents. So I agree with Peter's assessment of this. And the other thing also is we keep forgetting what is a cop, right? We keep, what is a police officer? Well, COP is actually an acronym. It stands for Constable on Patrol. And we want to see police officers in our community. We talk about community policing. We want to see respectful, responsible policing. And one of the biggest issues that I found, and technology had something to do with this, is the police car. Before, you used to have a police officer come and shake hands and talk to people and get to know their community members. And then we decided to put them in this tin metal box that can go from to call faster, but it started creating barriers. And then you add to that, the fact that, it's 12 weeks compared to 3 years in other countries, the funding element, the justice element, and the social media element. And that is what is sort of this recipe for this type of reform.
Yeah. So
can I just add? I apologize for this, but Statistics Canada has indicated that as of May 15th, 2018, there were about 68,562 police officers in Canada, which was a decrease from 2017 of 463. People who say that police forces are expanding by their numbers, the numbers don't seem to bear that out. Now, police forces' budgets are certainly expanding, but that's a function of the type of crime that they're investigating, and the methods that they use to investigate those crimes.
So I think before I really like the varied views that are coming out here, but I think before we go further into those arguments, it's really important for our audience first to understand a bit more of the historical origins and the issues that are feeding into all of this. So Karima, especially since you mentioned that, this is not, even though it feels like it to some of us, this is not a new movement in terms of calls to defund the police. Can you maybe walk us through the historical background of the issues that gave rise to this movement? So for example, is systemic discrimination policing a historical problem? If so, how? And what communities have been impacted the most, I guess, locally here in Toronto?
Yeah, my position is that there's an element of discrimination that was baked in at the very inception of policing. And so historically, we have to understand Canada as being a settler colonial state, and that is sort of our historical origin. In the early days, policing was largely like a community issue. So you would have a watchman system or like local constabularies. I don't know how to say it. I can just read it. But that was the status quo. And in the early 19th century is when we see a shift to what is now modern day policing. So really we're talking about a span of a couple of hundred of years, even though it's hard to imagine a world without police as we see and understand it today. The reality is that it's not that old. It's not intrinsic to our societies. And the change that I'm describing came about in England. We had the first, like London's Metropolitan Police. They were set up, and it was based on these principles of policing by consent. So the notion that members of law enforcement are citizens in uniform, they do their duty with the consent of their fellow citizens. So that was the rationale. And in Canada, we saw the establishment of police departments in Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, so the largest metropoles, right? Now that's the theory of policing. I would say that the actual reality, at least as we see it in Canada, police, and when I say police, I'm also including RCMP or their previous iteration of the Northwest Mounted Police. They've had a very specific function in protecting property and protecting communities, but the question to ask is whose safety at whose expense? So part of the legacy of policing in Canada includes the residential school system and children being forcibly removed from their homes. It includes the enforcement of reserves and passes in order to exit or enter. That's all part and parcel. And the other thing I would add is that you know, slavery in Canada was abolished or outlawed in the 1830s, and that's shortly before we see the establishment of policing, I guess, units or districts. But in the US, just shifting our focus for a second, in the South, the origins of policing really were slave patrols. And so there's an element of that as well in Canada, where people who were non-white, so either Indigenous or Black or some other iteration of race that showed up, that was who was attracting the attention of police. And I mentioned that there's a property element to this as well. Part of the legacy of policing in Canada also includes union busting, you know, stopping the workers from revolting against the owners, the proprietors. So when Peter mentioned that, you know, there's people would be opposed to defunding, I think that that's very true, and that's because there's a function here of police and them doing their duty involves in some respect protecting property, and sometimes that is at people's expense. So that's a very quick and dirty history, and I'm focusing on sort of the critical aspects here for the purposes of this discussion. But I think the important thing to remember is that the notion of policing by consent, that underpins the system as we understand it here in Canada. And so the movement for defunding the police suggests, at least on some level, that consent has been withdrawn. And I don't know that it's a fully widespread movement yet, but at least it's raising questions, again, whose safety at whose expense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even if it's quick, it's very easy to see the way in which some of these historical factors are still influencing the patterns of discrimination that we see playing out, particularly in the cases that we see that are profiled in the media on police violence. So yeah, thank you for that, Karima. I'm going to use that to also segue into, you know, what we're seeing today, which is another conversation that comes up when we're talking about police and the criminal justice system and racialized people, but particularly Black and Indigenous community. And that is you know, the over-criminalization of people of color, particularly the Black and Indigenous communities. Peter, to what extent are these communities over-criminalized in Canada? And do you think especially given what we've heard on the historical factors feeding in, but also just generally, do you think the police is to blame, or are there laws or other systemic factors that have contributed to this, for example?
Well, I don't think that there's been a report published that I've read in the past 20 years that has drawn any other conclusion other than the fact that Blacks are overrepresented in the criminal justice system, that Blacks are overrepresented in jails. Black people tend to get arrested more often. They tend to, when they get convicted, get longer sentences. There's no doubt that Blacks are underrepresented in the judiciary. And so those combination of factors have just been running out of control. And in my mind, it's a function of priorities in policing. And it's a function of who we have as politicians. It's a function of who's representing us. We have, for instance, a crisis in our society with opioid addiction. And people are dying on the streets every day in this country. 2 or 3 or 4 people are dying every day. And that is a function of the laws against drugs, for instance. Now, I'm not saying that there should be a particular reaction or a particular response to this, but we have to understand that some of the priorities in policing, that is to protect property and to enforce drug laws, function to result in the situation that we have today, which is the gross overrepresentation of Blacks at every level of the criminal justice system and the underrepresentation of them in the judiciary.
Which is, yeah, it's a fairly entrenched issue. And I think many stages often, even before we get to the criminal system, can often come in before that point in terms of other aspects of life. And I see this in my work, for example, and discrimination can be embedded in different aspects of the walks of life that Black people come from. So, you know, Karima, for example, you do housing law. Can you tell us about how systemic discrimination in housing might contribute to the criminalization of Black communities, or, you know, other areas in which you might be seeing this coming across?
So this is a very live issue, at least certainly in Toronto, and I think across the country at this moment. So speaking to the Toronto context, our homeless population, again, we see an overrepresentation of Black people and Indigenous people. And one particular flashpoint that's been concerning and raising questions about the role of police is police and encampments. So there are many people who have lost their homes. There's an ongoing, we'll call it an eviction blitz at the Landlord and Tenant Board. The people who are most likely to be evicted are also the ones who are least likely to have access to the video conferencing platform that you need to access a hearing, or perhaps unlikely to have a cell phone that isn't a pay-as-you-go prepaid with unlimited minutes to dial in. Probably don't have the, well, right now with legal clinics and the position that they're in, and this again goes back to funding and where we allocate our dollars, but massive budget cuts to legal clinics last year, you know, are having repercussions this year when people can't get the help that they need and end up evicted. That's the bottom line. So we have more and more people who are homeless now as a result. And part of that, we've seen people create encampments in public areas, so parks, other sort of secluded spots that are suitable for tents and, you know, makeshift other setups. We know that the city, even though there is there are arguably charter rights at play. There's not really access to water, resources, etc. And in fact, the city is enforcing a bylaw that prevents people from being overnight in the parks. And there was a constitutional challenge to that, where an injunction was sought so that at least for the time being during the pandemic, police wouldn't be breaking up these encampments and destroying them and dispersing people, but that was an unsuccessful injunction. So the status quo right now is that police are able to go in and remove people forcibly for sleeping in tents in the park. And the optics of that are not great. And just even, I guess, most recently, there's been a spate of arsons. Well, I say arson, it's alleged, but I think that it's quite clear that there's animus against these encampments. And so the inability or the lack of political or will or whatever it is that is preventing anything or police from protecting these encampments instead of destroying them, like that's causing a lot of grief and stress in these communities and is painful to watch as well as an outsider. So I think that that's an example where, we scratch our heads and like, what is the role of police really? Is it to, what's going on here? And sure, there's a competing interest about, people being able to use the park safely and so on and so forth. And I won't go over the injunction, but housing is kind of a crucial component to anyone's stability, and an encampment may not be ideal, but it's preferable for some people versus a congregate setting like a shelter, or the alternative might be jail. So police, again, disbanding these encampments and some of the videos, it's really disturbing. And that's, again, not to tar with the same brush, but what they say about bad apples, a few bad apples like spoil the bunch. So there's bullies out there who are deploying or using their powers that they've been mandated and they have authorization to do, but it's just not a good look at a time where shelter is so important and self-isolation is important. So that's just an example of how discrimination in housing, which there's a racial component to it perhaps, and also for sure a socioeconomic component, translates to police exercising their duties in a way that is not necessarily aligned with community values.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually had one of those encampments very close by me, and it was interesting to see A, the way it was cleared out quite quickly, and B, residents' reactions to that and feeding into those. Yeah, so yeah, that's a very, very good point. We were talking a little bit about these broader systemic pieces. Ritesh, I'm interested to hear from your perspective, having come from the TPS and also working with the justice sector, consulting with police services. From an internal institutional perspective, how have some of those practices of the police perhaps played a role in the overcriminalization of, we'll stick with the Black community and the Indigenous communities? Is there anything you're seeing on the inside or have seen on the inside that's adding to the problem?
Yeah, so I'm going to speak a little bit more general to this, not just what I've seen in policing in general across the world, and what's kind of adding to this. And that to me is data integrity. So what you're seeing is a lot of these decisions of funding and where to allocate resources are being based on data, usually crime data, victimization data. And my biggest thing has always been, be very critical of that. Ask questions, see how it's actually collected. So there's, Peter mentioned, less police officers, right? So my initial follow-up to that would be, StatsCan is saying that there's less police officers. How many, has the civilianization of those roles increased? So at the end of the day, is a net policing sort of ecosystem larger? What of that has actually been outsourced? So I think like you've got to get a little bit more, we got to get a little bit more critical and more transparent on the data. Here's another example, a shooting. When I say shooting to you, you probably think of a firearm and a bullet comes out and hits somebody or something, and that's considered a shooting. Well, when I hear about shooting related incidents and how they're actually calculated, it might surprise you that different police services, different provinces, different countries might actually count them differently. For example, is it a replica firearm? Was it a call related to a sound of gunshots and you got there and it's just fireworks? So the numbers that then get presented to you is, we had X amount of shooting calls. Well, you got to be able to break that down, and that starts with what a lot of I think police services are starting to do great work in making the data more transparent. There's the open data portals, so we can actually start asking these types of questions. My rule of thumb was if you can do a freedom of information request and that data would come out any which way, just put it out there. And I think that's the approach of a lot of these services are doing. There's also innovative ways that technology is being used to address some of these problems. One of those examples is the Dubai Smart Policing Initiative. And, it's kind of interesting to, talk about Dubai. Now, again, I will, they got their issues. They're not perfect. There's, systemic issues there as well. But it's the fact that they're willing to look at some of these types of what I call smart policing technology. Now, here's an example. An example is after a police interaction, you receive a message or some sort of survey follow-up. We see this in private sector all the time, rate my service, right? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Was it smiley face or sad face? And then based on that, there's a lot of data that's there. For example, if you had a negative interaction with a particular officer, is there now a way to do smart dispatching, the ability to get the right resource at the right time to the right person? So if I had a negative interaction with Officer X, and I call now for service, it might be something related to mental health, it might be a personal problem, I might be getting assaulted, and there's other resources available. Would it not make more sense, unless I know there's pressing issues and there's what we priority calls, but would it not make sense to send the right officer to that call? Like we do that. Like you don't call a repair company and you need to get your dryer fixed and they send somebody who only fixes ovens. Like it just doesn't work that way. It makes absolutely zero sense. So can we do that with policing? Get the right resource at the right time, the right person? It's starting to happen, but I think technology can play a role here. The increase in transparency, but more importantly, the data integrity. Let's have common definitions. Let's make it transparent. Let's make it open so we can count apples to apples, not apples to oranges, and be able to make much more informed decisions.
Can I just add, it's an excellent point about the civilian police service. Statistics Canada, and I point to them again, they've indicated that women accounted for 71% of civilian personnel within police services, 36% special constables, 24% recruits. And in terms of the civilian positions, they accounted from anywhere from 91% of clerical staff to 24% of vehicle maintenance personnel. If there's a defund the police, you know who's going to lose their jobs.
Okay, so that's an interesting point, Peter, and a really good segue into what I wanted to get into next, which is revisiting those varying perspectives that I think the three of you have on this issue, and looking at what should defunding the police look like. So this, please feel free to feel free to make this piece conversational between the three of you. But in light of all the issues that we've talked about and the points that each of you have made, what do you think that defunding the police, if it happens, should actually look like, and why do you believe that?
Well, in my mind, defunding the police is really about reprioritizing how we spend money on police services. There are very few criminal conduct or police officers dedicated to preserving the environment, to investigating fraud, to going after tax evaders. And yet we spend a ton of money on traffic enforcement, on laws against drugs. And those types of things bring the police service directly into your home, directly into your face. And these are the types of things that ought to be, in my respectful view, reprioritized. And instead, what I think ought to happen is that the police budget or other budgets should be expanded to deal with more particular and specialized type of enforcement that we might need to make the community safer and to make it a place where you actually want to live, and where you're not in fear of being shot if you're arrested, not in fear of the police officers coming into your home and stealing your items, destroying your property. I'm not saying that those things happen, but there's certainly an impression in the community that they do. COVID-19 has taught us, I think, one important thing, and that is that where there's a will, there's a wallet. And all that needs to happen is that the government needs to write a check. Where there's a public health priority, they did it. This is a priority. It's a social and public health priority as well. There ought to be an assessment as to the worth of many of the priorities that are given to the police, like, for instance, drug offenses. Why don't we spend more money on having specially trained people to deal with people who are in crisis, whether they're a mental health crisis or an addiction crisis? Why don't we spend more money doing these things? It's the demand for drugs which causes a problem. A lot of people, separate and apart from drugs, suffer from mental illness. And the police show up to those situations instead of other people who are much more specially trained, who know how to de-escalate situations. And many of the people who are mentally ill, overwhelming majority of them, are nonviolent. We don't need the police officers to deal with that, but we do need people specially trained out there on the streets dealing with those types of individuals who need our help and not our enforcement. So that's what I see the defunding the police movement as, is that if there's any benefit to it, it's really an assessment of the priorities of policing.
Karima, I'd like to
build on that, because I think that there's some common ground in my view with what Peter just said. And it goes to reallocation of funds and priorities. So the billions of dollars that we're currently putting into police, what if that was put into housing and education and after school programming and healthcare and a million other things that can address some of the social determinants of crime? Because that's the underlying problem, I suppose. If we're, when we talk about abolishing police, I don't think, you can't envision a society that is as violent as our current one just without law enforcement, because that's not going to work. That's going to be disastrous, most likely. And the reason it would be disastrous is because there's such inequality in our society right now that without the oversight of police, I think it's inevitable that people will, or some people will try to take what they don't have and sort of redistribute in that way. And that's perhaps not the way to go about things, right? So if we instead focus on strengthening our institutions, I had an interesting conversation with Anthony Morgan about the summer of the gun, and the fact that the people who were being charged in those various shootings would have been sort of coming of age around the time of Mike Harris and the very drastic cuts to all sorts of social services. So I think that there's a very clear correlation between, violent crime and how well we take care of our marginalized communities. And so by narrowing that gap, I think that's...
Ooh, Karima, you just muted yourself.
Oops. That's the world that we're envisioning without police, one that is like a radically different world than what we have right now. And perhaps that's utopic, but what's the alternative to continue down this current path? Because that is not leading us, I think, to at least the type of society that I want to see. And so where we have values of individualism rather than cooperation, and we focus on mutual aid instead of self-preservation, and we accept that the status quo as it is unfair and needs to change. Those are some of the bigger problems that have to be addressed. And again, defunding is a strategy towards that utopic vision. It is probably not the end game. And just to the point about the civilian workers and who's most likely to lose their jobs if we defund police. I think that, yeah, jobs will be lost. That's what the call is for. Hopefully other jobs, more productive jobs, are created instead. And the same is true for the prison industrial complex. Like, yes, it costs the state millions and billions of dollars, but it also provides jobs for all sorts of people, from the correctional officers to the custodians to the receptionists to there's a lot of jobs, parole, that are wrapped into the prison industrial complex, that make abolishing that a real challenge. But I think we have this juncture where there's this movement and an opportunity to re-envision, and I think that that's an opportunity worth seizing.
Yeah, absolutely. Ridish, anything to add to that? And in particular, I'd like to draw on your expertise. So for example, if we're thinking about defunding the police, what it looks like, where do you see police services being able to perhaps improve their services and work progressively on these issues with things like technology? You might have already covered some of this, but always interested to hear more about what you have to say.
Yeah, and I agree with my fellow panelists, and and Peter's Peter's point is, if there's a will, then there's a checkbook. I agree with that. I think that what we need to be doing is actually upfunding, not defunding, and then reallocating as necessary. So in Glasgow, they had this model. It was called the hub model. And the whole idea there was you got community groups together, community leaders together, different social agencies, and everybody, the whole idea there was you bring your files, it's in a safe, secure manner, and they would share information. And the whole idea there wasn't about enforcement. It was actually about early intervention and getting the right resource to the right person. And what we found was 80% of the cases came from law enforcement or public safety agencies, but only 20% of them were actually enforcement related. It was actually more, this person needs additional services. It was an economic issue and an employment issue, and they're able to get the help that they needed and become productive members of society. So how do we kind of repurpose these things and start having conversations on this topic? I've from the beginning I've said I think I got a lot of friends that are police officers. They're hardworking individuals. They really truly want to serve. So how do we allow them to serve? How do we get them the right resources so we start having more productive conversations? And my example is body-worn cameras and just reimagining technology in itself. And I got hundreds of these examples, but for time, I'm not going to go into all of them. I can talk about all elements of tech and smart cities and smart policing and artificial intelligence, machine learning, but I'm not going to talk about that. Instead, I'm going to talk more about from a principle standpoint. So body-worn cameras are being leveraged for, it's a big budget item, and it's being leveraged for accountability. At the end of the day, that's what it is. We can record an interaction between a police officer and a member of the community that's openness, it's transparent, that becomes evidence, all those things that kind of come with that. But my thing is that, okay, I get the accountability bit, but how do we shift this conversation to become more about productivity. And allow me to explain. With smart cities, with technology, a lot of these things, I call it the personal officer network. They got all these gadgets on them already. Is imagine that I get to a scene, and especially in a multicultural city, where there's multiple languages, and English might not be your first language, where because you have this type of technology already on you, it can do not only record the transaction that you're having with a member of the public, but also be able to do real-time language translation for you. What if the person speaks, like, I didn't know this, there's over 200 different types of sign languages. What if the person speaks Chinese simplified sign language? How many officers and members of, within, even within the GTA understand Chinese simplified sign language? I would think that there's probably very few people, especially if there might not even be anybody within a police service. So now all of a sudden it's able to pick up what the person's trying to say, do a translation into English, and you as an officer can now assist them. So it's this shift that technology allows us to essentially do between, moving the conversation from just truly accountability to productivity. Now that ROI shifts and we can have a different conversation. So, it's not about defund for me, it's about upfund, the reallocation of resources, reprioritizing, but also thinking, shifting the conversation from accountability to more productivity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Thank you, all of you. So I think we're running up to time. So what I'm going to do is we have a number of questions that have come in on the Q&A. So I'm going to pose some of those to the three of you. First of all, thank you to Howard, Yasmin, for your comments. So Howard's comment, I think the label is, and I'm assuming you're talking about the label of defund the police, is what has caused an adverse reaction by many. It's fine to say the label is a catch-all and is intended to bring focus on the issues. However, that label just causes people who support positive change, who want to improve things, to recoil. Yasmin says, also in Canada, we have had slavery for hundreds of years, and we have had slave patrols as well. She suggested Robin Maynard's book, Policing Black Lives, State Violence in Canada from Slavery to the Present. I actually have that book right on my counter over here, so I also recommend that book. Okay, Juliet's question that I'd like to pose to all of you. Could the panelists comment on the tendency to revert to arguing that the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous folks is a socioeconomic issue and not really a race issue, i.e. the tendency to revert to arguing that it's a poverty issue and not a race issue?
I think, and this is where the notion of intersectionality comes into play. I think that it's both. And it could be one, it could be the other, and sometimes it's a combination thereof. So I'm not sure how to parse that out. We can think about, the NBA player whose case really was seminal in Ontario for establishing that racial profiling was a thing. And the reason he was able to bring that case, he was pulled over while driving while Black, and he was able to resource that case and fund it and take it to the end. So clearly having money doesn't mean that you are immune, I would say, from police interactions. But I think not having money and being in a state of poverty certainly enhances that vulnerability a great deal. So that's what I was looking to convey. And in my own work at the Landlord Tenant Board, I see that there's a clear overlap on issues, and I'm not sure how to separate them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anything to add, Peter or Ritesh, on that one?
Well, I see a lot of crime, the definition of crime as the protection of property or crimes which are motivated by disenfranchisement or marginalization. So, I hate to keep harping on these things, but for instance, drug crimes are really economic crimes, and the type of enforcement that we have with respect to drug crimes are the types of enforcement that would gather up the people on the lowest end of that economic strata. And so there is a very close intersection, I think, between those two concepts.
Absolutely. I have a question directly for Ritesh. So Ritesh, in your experience, what are some of the biggest innovations for policing, and what sorts of investments or actions are you seeing from businesses and activist investment firms, if any?
So I follow definitely the tech side of this. But instead of looking, and again, I don't want to be too strategic. I want to be more tactical and actually answer that question. But for me, is no matter what I'm seeing in the on the investment side, what I'm also seeing is these investments are happening, and then they're kind of being clawed back because of whatever reason, because they were poorly implemented. We didn't think about the privacy implications. We didn't think about the legal implications. We didn't know, we didn't have a conversation on whether it was ethical right from the beginning. So I talked about smart policing. I talked about the hub model. I've talked about moving from accountability to productivity. But for whatever type of technology, whatever type of system that gets implemented, I talk about privacy by design, like right from the beginning, we should be having, it shouldn't be a group of technologists or even, members of a police service talking about what type of technology to implement. It needs to be a privacy advocate, a lawyer who knows what they're talking about, somebody who specializes in human rights, somebody that understands the ethical side of this. And that needs to be not an afterthought, but one of those preliminary thoughts on any type of investment, any type of tech. Otherwise, the investments that I'm seeing, and I can talk about all those investments, but what's happening is you're making the investment and then A, they're not being implemented, or B, being clawed back, or C, even worse, there's legal challenges that are happening all over the world saying, hey, wait a second, you can't do this. Did you talk about consent? Where's the data being stored? This is a violation of A, B, and C. So I think more importantly, the conversation needs to be around having the right people at that table, being open, being transparent, and having these very difficult discussions right from the beginning, not as an afterthought.
Absolutely. Two more questions from the audience, and then I have one last question for the three of you before we wrap up. I mean, I feel like we could have this conversation for another hour, but unfortunately our time is close. So Karima, you may have answered this already a bit, but question from the audience is, I take Mr. Thorning's point that women, for example, would be disproportionately impacted by the dismantling of police services. However, would this not be mitigated by Ms. Saad's suggestion that many of the tasks of police can be redirected to other fields, professions, etc.? So any thoughts to follow up on that piece?
I think that that's a partial solution. It probably is not so simple as, well, your job here is gone, but here's your new job, enjoy. So it's probably not as straightforward as that. But I mean, I go back to, if a particular job is not actually furthering safety, community safety, is it right for us to be funding that job? Maybe not. So, jobs lost is a very serious issue, especially in this economy. But I think it's equally important to be judicious about where we put our resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last question I have, and sorry, folks, I'm rushing through just because we are almost at time. So last question we have from the audience is, so this person can see the value in taking down our current policing institutions, but the alternatives that they have seen, other than reassigning tasks to other professions, is neighborhood safety initiatives and patrols. Do the panelists not think that the neighborhood patrols and safety initiatives will inevitably involve policing and evolve into the institutions we see today?
Maybe I'll just take a quick, just a couple of quick points on that. I think what we have been seeing is an increase in private security. We've been seeing an increase in neighborhood watch, neighborhood patrols. I don't quite understand the question to 100%, so this is kind of my interpretation of it. Yeah, inevitably, the police are, you have these community groups and organizations coming together, but inevitably at some point, the police do get involved, and I think that's a positive thing. I don't think that's a negative thing. The only caution I would have is the accountability factor, right? So if you have these private groups, how are they going to be held accountable for their actions. There's a lot of accountability, and again, I know that's up for debate, but quite frankly, there's a lot of accountability when it comes to police service. So you got the OIPRD, you got the SIU, you got internal mechanisms. Do you have those same things for these other groups? So just be, that would be kind of my comment and my question mark on that issue.
Yeah. I mean, well, one of the things that we didn't have a chance to get to, but I imagine this might have been talking about, for example, is things like mental health supports and like neighborhood service. So like, for example, mental health supports are a quoted reason for trying to defund the police. And I know Peter touched on that in his response earlier to our question about what defunding the police should look like. So, perhaps there's other services that we can think about that would help racialized communities when they're in distress, or getting that special training that so specially trained services that Peter was talking about in his answer as well. Is there anything that either of you, Karima or Peter, want to add for that before we do our wrap-up question?
I guess one thing is just that we should be cautious about shifting from police and then over-relying on mental health specialists. I obviously, I'm very in support of de-escalation techniques, but I think that sort of peer support is now the best practice and preferred standard versus a more carceral approach of forcible confinement or hospitalization for someone in crisis. Not knocking the idea, I think that more supports to mental health is actually quite a good thing, but we should just be careful about not replicating the same patterns.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, last question, sort of a rapid fire to each of you. Lawyers' roles. What role, now that, beyond obviously educating ourselves about the movement, what role can or should lawyers play in this movement and in this aspect of the movement in terms of its role in combating anti-Black racism?
In my view, lawyers ought to be able to spot the issues when they see them come across their desk. And spotting the issue is not easy. I'm not suggesting that it is, because oftentimes these issues are, they're sort of multi-layered and they're hidden. So you need to be able to spot the issue, and then you need to follow through. There has to be a relentless pursuit of justice. And that comes at a cost. It comes at a personal cost, but that is irrelevant. It is the tireless pursuit of justice for your client, which ought to be which ought to be the thing that lawyers do.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, and that's what we do in everything we do, right? That's what we can strive for. Karima?
I think one, in addition to sort of educating oneself, being open-minded and asking critical questions. So not accepting as sort of, or not taking for granted the status quo, which may or may not be good in whatever particular respect, but just, asking critical questions. I think that's, as lawyers, we are privileged to have people respect our opinions for some, whatever that happens. So if we can at least then speak to issues and be able to raise these critical problems, that's where we can be helpful.
And Ridish, I know you're not a lawyer, but you maybe give your view on how people generally in the community can, and particularly in the South Asian community, since that's the focus of our conference today, might want to be involved or get involved in this movement.
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer yet. I am in law school. But for me, it's, there's a lot of groups to get involved with. So every police service does have some sort of community group. So I know in Toronto, they're called CPLCs, which stands for the Community Police Liaison Committees. You also see different groups in other police services, diversity advisory committees. And I think there's a real need for community members and for all the lawyers on this call for your voice. Now, I know traditionally, sorry, Peter, there's a lot of criminal defense lawyers that get called on for these types of groups, but I think there's a great need for privacy lawyers, constitutional lawyers, people that specialize in human rights, intellectual property lawyers. There is a demand because of exactly what we talked about. That framework needs to be reimagined. It needs to talk about ethics and privacy and the legality of these things before we even do it. So I think there's a real opportunity here. And thank you so much for hosting this panel.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you, all three of you, for your incredible insight on this topic. I mean, I myself am coming away so much more informed having listened to the three of you. Thank you for all the work that each of you are doing in your practice and in your advocacy beyond. And thank you for your time and joining us for this panel. We really appreciate it. Thank you to all of you in the audience, wherever you're watching from, for being so engaged and asking so many questions. It's like the panelists said, we all have a role to play, whether it's with our clients or beyond. There's lots of organizations, like Ritesh said. You can get involved with lots of education that I think all of us, not just in the South Asian community, but any of us can very easily do. So keep up with this issue, keep up with this movement, and enjoy the rest of your day at the conference.
Thanks so much for inviting me and allowing me to share the Zoom call with you guys. It was just really an honor. Thanks.
Our pleasure, Peter. Thank you all three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Huge thank you to our speakers and also to you, Richa, for moderating. We really appreciate that as well. So we are going to break for lunch. We went a little late, but not a problem considering how interesting of an issue and how interesting of a discussion that we just had. We will start up again at 1 p.m. So we will leave this webinar here. You're welcome to stay, or you can rejoin us at 1 p.m. and we'll start with the rest of our programming. Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Thanks, Annie.
I can learn to understand.
Just a quick mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Sounds clear.
Thank you so much for joining us again, for those of you who have been with us the entire morning. And for those who are joining just now, thank you for joining us for part of the day. Just before we get into the next panel, we are going to play some greetings from someone else who wasn't able to make it today, the mayor, and then we'll head right into the next panel. Thanks.
Hi, Mayor John Tory here, and greetings to the members and supporters of the South Asian Bar Association, and congratulations on pulling off a virtual meeting, one of the many ways in which the world has changed for us all in 2020. I also want to thank you for your advocacy, your education, your work. From a standing start, the association has now grown to more than 750 members and has been a leader in bringing attention to the issues of race and justice, which continue to require our urgent attention. Whether the decision of the Toronto Police Services Board, of which I'm a member, to collect race-based data, a first in Canada, or the decision to do the same during the COVID-19 pandemic on health-related data, we are beginning to collect and to carefully utilize actual evidence to tell us what is actually happening to real people. And this will help us to better understand what actions we need to take. In the city government, I established as mayor the first in North America confronting anti-Black racism unit, which is in the midst itself of implementing an action plan developed by the community with annual accountability to community leaders. We're proceeding as a city with an ambitious program of police reform to guide them back to core policing and to find ways consistent with best practices to look after people in distress much better than we have done. The pandemic extracted a much harsher price from those who were already marginalized, some of the groups I made reference to earlier. At the same time, it showed us that we can make a difference on behalf of those who are underemployed or in worse situations. So that means, going forward, more targeted assistance to places where it is needed the most. And that is why we have embarked upon our Equity Action Plan to direct more testing and more supports of many different kinds to hardest hit areas of the city. In the midst of all this, we have made less progress on addressing inequities in the justice system, some of the things you're most concerned about. I am deeply concerned myself as mayor, and I have said so publicly on a number of occasions. I'm concerned about diminishing access to justice brought about by inadequate legal aid. We know who this is hitting the worst: those with low incomes, those who are marginalized, the same people we were talking about before. And so your advocacy is crucial to bringing more attention to these issues, because a failure to do so will not only have some people unable to get the help they need in dealing with life-altering encounters with the justice system, at the same time as other groups find themselves overrepresented as clients in that system, some of the same people, and underrepresented in the ranks of senior lawyers and judges. So a lot of issues, big issues to deal with, and as I've begun to do with anti-Black racism, I will be an ally in your activism on these issues, because I think that is consistent with my values, for sure. It is consistent with Toronto values, and is consistent with Canadian values. I wish you all a very happy holiday season, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, and let's have hope for 2021. In some respects, you'd say it can't be worse, but I know it can be better. I have great hope for this city and for its underlying values that are so important, and how we look after each other and advocate for each other. So please keep doing that. Thank you for the work you do.
Okay, and our next session is sponsored by Airden Burles, and it's on racism and allyship in the workplace. SABA board member Janani Shanmuganathan will be moderating. Janani? I think you might still be on mute.
I am.
Perfect.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So just speaking from personal experience, there have been times when in the workplace I've overheard jokes or comments that have made me feel uncomfortable, or walked into a courtroom and felt out of place. And that's really what this panel today is going to be talking about, is unpacking these situations and unpacking these feelings. So to that end, the first part of this panel, we're going to be talking to our panelists about what systemic racism and microaggressions look like in the workplace. It may be easy to spot the overt ones, but how do we see the subtle forms of these kinds of things? And the second part of the panel, I'll be talking to our panelists about what we do when we see these types of things happening in the workplace. How do we deal with it as employers, as colleagues, and as the people on the receiving end? And if we have time left over, we'll certainly answer some questions. So I want to now introduce our panelists. So Waleed Salaman is the Canadian chair of Norton Rose Fulbright and is on the board of Black North Initiative Against Anti-Black Racism, Ryerson University, the Toronto Sick Kids Hospital Foundation, and was appointed by the Ontario government to serve as chair of the Capital Markets Modernization Task Force. Atricia Lewis is a senior associate at McCarthy Tétrault in the litigation group. She is a bencher of the Law Society of Ontario and an outspoken champion for equity. Paul Sagwell is a deputy head of TD Bank Group's Sanctions Compliance and Anti-Bribery Anti-Corruption Program. He is a board member of the Ontario Justice Education Network, OGEN, and the 519 Community Centre, the past chair of the Law Society of Ontario Equity Advisory Group, and the board of directors for Start Proud. Thank you very much for our panelists for joining us today. So I want to start off by first defining the problem. How would you define the term microaggressions, and what does systemic racism look like in the workplace? What are some examples you've seen or heard about yourselves? Waleed, perhaps I'll turn to you first.
Thank you very much, Janani, and thank you very much to the members of SABA for having me. I'm very grateful. Let me say it's actually very simple for me. You know, after the George Floyd incident happened, I asked my colleagues, I asked our HR guys, I said, you know, I've got 600 lawyers across Canada. Do I have any Black partners? And I asked the question because it obviously wasn't evident to me, and it turned out I have, out of 600 lawyers, there's, you know, 300 partners, you know, just a little under 200 equity partners. I've got one Black partner, one. So does that mean that Norton Rose is a racist place? No, it's not. Does it mean that there is, you know, that the Norton Rose partners are racist? No, it does not. But Norton Rose has a visibly brown Muslim Canadian chair, but has only one Black partner. So of course there's a systemic issue. There's a systemic issue within the law schools, the profession, how we're probably hiring, and you know, over this past year, we as a firm, as I think many other organizations, have been taking a close look at what that actually means and what it is that we have to do to address that. And it's been humbling. It's been fascinating. You know, it's not something that I had certainly focused on myself, even though as a BIPOC myself. But it is something that is at the very top of our agenda now, and I'm very, very, very excited about how we're addressing it.
Tricia, how about you? I mean, you work at McCarthy's and you're outspoken on equity issues. What do you think about microaggressions in systemic workplace? What does that mean to you?
I think it means different things depending on the context. So I define my workplace as two different places. One is McCarthy's, and then the other is the Law Society. And so I think it looks very different depending on where I am. So, you know, at the Law Society, I think it's no surprise to people that there are benchers that have also been elected alongside with me who deny the existence of systemic racism or systemic discrimination. To me, that is in itself racist and a microaggression, and it makes being a bencher sometimes very hostile. At work at McCarthy's, it looks very different because I think there's lots of really good intentioned people, and it's the very subtle things. I've heard microaggression be described as a mosquito bite. You know, one mosquito bite doesn't bother you, but after a while, it becomes overwhelmingly annoying. And so, you know, some of those mosquito bites are, you know, when I was a articling student, for instance, in the hallways, people wouldn't ask me, or talk to other lawyers wouldn't talk to me and ask me who I am and what I'm doing, whereas they would perhaps with other articling students. It's, you know, when I go to court, it's the court clerks or even opposing counsel, if they haven't met me, assume that I'm not counsel. It's when I go to a court reporter's office and I check in, and then the court reporter asks me who's my counsel when I'm the counsel. So it's those little things that add up in lots of ways. Every interaction, I think, is not intending to be racist or ill-meaning, but it's a subtle slight that adds up over time.
Thank you for that. And I certainly share some of your experiences as well. Paul, how about you?
Yeah, I'll just add on to what Patricia said, that, you know, I think that the visual of mosquito bites is apt, right? Microaggressions are sort of the tiny cuts that over time bleed you out. And to me, it's a different way of thinking about it. It's those types of distractions rooted in conscious or unconscious biases that drain people of like the mental energy that they need to focus on, the things that they need to focus on, like work and obviously the substantive legal issues that we all have to wrestle with in our practices. And those microaggressions, basically, your attention, like Patricia just gave the example, you're in court and you're there to argue a case, and instead your brain is just now focused on this slight. And that slight is rooted in, and that's where the relationship is. The relationship is in systemic issues with the legal profession and broader society. And racism has this sort of really heavy thud to it. And Waleed sort of tried to distinguish, like, you know, racism isn't just sort of the conscious, intentional, like, I hate you because you're black, I hate you because you're brown. It's the, over time, over the centuries, really, the cultural inheritance that we have of valuing certain skin color, certain ethnicities, certain quote unquote races as less than others. And that's where the microaggressions come in, is that's embedded in our culture. And then we act on it by perpetuating microaggressions in our own way. And to me, that then leads to the slow bleed for the individual. So if I can sort of pick up on Patricia's analogy, if microaggressions are like the mosquito bites, systemic racism is the stagnant pond that allows those mosquitoes to grow.
Yeah, I think that's a great visual. And just picking up on what Paul said about how we then, you know, we start to repeat some of these microaggressions. And as we all know, this is a conference that's being hosted by the South Asian Bar Association. So many of our attendees are South Asian, and all three of you are people of color. But we know that people of color, they can be racist and engage in microaggressions as well. And we don't get a free pass just because I can't make a racist joke because I can say, well, I'm brown, so I'm not racist. Do you have any advice for us? Like, what can we do to self-reflect and identify microaggressions that we engage in despite being people of color? Waleed?
Just don't be an idiot. I mean, it's like, it's pretty straightforward. And you know, Janani, I'm glad you're bringing this up, because we of course come with our own baggage. We come with all sorts of baggage, and I'm always pretty proud of sort of the generation of BIPOCs that are sort of born here and have a certain sort of experience here that, you know, makes it so that it's called the South Asian Bar Association. You got friends from across all sorts of different religions and regions and parts of the world, and you know, we just look to each other's, you know, talent as a lawyer or loyalty as a friend, or how loudly you cheer for the Toronto Maple Leafs as the only sort of judge of whether I'm a friend or not. But we got to be equally careful. And look at, I just gave a very personal example. You know, I'm Muslim. My wife wears a headscarf. I pray in my office. I've never hid who I am. I'm blessed with taking on a very senior role at my firm, and I've got one Black partner, and so that's a problem, and I'm embarrassed of it, and it's something I have to play a leadership role in fixing. And by the way, it's not lost on me that not speaking out on it and being a person of color actually makes the situation worse, because it could send a message that maybe it's okay. And I'm very conscious of that. And but we have to be careful ourselves. And Janani, I'm really glad that you actually bring something like that up.
Patricia?
I agree. I think it's a really important discussion point. I think perhaps I'm uniquely placed to talk a bit about it because I'm biracial. My dad's side is Indian, of Indian descent. My mom's side is Black. And I will say, you know, from just personal examples, it's not workplace, but you know, when I was younger and I would spend time with my dad's relatives, they would say things like, "Don't be out in the sun. You're gonna get too dark. You're not gonna look good when you're too dark." And it was definitely something that I think my mother and my mother's side of the family were a bit like jarred to. And so I definitely don't think, you know, any BIPOC person gets a free ride. You know, I know I have within the Black community, even, you know, a lot of Black lawyers will use the N-word. And I think that that's not appropriate, even if you're Black. I know that it's a personal decision, but I think, you know, lots of people don't like hearing it, period. So I think it's important to be respectful of the context, no matter what. And I think, Waleed, to your point about staying silent is also not helpful. I think, believe it or not, as racialized members in wherever practice milieu you are, people are going to look to you as sort of a leader on issues of race and racism. And if you're not taking a vocal stance against racism, then it does, I think, and give other people the ability to feel like there isn't an issue. So I think, you know, unfortunately, your voice is looked to more so on these issues. So it's important to be an ally.
Thank you for that. Paul?
So I'll answer the question first with a bit of a personal anecdote, and then I'll pick up on what my colleagues have said. So my first boyfriend was actually Indian, and he and his family had made a point always whenever I was hanging out with them to always distinguish where their family came from in India and circles that they sort of socialized in versus other kinds of Indians. And sort of that, I think, is the root of the question, is that, you know, we think that because we're racialized, or some people think that because, you know, people have this experience of racialization, that we then sort of are going to be good to other people. And sometimes we are the worst. And in my own culture, in the Filipino culture, it's an island culture, and we've got multiple tribes and ethnicities, and there is still that hierarchy, you know. And so what I would say, a couple of self-check questions is important. I like how Waleed started off the conversation with saying, like, look, I started in my own position of authority and looked around my circle. And I think so for those folks who are in the audience, if you're in a position of hiring or management in your firm, if you're in a position where you're, you know, managing a team or onboarding people, look at the last 5 or 10 hires that you've had. Look at the last 5 or 10 interviews that you've had. Look at the last 5 or 10 coffee chats that you've had. Who have they been with? Have they been with people like you? Have they been people who have been through your networks and the people that you always socialize with? Or have they been people from different backgrounds and communities? I mean, look at your own personal circle, like, and, you know, who do you invite out for lunch when you go when we were back in the days when we could go for lunch together, who would you invite out for lunch? Even during this pandemic, like some of us make more of an effort to reach out to certain people than others. And why is that? And who is that? Right? And so those type of self-check questions are always important. And also, and this happens to me all the time, like, and I'm definitely not standing here on a pedestal. I have people in my life who check me. So they'll say something like, or they'll hear me talk on a panel, or they'll see me in a conversation, and then they'll say, hey, that's not really consistent with what I've heard you talk about in other things. And why is it that you think you can get away with that? So having people who are in your circle that are actually willing to, I don't say have power, but speak truth to you is actually really important. So to me, I think those are just some of the key ways that folks of whatever background can actually acknowledge that we're all on a journey. And some of us may be a little bit more woke because we can use the terminology, but it doesn't mean that we don't every day have to make an effort to do this. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So this leads us to sort of the second part of this panel. We've identified what the problem is, and we know this is a very real problem that exists. But what do we do about it? Do you have any suggestions for employers in terms of what employers can do to address the issue of systemic racism in the legal profession and to address microaggressions in the legal profession? Waleed, I'll ask you first, because you are a member of the Black North Initiative, which is an organization that's committed to the removal of anti-Black systemic barriers affecting the lives of Black Canadians. So do you have any suggestions on what law firms can do? I know Paul has talked about some of these things.
Well, you got to sit down and actually think about it, right? And you've got to reflect on what it is that you can do. And this isn't some like esoteric academic exercise. It's practical, right? So you sort of got to sit down. You got to say, okay, we want to have gender parity within our partnership. We want to have a partnership that's more reflective of our clients and the community. Now let's break it down and figure out how we can do that. So let's start with people going to law school. Let's actually start there. And I could tell you, I was involved along with a group of folks in an initiative with Queen's University, which is, great law school, but for a whole bunch of reasons that, smart people could sort of have really good arguments about, they didn't have that many Black people graduating from there. And I first realized that I was invited by the Muslim Law Students Association at Queen's to go speak, and there was a very small group of brown folks, and there was in that meeting there wasn't anybody who was Black, and so we worked with faculty and came up with an initiative to come up with a couple of $100,000 for scholarships specifically targeted at young Black people looking to go to Queen's University. And one of the really fascinating discussions that we had, I remember at the very beginning, was should this $200,000 be like be put into a trust, and we give out sort of one scholarship a year. And I said, forget that. Let's use the whole $200,000 and get like 10 kids in this year into the class. Let's get the thing, let's like push it forward. And, those 10 folks are going to go and they're going to graduate, and hopefully, within a few years, you have $2 million that you have set aside for those folks. And then you got to look at the intake. It's not, when we look at gender diversity, I'm not, breaking any confidences by saying that when you look at the pool of folks that are applying to the law firms, there are more women than men that have great marks, and there are more women than men that are top tier candidates, and we are achieving parity, if not more women than men, in almost every single one of our articling classes. But even until now, it's not making its way into the partnership. Why is that? What is it that we can do differently? And when we get into the partnership, what is it that we could do to help mentor folks, to help push folks along? So you got to look at the whole thing, and you have to decide that you're going to have some really active engagement. At our firm, we have an individual whose full-time job is diversity and inclusion. It's not something at the corner of their desk. It's not some partner who's got a practice and numbers. It's not somebody who's a lawyer who hasn't succeeded that we're putting out in the, no, it's a really talented young woman whose sole job it is to focus on diversity and inclusion. Here's a crazy little tip to all the other firms out there. She's in demand for speaking with all of our clients. And I just finished a talk that she led with the legal group of one of the top companies in this country. And I joked at the start of it. I said, if she was billing, she'd be one of our top billing lawyers. It's remarkable. It's a good thing. It's good for business, and it's the right thing.
Tricia and Paul, how about the two of you? What do you suggest that employers do in order to address some of these issues? Tricia, I'll start with you. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, didn't mean to be a COVID cliche. I think it starts with looking at your composite. So I won't name this firm. It's not Norton Rose and it's not McCarthy's, thankfully. But they just released their 2021 partnership admission composite. And I looked at it and I didn't see any racialized people. Maybe there are some that aren't obvious from the composite, but I think that reflects a problem. And I think you need to start looking at your partnership admission classes. And if they aren't diverse, if there isn't gender parity, if there isn't sufficient representation from different BIPOC groups, then I think you need to take a closer look at what you're doing and start making sure that those composite changes. I think, one thing that's happening with the BNI initiative, which, I think is great, is actually having specific targets. I think until we commit to certain numbers, we're not going to see changes. And so I think that was a great outcome that came out of the BNI initiative. And then I think, one thing that employers need to focus on is unconscious bias. So there's this study that I found to be particularly compelling. So I talk about it a lot, but it's the Thomas Meyer study. And basically the study was they gave big law firm partners in New York a memo written by an individual named Thomas Meyer. And half the partners received a memo by Thomas Meyer. And then the front page said, Thomas Meyer, alma mater, NYU, third year associate, race, Caucasian. And then the other half got the exact same memo, Thomas Meyer, alma mater, NYU, third year associate, race, African American. It was an American study. And the ratings, the average rating for a Black Thomas Meyer were materially lower. So on average, he got 3.2 out of 5, whereas white Thomas Meyer got 4.1 out of 5. And it was the exact same memo. And this is being evaluated by partners at law firms. So not evil people, not ill-intended people, I would think, but just genuinely people that we work with who have this view that they don't even realize that they're having, and have a reaction to a memo that they're receiving just based on race. And so I think we need to be thinking about studies like that. And I think we need to build systems that address that kind of bias. So we need to be thinking about our review process. Do we have sufficient safeguards in place for when we're talking about associates and articling students to address these kinds of biases? Do we have, systems in place to make sure that our BIPOC juniors that we are hiring, that they're not falling through the cracks, that they're getting the support and help that they need? And that's how I think you change the eventual composites. And I think it's no longer acceptable to have an all-white class as a partnership admission class. And I think it's incumbent on us as a community to shame that. I think firms respond to shaming. They don't want to be scandalized. So I think, you know, if you see things like that, call it out.
That's great. Paul, you talked about a bit some more about looking at who you're hiring, who ends up getting hired, who's getting the interviews. What other suggestions do you have for employers when trying to address these issues?
Like first, look, I recognize that I'm in a bit of a unique situation being on this panel, and that I don't work in necessarily the same environments as everyone. I work for a great organization, but a large organization, and that its main business isn't law. Its business is providing services to people, right? So in that, so I'll take my comments from that context, but try to apply it for lawyers running their practices. And a couple of those things come to mind is, you know, if you're a service-focused industry, and in the case of law, that's what you're selling is knowledge services, then you need to look at who your clients are and what their demands are and who is in the best position to meet those demands. And that's something that sort of has been talked about in many studies and panels like this, but I don't know that that's really sunk in as much to some firms, that the in-house bar, and also not just the in-house bar, because the in-house lawyers aren't the only purchasers of legal services. There are executives, there are other functionaries that purchase legal services. The face of them is more reflective of Canadian society than the providers of those legal services. And that's an issue. And if law firms don't recognize that from the start, they're already losing ground, because that's how our organization has sort of understood it, is that we are in the business of enriching the lives of the communities in which we live and work. And we can't do that if the people who are supposed to be doing that enriching aren't reflective of those communities, right? So some other, you know, practical things, and I want to take maybe a bit of a slightly heretical approach to some of this conversation, right? We have in our organization times of the year where we focus, you know, very much on inclusion and diversity. Like we have obviously throughout the year, the calendar year, we have different I&D activities, but for some business units, certain months or certain weeks are designated as in quote unquote inclusion and diversity month, inclusion and diversity week. And what invariably happens is there's a small committee that plans all the events, and you've got a bunch of people that start, you know, speaking on panels or organizing those activities, but it's that core group, much like probably what happens here at SABA, much like what happens probably at firms, right? As Waleed pointed out, sometimes there's even just one person that's in charge of all the I&D activity. And let me problematize that by saying, if that's the thing that people understand, is that there's this group of people or one individual that's quote unquote responsible for it, and the rest of us are just sitting back and receiving it, then that doesn't change the culture. And so what we're trying to do in this sort of next round of the I&D calendar that we have is saying, no, every people manager in the organization is responsible for leading the conversation, whether or not you identify with any of the pillars of diversity that we celebrate. If whether or not you're a member of the queer community, you are going to lead a discussion about gender expression and gender identity. And you're going to have tools and you're going to have training, but you as a people manager have to be held accountable for this, because you are setting the culture of the organization. And that's what I would suggest to the firms, is that it's not just the committee and the diverse lawyers in that firm that should be leading these conversations. And then let me pick up on what Tricia said. Ultimately, firms are in a business. I'm in an organization that is in a profit-making business. Metrics matter. Compensation matters. And so if organizations don't measure the things that matter and tie compensation to what matters, then all of this is just talk. So we have targets, we make them public, and we hold leaders to account. I, as a leader in my organization, I'm held to account, not just in terms of performance in the substantive work that I do, but also the nature of the culture that I'm developing with my team. What are my people saying year on year about how they feel included? What are my people saying about the opportunities that are being given to them for promotion? Who am I putting forward? Am I putting forward a diverse class myself into the next round? That's the reflection on me as a leader, and that's how I am measured as a performer. And so if the firms who are part of this conversation are not asking the same, it's not just, did you file a good factum? Did you bill a lot of hours? Did you do this? But also, did you mentor? Did you speak at a panel? Did you take time out of your professional life to build up someone or build up a community, and that's not measured and that's not compensated for? Then all of this, like, we're just talking amongst ourselves.
So now moving away from employers and firms, I want to talk about some practical tips for us as people, as colleagues, as people with coworkers. What are some suggestions you have for colleagues to do when they bear witness to a microaggression in the workplace? Waleed?
So I'm going to express a view on this that maybe is a little bit different, but it's a firmly held belief for me. I think we need to be careful about interpreting everything that happens as a microaggression and putting people in a position where they're feeling so conscious of every word that's coming out of their mouths that becomes a level of discomfort. So I'll give you an example. When I meet with people from young folks coming in from the Muslim community, and as some of you might know, there's prayers on Friday, and it is in the middle of the day. And I'm very transparent with folks. I say to folks, look, in the very early years, I couldn't go every Friday. It's not always easy to be able to leave in the middle of a meeting or a deal or something like that. As I've gotten more senior, obviously, there's been a lot more as we all get more senior, there's more control over our lives, and you're able to do those things. I think that in most of these organizations, they're truly filled with well-meaning people, and well-meaning people who are trying their best. And I think we need to be we need to be careful in how we express these things. We need to be mindful that we're also dealing with human beings that have their own journeys that they're going down. And I think my biggest piece of advice would be find someone more senior. If you feel that something has happened, talk to someone more senior who, has had similar experiences to you, and figure out a way of engagement that can sometimes, be a learning experience. In my, 18 years of practice, I've only, I've been called a Taliban lawyer by a guy on the other side. I've had numerous. I remember I was an articling student during 9/11, and remember walking into a cocktail and everybody stopped talking. And I remember a really great senior partner turning around and saying, "Do you guys think Waleed is a family friend of Osama bin Laden or something?" But of course, there's a whole bunch of things like that. I caution sort of the immediate feeling and need of, like, I perceive a microaggression, I must attack you and maybe humiliate you, maybe embarrass you in the moment. I think there's something to taking pause, going and speaking with somebody and dealing with it, especially when you're in your more junior years. As you get more senior, I think there's easier ways of dealing with these things. I think you are in a position where you can sometimes deal with these things on the spot, and you learn and develop the judgment of sometimes when you're dealing with someone where you've got to have sort of a discussion with them afterwards, or get somebody else to have a discussion with them. But my advice is, be careful about your engagement and be careful about interpreting everything as a microaggression. By the way, people who go through that, I find it becomes debilitating for them as well. So you got to be careful for yourself. I recognize that not everybody agrees with that type of advice, and invite my panelists to maybe have a different view, but it's how I've conducted myself, and it's worked well.
Patricia?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I agree with you, to be honest. I think more often than not, especially when you're talking about junior people, they're probably not going to call out someone more senior for the microaggression because of just the power dynamic. So I really don't think there's a problem with calling it out too much. I think it's more so the opposite. And I'm not saying that you have to call out people in a rude way or a disrespectful way, especially when we're talking about your colleagues, who I think for the most part, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're well-intentioned. But I do think everyone can benefit from being told when they're out of line. And it can be something as, someone says something to you at a cocktail party, maybe, you swing by their office the next day and say, when you said this, it kind of made me feel this way, and just wanted to let you know so that you're mindful of it going forward. But it depends on what the specific microaggression is. Like, sometimes I think you need to call it out there. Like when I'm in court and someone's not treating me like a lawyer, I'm like, the only response is I'm actually counsel and I need to enter into chambers so I can go to my pretrial, or, you have to sort of assert yourself. Like there's no kind of way around that. And so I think microaggressions are a really tricky thing to deal with, because by its very nature, they seem so slight, but over time, it does add up.
Paul, how about you? What advice would you give?
Okay, so let's call this what it is, right? Like this is a tough issue for everyone in this conversation, everyone who's ever been in this situation, because what you are weighing is your future as a lawyer, as an employee, as a partner, whatever environment that you exist in, you weigh that versus what is, for me, an issue of moral principle, right? And how many of us have been in situations where you are really challenged in terms of your closely held beliefs and how far are you willing to take that cognitive dissonance? How many of those mosquito bites are you gonna take before you smack the mosquito, right? And sometimes smacking the mosquito waves it away, only for it to come back. And sometimes smacking the mosquito kills the mosquito and you don't have to deal with it again. So there is literally no single answer for when you do this, when you speak out. Everybody comes to a different boiling point in their career, but everyone also accumulates a certain level of social, economic, and political capital to be able to have the confidence to do this. And let's be candid and honest with the young lawyers, the law students in this conversation. Most of them are not in that position. Most of them are in either precarious employment or don't even have prospects for employment. And all they're trying to do is survive. I saw a comment in the panel saying COVID's going to even change this dynamic in the profession, that people aren't even going to be focused on inclusion and diversity because people just want to survive economically. And so this is the truth of the matter, is that if we don't speak out, things don't change. Who speaks out and when they speak out matters. So just as I don't agree necessarily that we put all our eggs in one basket and put it on one committee or one person to handle all inclusion and diversity, it also means that we don't lay it all on the receivers of microaggression to be the ones to speak out. That's where allyship matters. That's where people who are in a position of authority, people who are in a position of privilege, do need to take that effort. So when I get somebody who comes to me and says, hey, this happened to me, what can I do? What should I say? What do I do? I take that seriously. And sometimes I'm the one that says, no, let me deal with it. Let me be the one to talk to so-and-so and deal with that, right? So what I'll say to folks from a practical perspective, because I'm all about, when I talk on these panels, I don't like giving sort of generalities. People want some practical advice. So and I can't give practical advice without sort of the circumstances. But what I'll say is, generally, if you have access to a formal procedure, use it. That's what it exists for. If you don't use it, then people assume that the formal process isn't of value, right? So use the formal process. How you use the formal process is important. And so seek counsel from people that you trust within your organization, but also outside your organization. I take Walid's point that like not everything is a hill you want to die on, but you do have to draw your lines. And that line is going to be different for every person, but that line has to exist. Because if you don't draw a line, then people will walk all over you and your principles. And so what I say is, you may not have the same line as any of our panelists here, but when the moment comes, you will know what your line is. And at that moment, if you shirk from it, that will decide for you how much more of that you will take and how much more of other situations you will observe and just be a bystander. I took it very early on in my career to not be a bystander, and I happen to be where I am very gratefully and very thankfully. And I can't say the same, it would have turned out the same for other people. But when I saw a self-represented individual who I was an opposing counsel with being subjected to a racist diatribe by a sitting member of the judiciary, I could have said, no, he's an opposing party. I don't have any obligations to him. But I took it upon myself to file a complaint. And I was a first-year lawyer. And I know not every first-year lawyer can do that or would do that. But I'm telling you that all of the folks on this call have to figure out where their line is and draw it. And sometimes you have to redraw it, but you have to draw it first. That's my advice.
And one other thing, just to chime in there, there's this service that the Law Society provides, and I really hope it's on everyone's radar. It's called the Discrimination and Harassment Council. And if you just type in Google Discrimination and Harassment Council, you can find information and how to contact them. But basically, it's a free service to members of the public, to lawyers, to anybody. And there's 3 pretty senior, very savvy counsel who answer the call, and you'll get a call, you'll reach out to one of them. And it's a great service because you can bounce. You can say, this thing happened to me, and this is what I'm thinking. What do you think? And it's a good service, especially if you want to go somewhere outside of your firm to get some thoughtful advice. So I highly recommend it for everybody.
I want to now talk about, what do we do when we're ourselves the subject of a racist remark or a microaggression? And it's unfortunately something that I feel like I felt throughout my career. And whenever I'm on the receiving end, my instinct is just to freeze because I find it so shocking and I'm not expecting it. And Paul, when you talked about the thing about how you get that, something happened and it's a microaggression, someone makes a comment about you, doesn't think you're the lawyer or something, and it's so upsetting. It's happened to me right before I walk into court, and I go into court and that's all I'm thinking about, and it's distracting. What suggestions do you have for people when they're on the receiving end? How do you bounce back? What do you do? Walid?
Look, I remember distinctly when I was called a Taliban lawyer during a negotiation, and it was because I was winning and because I was very tough, and the guy on the other side was just an idiot who was very frustrated. Again, I don't want to. Yeah, I think Paul was right. Everybody's got their own line, and everybody has their own experience, and everybody has their own way of dealing with it. I just looked at the guy with pity. Like, I just looked at him like he was an idiot. And I honestly, it didn't bother me. It didn't even I just looked at, like, it was like somebody just said the word blue. It was just like an idiot. Like what do I do with a person who's an idiot? I can't punch him in the face. And I've got a job to do, and I just continued cleaning the floor with them on the other side and finished my job. And my client was apologetic and all this stuff afterwards, and and the lawyer for the client on the other side was apologetic, but I didn't let it bother me. you know, in another incident where, you know, the story would sort of be a little bit long, but I, you know, certainly felt that within my own organization, this is prior to me even becoming a partner, I felt that there was some insensitivity. I just collected myself and I just explained it. And I think the guys who I explained it to were pretty shocked. They absolutely did not think that what had happened in that circumstance was offensive to me. And I'll tell you, in none of those cases was I looking for someone to be fired or hung or you know, had their life destroyed or anything like that. I just plowed forward. I recognize though that different people are impacted by these things in different ways, and if it impacts you to a point where you need to take pause, you take pause. If it impacts you to a point where, you know, you need to you know, get yourself together, you do that. If you need to bring somebody else on, you do that. But for me, I have tried not to allow anybody else to ever define who I am or what kind of a lawyer I'm going to be, and I just pity them and move on. That's been my approach.
Patricia?
Well, that certainly hasn't been my approach. Janani, I think it's good that you freeze, because I think that might be a better reaction than mine, which is I've often just cried, just bawled my eyes out when slights happen, either in that moment, unfortunately, or sometimes later. But my strategy, I think my advice for people is to tattle, frankly. If it's a judge who's giving you this offensive slight, talk to a senior partner at your firm or a senior member of the bar that you trust and get them to talk to the judge. That's an effective strategy. If it's someone at your firm that's doing something, talk to another partner at the firm to talk to them. I find that tattling, and when I say tattling, I mean telling a senior trusted person who can have a conversation with the offending person is probably the best strategy, at least in my experience, because you're doing something, you're not fighting that battle, because sometimes it can be too hard to take the slight and then have to fight back. And I think it's important to call on allies and support. And I don't think you have to just grin it and bear it. I don't think that that's okay anymore, frankly, not in 2020. And if you need help and there's no one that you know at your firm or your place of work that you can trust, then call me, frankly, because I'm happy to help talk you through it and figure out what to do.
Paul, how about you?
So my pronouns are he and him. So in some ways, I kind of understand some of the, I guess, the instinct, or the maybe not instinct, but sort of the inherited cultural baggage that males face when dealing with these issues, which is to steel yourself against it, you know. And I agree with Patricia, like, it's not necessarily true that that's all that you should be doing. So again, let me try to focus on the practical, and depending on, you know, your background, your gender identity, and your lived experience, some of these things, like Walida acknowledged, it hits you differently, right? So let me focus on the practical. First, you have to deal with the instant emotional impact on you. And it could be instant enough to also compound long-term challenges that you might have, emotional and mental health, and psychological health. So to me, that's fundamentally key, is knowing yourself and knowing how these things impact you will then help you calibrate your response. So if you know that you are very emotionally impacted, then you need to develop tactics and strategies to extricate yourself from situations so that you can get yourself back to what kind of emotional state you need to be in to continue, and also develop tactics and strategies to have the outlet for the emotion at the appropriate time. So, agree, Patricia's right. Sometimes you just need to take a beat, take a pause, excuse yourself, and ball it out wherever you need to ball it out. And sometimes you have to push through because you're in the middle of a submission and you've only given X number of minutes on the clock. So understanding the context in which you're existing matters, but having those tactics and strategies for in the moment, but also longer term is really important. Do the things that, you know, in sort of our classic Western society, we've now started to recognize as good mental health practices, right? Do meditation, do yoga. I like to do my martial arts, you know, back when we could touch each other and be in physical contact, and having permission to choke someone out really made a whole difference to my mental health. So maybe that's something that people can adopt. You can do something just as simple as running or walking, right? And I say that because I know it sounds trite, but a lot of the stuff can be diffused by having good mental health practices. Secondly, there is the other stuff which we did talk about, which is you got to pick the issue and the incident and figure out what to do with it from like the substantive aspect of, is it a microaggression? Is it to the level of discrimination? Is it to the level that it breaches a policy or even a law that your organization is subject to? And being able to focus on that analysis without the emotional aspect of it will then give you more confidence in how to address it. So first, put on your oxygen mask, and then figure out how to tackle the problem, you know, in the way that lawyers are taught to tackle the problem. Define the issue, define the problem, and figure out what applies to it, what policy, legislation, practice applies to it, and then meet it head on. And as we've emphasized throughout, call on trusted people, because you should not be doing this on your own. And there are any number of supports that are available to you, both the formal ones that Tricia has averted to, but also the informal ones like a network like SABA.
All right, I think this panel is done at 2 o'clock, if I am correct, unless I am mistaken. Can someone confirm, Annie?
Yes, 2 o'clock.
Okay.
We have a couple of minutes if you had a last question.
Yeah, so just because we have a couple of minutes left, I think what I'd like to do is just ask each of the panelists, you know, give us your top tip. How do we be a better ally in the workplace? Just give us like one parting remark on how each and every single one of us can incorporate into our daily lives.
I'll go first. Look, be an active ally. Reflect carefully on the teams that you put together on your own transactions. Reflect carefully on your firm's hiring practices. Be active. Be an example. I try very hard to be very open and honest and frank about who I am. We moved recently to an office with glass. All glass, so it's a big fishbowl. And you know what? I do my prayers in the middle of the day, so I just prayed, and it was, you know, a little bit embarrassing probably the first time. I'm sure some people looked, but it's encouraged other people to, in their own traditions and in their own ways, to do things and not feel embarrassed about it. So be an example. And the last point I make, and again, I recognize it's different experiences for different people. Don't let anybody knock you off your game, or try your best at least not to let anybody knock you off your game. And I like some of Paul's ideas and Tricia's ideas on how to deal with it. You'll have your own way of dealing with it. But that day when that guy called me the Taliban lawyer, if I would have shown some weakness, I think that he would have achieved his objective. And by God, I was going to absolutely make sure that bastard didn't achieve the objective that he had that day. So that's my own way of dealing with it. And I'm really grateful for this opportunity with two esteemed colleagues, and look forward to doing any more of these things in the future. Thank you, Janani.
Thank you. Tricia?
So my advice actually is to vote in venture elections. I think that There's an assault on equity happening at lots of different places, and oftentimes it's the places that we pay the least attention to, which might have a serious impact on our daily lives in ways that we didn't anticipate. And I think what's going on at the Law Society is really important to members of this organization, and there's some really troubling things that are happening. So we'll get a chance in 3 years to vote, and I hope that everyone here does.
And Paul?
Yeah, so 2 quick points. You know, everyone has heard of the golden rule, and and then there's a variant on it, which is the platinum rule, right? So rather than thinking about how you would want to be treated as an ally, you should be thinking about how the other person wants to be treated. And that doesn't mean being paternalistic. You need to know how they want to be treated, and sometimes that means having a conversation. I'm sorry, that does mean having a conversation with someone to understand how they would want to be treated. So that's what good allyship is, sort of at the micro level. But this panel, this conference is about actionable allyship. So to me, that my advice to allies, you got to take action, right? You can't just, allyship is not an identity that you claim, right? Allyship is a thing that you do. And like Aristotle says, right? Excellence is a habit, right? Allyship is a habit. So that's my advice.
Thank you very much to all 3 panelists. I've certainly learned a lot. These are things that I think about a lot and really wanted some practical advice, and I think all 3 of you gave it. So thank you very much to everyone, and I hope everyone enjoys the next panel.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Tricia, Waleed, Paul, and of course, Jen and me for moderating that. We'll move right along into our next panel now. Our next panel is kindly sponsored by Waleed's own firm, Norton Rose Fulbright, and it's on alternative advocacy, advocating outside of the courtroom. This one is going to be moderated by SABA's treasurer, Devin Prasad. Devin?
Hey, Annie. I think you need to enable my video.
Try again, Devin. I think that it should be working now. Let me just confirm that everyone else is on as well. I just sent out some requests, so hopefully everyone can turn their video on now.
Yes, now I have.
Okay. Thanks, sorry about that. I thought I had clicked the button. I clicked it a couple of times, so.
No worries. Well, thank you, Annie, and thanks everyone on our last panel, and definitely to Norton Rose, our sponsor for this panel, for making this all possible. My name is Devin Prasad. I am the treasurer of SABA Toronto, and I'm also the VP of membership for the national chapter, SABA North America. I practice competition, antitrust, marketing, and national security law at BLG. And you may be wondering what qualifies me to be part of this panel, but I have been heavily involved throughout the years in pro bono activities within my hometown of Malvern, including with the Malvern Family Resource Center. This panel, Alternative Advocacy, Advocating Outside of the Courtroom, will discuss several important points that discuss afflicted communities such as Malvern and shine a light on issues that have been heightened by the pandemic and ways we can address them, including the ways advocating outside the courtroom, such as with community organization, protests, and other forms of advocacy, can enable South Asians to be better allies for the BIPOC community. How we can make these forms of advocacy effective, what we should keep in mind as lawyers when we are engaging in such advocacy, and what our priorities should be and what reforms are necessary now. We are lucky to have with us a distinguished group of panelists, and I'm humbled and excited to engage in this conversation with pillars of our community and the legal aid community. We have with us Shalini Konanur, a lawyer and the executive director of the South Asian Legal Clinic of Ontario, or SALCO, a not-for-profit organization that provides direct legal services to low-income South Asians across Ontario. Shalini provides direct legal services in a number of areas, including poverty law, and she appears routinely in the clinic's test cases at all levels of court, including the Supreme Court of Canada. Salko and Shalini are a leading voice on the issues that impact South Asians across Canada, including poverty, systemic racism, Islamophobia, religious discrimination, gender-based violence, and the list goes on and on. We also have with us Deepa Mathu, the Director of Legal Services at the Barbara Scheifler Commemorative Clinic. Before joining the Scheifler Clinic, she was the Project Coordinator, Staff Lawyer, and Executive Director of Salko. And since 2016, she has been an adjunct professor at the University of Toronto and also an adjunct professor at Osgoode Hall Law School for her role as the co-director of the Feminist Advocacy Program. She has trained thousands of service providers for best practices in legal education to work with forced marriage survivors, racialized non-status women, and immigration law clients in the context of gender-based violence across Canada. Finally, we have Nabila Qureshi, a staff lawyer at the Income Security Advocacy Center, a legal aid clinic in Toronto. She advocates on low-wage workers' rights, human rights, and charter issues through a mixture of test case litigation, policy work, and public legal education. She has argued in front of all levels of courts, including the SCC. So thank you all for sharing your time with us today. And we have a list of topics and about an hour to go through them all. So hopefully we can get to as many as we can and have a robust and fluid conversation. For those with questions, please use the Q&A function. And if we have time remaining at the end, we'll try to address as many of them as we can. So let's get the ball rolling by asking these community leaders, what is a solidarity campaign that you're involved with right now and ones that you're especially excited about? We can start with Shalini.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us, SABA and Norton Rose, for sponsoring this panel. Thanks for the question, Devin. So I think I would start out by just prefacing this by saying that I think all three of us are going to talk to you about different ways in which you can use your legal degree to do advocacy in what we probably all think are non-traditional spaces, places that we weren't taught in law school on how to do that advocacy. So I'm hoping that you will take away from this some of that outside of the box thinking on how to take the law degree and the privilege that we all have and put it into action in different ways outside of the courtroom. In terms of campaigns, I wanted to start by talking about a campaign that Salko has been involved in for many, many years called the Color of Poverty, Color of Change campaign. And the Color of Poverty was really created about 15, 16 years ago by one of my really dear colleagues, Atulia Sharman, who Deepa's smiling because the three of us were like the three musketeers at one point, and really got Salko involved. The campaign is in and of itself a lesson in allyship. What the campaign serves to do is to amplify the voice of Black communities, Indigenous communities, and other communities of color, racialized communities. And the campaign has throughout its existence worked on different projects, but also picked up on what advocates in other communities are doing and taken that into spaces and tried to give voice to that. And so it's something that I'm really proud of. I encourage you, if you can Google it, to look up the Color of Poverty. We released fact sheets last year, updated ones. And it may come as a surprise or maybe not a surprise to the people who are attending today that South Asian communities in Canada are facing disproportionate levels of poverty, some of the highest unemployment rates, huge race pay gaps, massive health inequities. Our communities are simply not doing well. And if you look at those Color of Poverty fact sheets, you'll get a real eye opener on statistically, even though the picture presented outwardly is that we're quite prosperous, there are many, many thousands of people in the communities in Canada who are, the system is failing and who are doing badly. So that's my brief statement for the campaign that I'm most excited about right now, and that's the Color of Poverty, Color of Change campaign.
Thanks so much, Shalini. Maybe we can move to Deepa next. Oh, I think we might be having some audio issues, Deepa. No, I think maybe your microphone might be on mute. Let's move to Nabila in the meantime, and we can sort this out.
Okay, thanks so much, Devin, and thank you, Saba, for having me join this panel of really amazing people to speak about these issues. So, in answer to the question, what's a campaign I'm involved in right now? I'm going to be really honest and say that right now I'm not actively involved in any campaigns that I would say, squarely or primarily address anti-Black racism or anti-Indigenous discrimination. And so what I mean by that is, I'm working on some other campaigns in my work around workers' rights or improvements to employment insurance and, the sort of emergency benefits that have come out. And I always try to put a kind of equity lens on that to draw out the types of harms and disadvantages that those people face. But I'm not working on anything that's squarely about anti-Black racism or anti-Indigenous discrimination. But that being said, what I have tried to do is find ways to support those campaigns or movements, even if I can't be actively involved in them. And so, for example, like a very simple way to support some of these campaigns is to donate, but to do so in a really responsible way. So before donating to campaigns that work on these issues, I always try to ask myself, what involvement do Black or Indigenous people have in these particular movements or campaigns, and especially in their leadership and decision-making processes. And then just in my personal life, I've witnessed anti-Black racism in a really close way, and have tried to be responsible in speaking up against it, and to asking the friends who experience that what they need and what can I do to help them? How can I best support them? And then, like I said, in other campaigns I do that are kind of a bit perhaps more cross-sectoral in terms of impacting multiple vulnerable communities, always trying to highlight that kind of equity lens on what kind of hardships they're experiencing.
Awesome.
And how to address them. Yeah.
Thanks so much for that, Nabila. We're going to give to Deepa in a second. I think she's just changing her headsets. But so why don't we move on to our next topic, which is how do we, as South Asians, show solidarity with Black resistance in Canada, given the relatively, I know Shalini mentioned that the statistics may not bear out actually that we are as privileged as it may seem. But especially when controlled for class, caste, and migration status, how do we show our solidarity with the movement? I can start with Shalini.
Sure. So I think there are a couple of things that I'm thinking in terms of systemic racism and in particular anti-Black racism. So this has been a fairly sort of incredible year in terms of the focus on anti-Black racism in Canada. To be honest, in years past, in doing anti-racism work, in particular with people from different Black communities, there has never been this type of focus in the time that I've been doing it as much as there is this year. But what I'm hearing now from my own colleagues and friends who are doing this work within Black communities is that they're actually a bit frustrated, right? They're a bit frustrated by conversations around solidarity and allyship, because what they're kind of seeing is a lot of platitudes, a lot of words, but very little action from different communities, very little action from government stakeholders, very little action from the private sector. And so while, the report back to me has been that people appreciate the statements, they are not seeing it in the way that many people from different communities are actually making choices, right? And that's a hard thing to hear, obviously, and to swallow. But it's an important thing to hear and to swallow for the different communities that we all come from, to really think about what that means for us. So in one place, one of the conversations that has been most interesting is this idea of diversity and inclusion. And I think especially in a lot of the work that South Asian lawyers do, we're at the forefront in our organizations of this idea of diversity and inclusion. And what I hear a lot of times from Black colleagues, and some may feel differently, so I'm just reporting the feedback I'm getting to me, is that they don't care about diversity and inclusion. They want racism to be named, and they want to tackle racist structures, and they want anti-racism work to be done, which is different than diversity and inclusion, which I think is a much softer sort of cop-out for some of them from that kind of work. So that's something that makes me think about the way in which I use my language, the way in which I frame and get involved in the work that I want to do, and the way in which I want to push back against the system. All of us are going to have different levels of agency in how we can push back, and we're going to talk about that later in this session, but that's a piece to think about. I think the other thing that we have to continue to do, and it's started, but we need to do more, is that education piece. I think many people in our communities have little understanding of the history of racism against Black communities in Canada. And also I often hear sometimes from clients as well that, well, we face racism too. And the reality is we know it's not the same. We know it's not the same as what happens in Black communities and Indigenous communities. And many of us maybe don't know. So that education space needs to happen. The other piece that I often think about is, because I'm at Salco, I kind of get invited to lots of things because I'm seen as the person who represents South Asian voices. And this probably happens to SABA too. It's not actually true. The word South Asian community is fake in and of itself. It's so many different communities, so many different frameworks, but that's kind of a mainstream put on to us. So what I've been thinking about too is, when I have opportunities and I'm at the table, am I making space? Am I thinking about, I shouldn't be here, it should be this person? Or if I'm here, this person should also be invited. So being able to think about, am I making space for my colleagues who are not at the table and who often don't get those opportunities that sometimes I get? And just thinking about in that way, what can we all do to open that up for our colleagues from different communities?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think you're 100% right in saying that we represent a myriad of different communities. Myself being Guyanese for one, I often find that people don't even know what that is. And I think Indian Matchmaking, the television show, recently put a spotlight on that. But even then, the people on the show, we had a panel with them the other day, and they still didn't know what Guyanese people were. So that's a good point. Deepa, I think your sound is working now, because I heard your mic go off. So thank you.
Okay. I'm so sorry about it. I thought I was all in control of technology, but it seems I was not as blessed with the technology gods of the universe. So sorry everyone about my mic situation. And again, thank you, SABA, and thank you the sponsors and everyone else on the panel and people who have been working for this panel. I'll very quickly, if you will indulge me, I'll answer my first question that was posed to me, as well as the second together, if it's okay. Yes. Thank you. So in terms of, I think what Shalini said, definitely check out Color of Poverty. I think we all have had a connection with that campaign at different times. So that is definitely one of the campaigns that has been working on the issue for a very long time. And we all who have been part of it at different points are very proud of the work that campaign has done and achieved. Something that I'm really excited about that I'm currently involved in is I'm working on a campaign / a project with a fellow gender-based violence organization, which is specifically focused on looking at the experiences of Black women when they're experiencing gendered violence. And during COVID-19, we all know that the gender-based violence is something which was very early on in the experience of COVID-19 seen as a second pandemic, and with the attention paid on and the and soaring of the experiences of anti-racist events against the Black community, this has been also very clear that the experience of Black women within the context of gender-based violence is also very distinct. So we are trying to look at those inequalities and also looking at what could be the pathways to services for that particular community. And I'm very excited about that particular work that we have started working on. So the Redwood Shelter, which is one of the Black-led organization, is the partner lead on that in that project, and I am very excited about that. It's a small step, but it's a step in the right direction, and we have got the money, which is sometimes a big resource issue for campaigns, and we have hired a consultant to start the work on that. So there will be more information coming out of the Redwood and the Schleifer Clinic on the campaign, and I'm looking forward to it. In terms of how do you show solidarity, I think everyone has to kind of do a reflection piece on what your own location is, and within your own location, what that means. Because I think one challenge that I face in this conversation about solidarity with the Black community and Black Lives Matter is that we tend to not acknowledge the anti-Blackness that exists among us as South Asians. And I think that to me is a point of reflection that I personally find a struggle. And someone who has devoted close to 20 years of their career to the work of anti-racism and to the work of equity and equality and human rights, I find that I ask people in every training that I do, if you can acknowledge that you're biased, that's the first stage of your wanting to not be unbiased. Not saying that I'm not unbiased is not enough. And Audre Lorde, if I can quote her, said that in a racist society, just saying that I'm not racist is not enough. You have to be anti-racist. So I think that's the problem within the context of South Asians, that we tend to not understand the complexity and try to oversimplify. Sometimes we take it on as, oh, this happens to us too, which is not true. No, it does not happen to us. We do have experience of racism among us, but we don't have the same experience as Black colleagues and Black community. So that ignorance is problematic. So what can we do as lawyers? I think understanding the intersectional experience in a true way. So giving ourselves an opportunity to be truly intersectional in the understanding of practice of law, and then actually applying it. Because sometimes you understand it and you don't take the opportunity to apply it, and sometimes you're applying it, but you're not nearly clearly even understanding what intersectionality really means. And then pushing it forward to not only understanding and applying it, but also making sure that the decision makers in front of whom you're presenting your cases, or decision makers in the boardroom where you're presenting your cases, or you're making policy decisions, because lawyers do enjoy the privilege of being representatives of the community at various levels. You're not only representing yourself and your clients in courts, but you're also sometimes sitting on the boards. You're also sometimes making the policies. So thinking of your own location and how you can influence that. So that's what I would say is truly needed in this time and age.
Yeah, and that's so right. And thank you for your input on both of those topics. I would now think of another community that is kind of in need of recognition, and one that is kind of engulfed into this process, and with the movement for Black Lives as well as the Indigenous community. How do we kind of as community organizers show solidarity with Indigenous peoples and sovereignty struggles, especially in Canada, given their ongoing presence and our ongoing presence on their lands, and how we've benefited from that? Nabila, if you would.
Sure, yeah.
Response.
So, you know, that's like, it's a hard question, because where do you as a single individual start to address a really long and violent history of colonialism against Indigenous communities in Canada, and, you know, like acknowledging that there are systems that have contributed to that oppression of them that we as South Asians benefit from as well, right? And so for me, I think, you know, Deepa already mentioned this, but I really do think solidarity starts with learning and reflecting. And so, you know, not just learning about Indigenous struggles and history as told by Indigenous people, but also learning about the fact that as immigrants, you know, on the one hand, we experience discrimination as well, obviously, and we have some struggles in common with Indigenous people. But on the other hand, as immigrants, we are settlers, right? And so what I try to do is, and what I'm trying to do now is to kind of reflect on how in my own day-to-day life and choices, I might be contributing to Black or Indigenous oppression, and thinking about what changes it's in my power to make that could help address that, right? And so I think of solidarity as a lifelong commitment to learning, to pushing ourselves to do better, and to holding ourselves accountable in all aspects of our lives. And that's really hard. It's not something you can do in one day or overnight. But like one example of that, not to go back to like the money piece, but like I actually have been reflecting a lot on that in the sense of, like one thing that's come to the fore, I think, in the pandemic has been, supporting Black and Indigenous-owned businesses, Indigenous-led organizations and campaigns. But I think it's also important to reflect on things like that might strike us as mundane, but like if you're privileged enough to have savings, if you're privileged enough to be in a position to invest them, where are you investing your money, right? Are you investing it in businesses that have discriminatory practices, that profit from the oppression of Black or Indigenous people, that severely underpay Black and Brown people and as part of their profit model, right? And so just sort of reflecting on things like that and acknowledging that you don't have to be perfect or completely upend your life overnight, but that solidarity starts with reflecting on those kind of things, even at a sort of micro level that I think can still have a significant impact. Another piece that I was kind of just thinking about as well was, one way of, or I guess one alleged way of showing solidarity that I think has gained a lot of traction in the last decade or so is land acknowledgements, right? And so obviously land acknowledgements alone are not anywhere near enough for being Indigenous solidarity, right? It's one very, very small piece of solidarity. And they're also controversial, right? Because on the one hand, I think there's a danger that land acknowledgements can sometimes be performative, right? There's a danger that people will do the land acknowledgement, kind of pat themselves on the back and, absolve themselves of responsibility to do anything more. And you can sometimes see this with like an organization that does land acknowledgements and then, in their own workplace, there's like rampant discrimination and they're not addressing anti-racism. And, like Shalini said, it's not just about diversity and inclusion, it's about anti-racism and addressing those systemic structures that contribute to that. At the same time, however, I also think that there has been some value in the growing use of land acknowledgements, insofar as I think it's being tied to a growing awareness of Indigenous struggles. I think it can have value insofar as forcing people who may have never thought about and never think about Indigenous rights to start thinking about them, and can serve as an education tool. And so, if land acknowledgements are going to be used, so I'm not going to comment on, I guess, whether or not I think they should be, but if they are going to be used, there are some that I've heard more recently that I thought were more effective and more powerful ways of showing solidarity. And those are land acknowledgements that go beyond just stating, who's traditionally lived on the land, but to also talking about some of the ways that, like reflecting on our own role on the land, how we and how Canada has not just historically failed Indigenous people, but continues to fail them. And thinking about ways that we can address that. So, again, one very, very small piece of solidarity, but I think one that, can be more effective in certain spaces.
Thanks so much. I know I'm cognizant of time. Shalene, do you have anything to add quickly, or should we move on?
Just really quickly, I would put out there that it's, I think, a really important piece for everyone to have read and digested the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Mm-hmm. The work has gone on for years. It's the voices of the thousands of Indigenous communities who are in this country. And I think as I meet people that there are so many people I meet who haven't read them. And they give you a framework understanding of what the asks are and what the real path to reconciliation is. And they're quite incredible. And in addition, the recommendations of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry, those two pieces, if you haven't read, I just really encourage people to take the time and have that education for yourself.
Yes, definitely. I think, yeah, every lawyer should be familiar with those provisions. So moving on to kind of what this panel is about, alternative forms of advocacy. And we've seen that pop up in the last year with the movement for Black Lives, including community organization, protests, test litigation, media coverage. What are some strategies outside the courtroom that we can use to show up for other BIPOC communities and just our community in general, I would say? Shalini, maybe you'd like to take up there?
Sure. And I actually would say like 50, maybe 60% of the work at SALCO is using those outside of the courtroom strategies to figure out how to advance the things we're trying to advance. And it's been an interesting journey in trying to understand what you can do with a law degree and your positioning as a lawyer in terms of that kind of advocacy work. And the reality is you can do a lot. And in my view, you can probably get more done on that side to affect change than you can from within a courtroom systemically, right? And that's not to say that you shouldn't use your legal chops as well. So obviously we start out with talking about test case work and thinking about the ways in which your firms, your organizations, or you yourself can get involved in test case work that advances the rights of all of these communities. So SALCO, you know, in addition to doing test case work that advances the rights of different parts of different South Asian communities, has quietly supported work on cases that have gone to the Supreme Court on Indigenous rights, right? So as lawyers, we have that opportunity. We're involved now as an intervener in R.V. Morris, which is talking about sentencing considerations for Black communities, right? So we can think bigger than sort of that view of just the South Asian communities that we represent and think about what we have in our legal toolboxes to advance those human rights for other communities that we want to work in allyship or in solidarity with. So that's one piece. But more than that, outside of the courtroom, I think one of the things that seems most effective to me, particularly when we talk to governments and people who make legislative and policy change, is bringing the stories of what we see on a daily basis with our clients to those people. Places like SALCO and Schleifer and ISAC, we collect that type of data on a regular basis. We are collecting the data on what we're seeing on the ground and we're pushing it out. But what I think we don't think about as a bar in general is every one of you meets vulnerable people in your work. Every one of you sees situations within your organizations that are problematic. How do we collect those stories? How do we push them out into the public sphere so that we can drive that change? That data piece is really critical. And with lots of talk this year about the collection of disaggregated data and race-based data, but we never think about how can we contribute to that picture, right? Deepa and I have a perfect story for that. You know, a long time ago, we started working on forced marriage. No data was collected on forced marriage in Canada. We said, let's just do our own study. We did our own study. We pushed the data out. That is the only statistical report that still exists in Canada. And based on it, political changes, legal changes, some good, some bad, have flown. Right? And so there are ways in which you can take what you're hearing in your daily work and translate that into advocacy. There are ways also to think about the campaigns that are already happening. You don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? Like you can contact our organizations. You can look at Color Poverty. You can look at all of the work and online that's going on and think about the ways in which you can support it. And that's all external. Internally is a harder piece. thinking about how to challenge the things that go on in your own organizations. And I have to say that I'm working on a piece in the legal clinic system right now around, you know, pretty horrific incidents of racism within legal clinics, right? Which some people would think, oh, it's legal clinics. They're meant to be the most progressive spaces. The reality is they're not all like that, right? And so if you have the ability to be involved and to challenge in your own internal spaces those issues for you and for your colleagues who are facing those issues and may not have as much privilege as you, considerations of how to do that. And, you know, I caught the end of your last session, and I would really encourage people to keep an eye on the Law Society and what's happening with benchers. I think it will have a long-term impact on dismantling that idea of equity coming out of the Law Society. So those are all different sort of layers and pieces. And finally, really quickly, we do a lot of submissions to government. And I used to think it was a very daunting thing, like how do you get in front of a government committee? Why would they want to hear from you? The reality is those committees put calls out. Anybody can contact a committee and speak to that committee, and people should consider that. And I really have no understanding of how people get picked. Sometimes we get picked for stuff, sometimes we don't. So the reality of the more you would be willing to engage in that committee work at different governments, at municipal, provincial, federal, and give your experience of what you're seeing in your own legal work, the better it will be. And if you're not comfortable to do that, working in concert with others who do it on a regular basis.
Nabila, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything Shani just said. I guess I just wanted to touch a bit more on, you know, in terms of out of court advocacy, you know, community organizing is so critical. And I think real transformation comes from people with lived experience, from their struggles and their push for change. And as lawyers, I think there are a few things that you can do. So, you know, you yourself as a lawyer can get involved in organizing. And that could mean things like going to protests. It could mean meeting with your MP to advocate on a particular issue. It could mean working with effective communities to develop a campaign, facilitating spaces for them to meet, providing resources to them that you may have as a lawyer that they don't. And I think it's really important to, like, you know, not think about those kind of actions in isolation. I think it can be tempting to think that going to one protest or having one meeting with your MP is not going to change anything because it's such a small thing to do. But the point of community organizing is that it's collective action and sustained collective action over a long period of time. And so it actually really does make a difference. It helps to build a movement, build power of the community that's pushing for change, and that can in time lead to really fundamental and structural changes that you can't really get from litigation, right? And then again, you know, if you are not in a position to sort of be actively involved in community organizing, that's okay, because you can still support it. And feel a little embarrassed because I'm talking about money again, but it's so important because a lot of these campaigns and organizations are resource poor, right? And they really need help. And so, you know, I think as lawyers, we often donate to charities, and that's really good because charities are really important, I think, for meeting people's immediate needs. But I think it's equally important to financially support community organizing because you know, whereas charities might be focused on immediate needs, organizing tends to be focused on long-term social change and at redistributing power and wealth in a way that addresses the problem that caused those immediate needs in the first place, if that makes sense. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that and highlight that.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think that's an important part about you know, reaching out to your local councillor, your local MP, your local MPP. All politics kind of happen and deals are struck at the local level. And you'd be surprised indeed about you know, how much can get done just by having a singular conversation. So moving on to, we spoke about the Law Society before, and everyone knows that we as lawyers are bound by the rules of professionalism So in terms of those rules, are there limits on the forms of extra legal advocacy that we can engage in? I know some younger lawyers might be unsure about this, particularly if they're at a firm or a organization that kind of dissuades political movement. Shalini, would you care to help us out on this topic?
Sure. So, I mean, the reality is there's nothing in the Law Society of Ontario rules that limits your ability to do this type of work. But there are a few things to consider, right? So obviously, I think the rule that people should look at is 7.5, which is the communication rule, right? And so that rule actually, and the guiding notes on it, they actually encourage lawyers to do that type of public appearance, do those types of communications, make those types of statements, as long as there's no conflict to their obligation to the client, right? And so very simply, obviously, you want to ensure that you're maintaining confidentiality for your clients. So I'm always thinking about that. If I want to tell the story of a client, how to do it in a way that will absolutely ensure that we're not identifying that person in any way, shape, or form. And in many cases, maybe not doing it while a case is going on, or having a conversation with the client about what the implications of doing that would be, right? And we obviously, so in my view as well, we have many rules around the courtesy that we show to each other in courtrooms. I believe that that should extend to the way we behave in terms of our advocacy as well. And in particular, if you're going to use social media as a piece of your advocacy, the way in which we communicate on social media, which can get very nasty, but I believe our rules of professional conduct, and this is my view, should extend to the way we conduct ourselves in those platforms as well, right? Some other considerations that are not really rule-based though, but they could be, are conflict of interest, right? So depending on where you're situated, who you work for, and where you're located, you have to make a decision on whether the type of work that you might do in terms of advocacy and initiatives puts you in conflict with your workplace or your professional obligations, right? And so that part can be really challenging for people, even down to sole practitioners who would love to do that work, but also we're seeking, clients, right? And to be frank, there are many people who come to Salco who do not feel the way I feel on many things, right? There's a lot of pushback from our own clients for some of the positions that we take. I'm in a space of privilege where my organization is actually founded on being able to do that, right? But most people are not. And so you need to really think about what the implications are going to be for yourself, whether they're going to cause issues for the organization you work for, and then when you do that kind of work, how you're conducting yourself and making sure you're keeping confidentiality at the top when you're thinking about things.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think most of these larger law firms or bigger organizations, they have these kind of risk and compliance teams that you can reach out to if you're unsure about something, if it's going to conflict with a client's interests or some other thing. Deepa, do you have any advice for these younger lawyers?
I think my advice would be similar to what Shalini was saying. Think about where you are working and look at the policy framework that's being given to you or protocol that's being given to you by your own workplace as a starting point. But then also remember, when you're engaging with the advocacy platforms such as social media or media in general, how much control do you have over your messaging? Who is your audience? Who are you speaking to? Who are you trying to engage with? So sometimes what happens when you're new in the world of the advocacy, I think the caution is not around law society. I kind of tend to agree with Shalini, and I also am very privileged in terms of the places I have chosen to work for, that I never had to actually really worry about it as much, because the mandate of the organizations always was to do this kind of advocacy. But in terms of knowing your audience is really important. And in the age of social media, I think I find that those mistakes are easy to happen. So I would rather pay attention to that. And then another thing that I would like to flag for everyone is that sometimes when you're wanting to do advocacy, make sure that you're not causing any harm in doing that? Because an simple example of that is that Instagram Tuesday blackout that happened during Black Lives Matter protests, and how much harm it was causing, because it was actually taking the real messages out of the context, and people were saying that it is basically blacking out real messages, real issues that needed to be addressed during that time. So again, thinking about what you're engaging with, making sure that it is constructive, maybe going with some spaces which are already doing that work, instead of you starting out something on your own and feeling that I have a pressing need to do something myself, but not knowing where to start. So then, check out spaces like Schleifer or Salco or many other great organizations, Black Lives Matter, if that's or what the work which is coming out of MMIWG. There are so many great avenues to engage. And last piece that I very quickly would say, I know that Nabila is the only one kind of talking about the resource issue, but advocacy and resources do go hand in hand. And engaging with any kind of social platform also means that you could be engaging with fundraising efforts of various spaces. And that in itself is a part of the advocacy. So that would be the last thing I would say, that I also feel Nabila is doing such a good job of keeping on that issue that I don't want to say more, but I think that's an excellent point that needs to be noted.
Yes, definitely. And speaking of organizations that need that type of funding, nonprofit organizations and charitable registered charities, what do you feel that their role is in organizing communities, just generally? Deepa, we can start again with you and work our way around.
I think not-for-profit has its own complex funding model, especially in the context of Canada. All three of us come from different spaces. So the organization that I come from is actually a charitable organization. We are a charity. And we do advocacy and organizing. We are rooted in the activism. We came out of a movement of gender-based violence. Barbara Schleifer, as many of you might know, was a lawyer herself who was killed on the night of a call to the bar. And 35 years ago, her friends and colleagues came together to create the organization. But it's not a legal aid clinic. It is a charitable organization which depends on donors' dollars, but also gets money from foundations and government funding. We are close to 50 full-time employees right now. And yes, we do engage in organizing, and yes, we support our clients in their organizing work. That is what our focus is. But saying that, there are limitations when you are an established not-for-profit and you're part of that industrial complex of not-for-profit. As compared to a grassroots movement, which, say, for example, I'll give you an example of the one which I think all three of us are part of, Rights of Non-Status Women Network, which is a collective of a lot of us who work in not-for-profits and outside not-for-profits, does not take any funding, is not part of the industrial framework of not-for-profit complex, does not have to depend on any kind of dollars from anywhere. So the dependency then changes. Your voice also changes, your engagement also changes. I think that we are very privileged in Canada and not as muzzled within the context of not-for-profit. So we have a lot of voice. Saying that, it changes though, and we have to be cognizant of that. The political environment does impact not-for-profit voices from time to time. We don't take the ducking approach. We always take the approach of solidarity and connecting with each other. But I do want to say that, and I do want to kind of agree with Nabila said earlier, that organizing is only value-based and actually authentic when led by the people who have lived experience themselves. And our role as not-for-profits is to make sure that that authenticity is not lost in the translation and in movement building. And I would leave it at that.
Awesome. Any of our other panelists have something to add there quickly?
Nope, I would just add, like I agree. I think the role of organizations is really just to provide the kind of infrastructure that they need to sort of like physically meet, to organize, to, you know, have the tools that they need to organize, you know, to provide support and facilitate, but, you know, not to lead yourselves.
Yeah. So I think we spoke about this a bit earlier. Shalini mentioned test litigation and how important it is. But maybe I could ask Nabila to just expand a bit on, you know, what exactly is test litigation? What's its purpose, its benefits, and do you think it has any limitations or disadvantages?
Yeah, so I see test case litigation as litigation that's aimed at addressing some kind of systemic problem that keeps coming up over and over, and trying to get a case that will set a precedent that will basically get rid of that problem and address it. And it could mean, like, you know, clarifying a really narrow point of law, for example, you know, clarifying how a particular legal test is applied, or how the courts interpret a specific provision of a statute in terms of how that impacts people. It could also mean bringing forth a very novel claim on some novel issue, and maybe an example of that would be the Tanujaja case, which was a case where the applicants tried to establish that there is a charter-protected right to housing under Section 15 and Section 7 of the Charter. So, you know, in terms of, like, you know, so obviously the benefit of test case litigation is if you win, you can set a great precedent and help a lot of people at once. In terms of limitations of test case litigation, it's really just tied to the fact that litigation and the law themselves are really limited, right? Like, to do a test case, you kind of have to try to fit your claim into these little established legal boxes, right? Basically, and that's really hard. You can get creative, you can try to push the law, but ultimately you've got to, you know, you've got to have a cognizable, recognizable claim. And that can be really limiting. And so in our work at Isaac, you know, we recognize that limit, and it's why we try to make sure that, you know, as much as possible, that our test case litigation goes hand in hand with the other kind of advocacy efforts we talked about outside of the courtroom, that it goes hand in hand with advocacy with the government, with community organizing efforts, with going to the media to tell client stories. And one really great example of that is sort of cognizant that we're like quite short on time, so I'll try to make this brief, but last year, the provincial government announced that it was going to cancel something called the Transition Child Benefit, and this is a benefit available for low-income social assistance recipients that's meant to cover basically, you know, the cost of food, clothing, and other basic necessities for kids. And thousands of families in Ontario relied on that benefit. Losing it for them would have been devastating. For a lot of them, it could mean the difference between rent and becoming homeless. So when that announcement came out, like immediately, you know, Isaac, many other clinics across Ontario, and also lots of other organizations like food banks, shelters, settlement agencies, came together to basically talk about who was going to be impacted by this cancellation, how was it going to hurt them, and then strategize and come up with a campaign to advocate against it. So a campaign was made, and then from there it kind of just grew. So people began, you know, reaching out to their MPs. People began reaching out to the media to tell stories and gain public education. People started going to their local city councils to get them to pass motions condemning the cancellation of the benefit, which also added to sort of media attention. And then at the same time, Isaac, we decided that we were going to do a charter challenge to the elimination of the benefit. And before, you know, months before we even filed our claim, strategically, we sent a notice to MAG saying, hey, you know, we're not legally required to do this, but FYI, we're planning to bring a charter challenge against you. And we made it open, and we got that out into the media as well. And so it was a lot of different pressure points being pushed at the same time, I think, for the provincial government, and they finally caved. And they decided they were no longer going to eliminate that benefit. And it was a huge win. And I think it's such a powerful story because the that charter challenge alone would not have accomplished that. And if it had, it would have taken many, many years. And it's not even certain that we would have won because it was a difficult charter claim to win. But it was really the community organizing and all of those different advocacy efforts that came together to accomplish that. Sorry, that was a bit long.
No worries. Shalini or Deepa, do you have anything you'd like to add to that? Okay.
I would just say that in terms of the feminist advocacy and the gender-based violence work that the clinic engages in, the public interest litigation in Canada has benefited immensely in last 35 years, especially in the area of charter challenges. I think if you look at the cases from Supreme Court and the interveners, you would find that the feminist interveners have been really influenced in creating positive influence and changes. And most of the interventions have been very intersectional in lens, which means that any time that we talk as an intervener in a case, we talk about the impact on racialized migrant communities along with the experience of gender-based violence. So that's all I would say since we don't have much time left.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think we'll just skip ahead and kind of get to our last couple topics because I think they're important. I think we've got still about 5 minutes. So the one thing I'll ask Shalini is, we spoke a lot about, how to be voices for marginalized communities, but how can we ensure that we are not speaking over the voices that are coming from these marginalized communities? And what can we do to ensure that we're supporting them rather than, speaking for them?
So I think that's been answered by Deepa and Nabila in different ways. And the reality is that we try really hard not to speak for them, right? So the work that we do is directly informed by what our clients are saying to us, showing to us, telling us. And as much as we can, in the advocacy work, we try to share their stories where they don't feel safe to do it. We try to share their stories where they feel empowered to do it. I would cede the space so that they can do it, right? And so I think what's really important is that we have to be really careful when we go into spaces to say that we talk about or represent a certain community. As we've all said in different ways, there's no such thing as a homogenous South Asian community. There's also no such thing as, even within what you would think is a traditional community, that's actually even homogenous. The people we represent when we're talking about that word community may be a small set of people who are disenfranchised by a particular thing that has nothing to do with the rest of that community, right? And so there's so many layers of talking about how do we speak about marginalized communities? What does it all mean? Because those are our buzzwords that we use now a lot. And I think it takes a lot of work to really think about what we're doing. I think we have to be careful when we're in spaces that we get put into because of our privilege about making statements that aren't rooted in the experiences of those communities, right? They have to be. And if they're not rooted, then you have to really think about whether you should be even saying those things, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think moving on to our last question, it's one that I think seeks future changes in not only the law, but in this entire sphere of alternative advocacy. And going to 2021, when we're post-pandemic, what is the one major change that you would like to see? And we can start with Deepa.
I think one major change that I would like to see is an equitable framework for gender-based plus analysis with intersectionality attached to it for all law and policy reform that happens in this country. I know that there is a commitment on the table which has been applied by the federal government, but not completely. And we still see changes coming out. The prime example is the COVID recovery plan is not necessarily at all GBV plus and does not speak to the experience of marginalized, racialized, and disabled LGBTQS2 plus communities. So that would be my hope, that in 2021, we would have learned from the experience of 2020, and we would be doing better on that front.
Shalini?
Ultimately, my work always intersects with the idea of poverty and the reality that income insecurity for Black, Indigenous, and racialized people in Canada has not really been addressed. If I could have a magic wand and have a starting point, one wish, because I have a list of like 70 at least that I could rattle off now, I would love to see the legislation, the removal of any barriers to income support, and the legislation of employment equity. The reality is that in terms of labor market outcomes at every single level, we continue to be disadvantaged in terms of wages, in terms of promotion, in terms of opportunity. And if we can get it right in terms of income security, that will play out in every other life outcome for the people in our communities.
And Nabila, I'll leave you with the last word.
I was actually going to say something really similar, income security for people. And so, changes to make stronger and fairer protections in the workplace for workers and access to income supports for people, making them much more accessible. I think the pandemic has really shown us that it's marginalized and largely racialized communities at the forefront of, being on the front lines of keeping our economy going and providing key services to people. And they're the same people who are experiencing the worst income insecurity as a result of the pandemic. So yeah, that's what I'd like to see.
Thank you so much. And with that, that brings us to the end of this panel. I would like to thank all of our panelists, Shalini, Deepa, and Nabila, for taking their time and also for all of the efforts they put into, raising up our communities. I think all of the attendees on the line right now should definitely take note and reach out to these organizations. And, what's important is you don't have to donate your time or your money, but your support is just as valuable, although those first two things are preferable as well. But thank you guys again. I'll turn the agenda over to Annie, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Devin. And I think we're actually going to let Anisha do the next bit.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anisha Bardwaj. I'm a member of the SABA Toronto board. I have the honor of introducing the next moderator, Erin Baines, and three panelists, Gail Nathanson, Rippy Gill, and Balpreet Singh. Erin Baines is the current president of SABA in Toronto. He is an associate in the Capital Markets Group at Aird & Burles. He was recently named as one of the top 25 most influential lawyers in Canada. Gail Nathanson is an Associate Director of External Affairs at the CIJA, Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. Gail is responsible for developing and supporting relationships with other faith-based and civil society communities and organizations who share common concerns with the Jewish community in Canada. Rippy Gill is Senior Counsel and Assistant Vice President at Berkshire Hathaway Specialty Insurance. Rippy has been part of SABA for years and is currently the president of SABA North America. Balpreet Singh is legal counsel at the World Sikh Organization. His practice focuses on human rights law and religious accommodation. Balpreet has helped resolve several key accommodation issues for Sikhs in Canada.
Thank you so much, Anisha. I really appreciate the introduction, and I'm so happy here to be on this moderating. This is a bit more of a presentation style panel than some of our other ones, but I'm very pleased to be here, in part because these are all my friends. I love these people that are about to speak. Gail, Balpreet, Rippy, they do incredible work, and really this opportunity is for you to hear about it. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have Balpreet speak first, Balpreet first, then Gail, and then end with Rippy. And they're going to give a short presentation about the type of advocacy work, hands-on advocacy that they've been doing at their organizations throughout the year. we've heard quite a bit today. We've heard about anti-Black racism advocacy, gender advocacy, all kinds of work that these great organizations are doing. And we want you to know, as our members, these are some of the amazing things that our partners are doing. And because it's important to know just how much work is happening on the ground. And before I pass it over to Balpreet, I do want to just actually harp on something that both Devin said and Nabila said, which is these are mainly volunteer-driven organizations. They entirely rely often on fundraising from the general public. And they might not get the same email blast that United Way does or other organizations do. But I can tell you, after you hear about their work today and the work on the other panels that you heard earlier today, if you can, I highly encourage you to give these organizations whatever supports you can. They're literally making the very difference that we are advocating for in this panel. So I'm going to start off with Balpreet Singh. If you could give us a little bit of update on what's been happening with your work at the WSO.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. It's been a busy year. I mean, COVID aside, there's just been a lot of things happening, both domestically and internationally, that our organization has been working on. So I'll give you a little bit of a year in review, as it were. One of the biggest files that we worked on was Afghan 6. So Afghan 6 is something that, excuse me. Afghan 6 is something that we worked on after, particularly the attack on the Gurdwara in Kabul in March. So after the attack on the Gurdwara in March, this was something that really was pressing. The Sikhs there have been under siege essentially for many years. We've been working on this file since 2015, actually. And really, it's been, this is the breaking point. They don't think they can live there anymore. And we were working on solutions to A, get them out of harm's way right away, and B, we've been working on refugee files for quite some time to bring them to Canada. So that's something we've been advocating on behalf of Afghan Sikhs and Hindus. Unfortunately, because of COVID, the borders are closed, so we haven't been able to really get them, haven't been able to get them to Canada is the main goal for us right now. But we were able to get a large number of them to India, where they aren't facing the same challenges. So in India, it's not a permanent solution for them. They don't really have much of a future there, but at least they're not in immediate harm's way, and like the groups like ISIS aren't able to target them. COVID, like I said, posed its own challenges domestically. So for us as Sikhs, facial hair posed a challenge in terms of accommodation and the N95 masks. So getting, the solutions are there, but they're not the easy solution that often employers are looking for in these sort of circumstances. So you can use a powered air purifying respirator in place of an N95. It costs a little bit more, but in fact it's safer. It's got a higher safety level than the N95. But often employers weren't looking for those solutions. They were looking for, you need to shave. And these were situations that we need to intervene in to let them know that they have a legal obligation to accommodate. But the big one that sort of made the news was the RCMP situation. So in March, bearded Sikh officers were taken off duty. They were told that they cannot serve at the front lines because they have beards and they cannot be fitted for N95 masks. All the other police forces in Canada got it fairly quickly, in that the N95 isn't actually necessary on a daily basis. It's kind of like a one-off situation, an emergency situation, because even N95s for medical personnel, frontline medical workers, are only necessary if they're intubating someone in a very select number of medical procedures. Otherwise, a regular medical facial covering is good enough. And that's what the other police forces got. So we worked on this for 6 months, literally 6 months, trying to get through to the RCMP, and we didn't get any progress. So I've talked about this before in that you have different tools available to you to advocate. The law is usually the one that, to be very honest, is the one that I select only in the last, as the last resort. There are other ways of getting things done quicker. Government is usually one that's quicker, but media is another one that we've learned how to use. So this went into the media. We took it into the media, and within just a few days, the RCMP walked that back. They said, no, we will put them back on the front lines and we'll make accommodations. They could have done this 6 months earlier, but it just shows that, for me, it showed that the RCMP issue of systemic racism is very real. They thought it was good enough that they put these officers, you know, in backroom positions, back office positions, but they weren't happy. And then there's just the random stuff that comes to you. So we talk about racism. Sometimes it's not, and I'll be very frank, sometimes it's not white on brown racism as some people, as we may sometimes just envision it. It can be brown on brown racism. It can have different forms. So we had a factory in Mississauga that was saying, we will not, they were telling, in fact, the employment firm that they were working with, the employment agency, that don't send us kirpan wearing Sikhs. And the employment agency was also, they were ethnic, they're racialized, and they were going along with it. And finally, when we called them out saying, how is this possible? How are you going along with it? They gave platitudes. They said, well, we'll look at it. But in the end, they didn't do anything. So we've actually put forward a case at the Human Rights Tribunal. It'll take its time to get through, but hopefully it'll get there. And once it does get there, it's a slam dunk. I'll give you another example. It was a window factory. I'm not going to say which one. And a bearded turban Sikh showed up for a job interview. The interview goes, you know, is this the person that applied? And he goes, yeah, I applied. And he goes, well, we hire Sikhs, but they don't look like you. So this won't work out. I'm sorry. I mean, you wouldn't expect that to have happened in 2020, but it did. And once again, that's a case that we put at the tribunal. I'll just close with this one. This is a little bit more sensitive. It's the censorship of Sikh voices on social media. So there's been an ongoing issue of anyone that says anything about Punjab issues, human rights issues, being branded as an extremist, the rise of Sikh extremism in Canada. And this is all actually a narrative pushed out of India. There's vested interest in India to essentially malign anything that criticizes India as being extremist. And this has actually increased to censorship on social media. And even WSO's posts on stuff like the commemoration of the 1984 Sikh genocide were reported to Twitter by Indian law enforcement as violations of Indian law. And you've seen the wholesale censorship of Sikh content in June when we commemorate the 1984 storming of the Darbar Sahib and the 1984 November Sikh genocide. At those times, the hashtag Sikh was being frozen, Sikh content was being brought down, and this is something that we're working with social content providers like Facebook, Instagram, on finding a solution. But when the people doing the censorship are actually being motivated by state interests, as a smaller community, it's not as easy to get justice. So that's a small overview of the type of things that I've been dealing with this year.
Thanks, Balpreet. That's quite a lot, as you can imagine, and I have a bit more intimate knowledge sometimes of what's happening at the work there, and I can tell you that's not everything. But particularly on that last point, I feel like it's a good segue. I don't know what Gail's going to say, but I have a strong suspicion because I know that CJ does incredible work in the cyberbullying and anti-Semitic content in the internet and censorship and things surrounding this area of privacy. That you might have seen some of the articles in the Toronto Star earlier this year, where CJ really led the charge in terms of pushing for protection of rights on the internet, online rights, and stopping people from being able to bully and harass and provide racist content online. So I'll pass it over to you, Gil.
Thanks, Aaron. And thanks, Aaron and Annie and the rest of the SABA team for inviting us today. I think this is an awesome subject matter for a conference. My job at CIJA, and CIJA is the advocacy organization for the federations, the Jewish federations across the country. In Toronto, some of you may know of UJA. my entire job responsibility at CJ is what we call partnerships, which is working with other communities and other organizations on issues of common interest. And we are an advocacy organization in the sense that some of the panelists on the prior panel were talking about, which is less on the legal front, although we do some work on that, but more on the kind of public policy advocacy front, legislative and government relations. And we've worked with both SABA and the WSO quite extensively on a number of matters that I just wanted to touch on today. We work on a range of issues. And one of the main areas that we work on is fighting hate, racism, and discrimination in all its forms. So obviously for our community, that's experienced as anti-Semitism in most cases, but we don't focus exclusively on anti-Semitism. That's our experience of hate, discrimination, and racism, but we stand with, beside, and among others who are experiencing similar situations. So I think what Aaron was just referring to is we have really been pushing on the issue of online hate. We started to really push on that issue a few years ago and asking the federal government to come up with a national strategy to address online hate, as we saw a rise in incidents against targeting all communities, quite frankly, with hate online. And in many instances, we saw horrific real world experiences that started as online attacks and then ended up as attacks on synagogues, attacks on mosques, a van attack against women on Yonge Street in Toronto. I mean, we all know these stories, and sadly they're happening with increasing frequency. So a couple of years ago, we started to push on that, reached out to the government, federal government, asked for them to start looking at that and pull together a coalition of groups. Both SABA and WSO are members of that group, of that coalition, Canadian Coalition to End Online Hate, but we also have Federation of Black Canadians, the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, Middle East Christians, the Armenians, the Ukrainians, the Rwandans, the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, the Baha'i Community of Canada, the National Council of Canadian Muslims. Like, I think we're at close to 50 groups right now calling on the government to take action to fight for all forms of online hate. And that is, the strength of that activity comes from the breadth of the coalition and the breadth of voices at the table. So really following up on what the prior panel was talking about, this is really about, I think it's about speaking together, speaking with a collective voice. We do some legal advocacy as well on some of these issues. Even we may bring a human rights case or a court case, but primarily we're working in this broader public policy sphere. We've also worked with WSO when the issue initially came up with the paramedics in Ontario and I think it was the respirators, right? There that you were speaking about, Bob Preet. We wrote a letter in support to the Ontario government. We've worked a lot with the Federation of Black Canadians, the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, CABLE, which I think is one of your kind of contemporaries, SABA's contemporaries, on a number of issues, including a support for CABLE's submission to the Justice Minister, calling for reforms in the criminal justice system to address anti-Black racism. We've worked with the Indigenous community, particularly with the Assembly of First Nations, on support for the Indigenous Languages Bill, as well as for the UNDRIP legislation that was just tabled, calling for a speedy passage of that legislation. And really, we feel like there's strength in numbers and there's strength in breadth of voices. So we've always said, you know, hate against or racism or discrimination against one group is really hate, racism, or discrimination against all, and we're all better served working together. We believe that strongly. And I think, to the prior panel's point, I think that we don't just talk about it, I think we act on it, and it's essential to what we do. So just to wrap up, I mean, I think the way we look at it is working together with other groups on these with other community organizations on these important policy initiatives. It's the right thing to do, but it's also the way to get things done. So I hope some of you will join us in some of those efforts. And Aaron can tell you all about our online hate campaign if anyone wants to learn more.
What I was going to say, Gail, is that that's incredible work. And You know, it's just funny. The last few sentences you said are actually something I'm going to be speaking about slightly later in my remarks. But you know, I find it sometimes it's a challenge. So many issues come up. Our inbox is flooded with issues. People saying, "I'm faced with this challenge. Why aren't you responding on this?" And I have to say, it's such a blessing and such an encouraging thing when I see an email from Gail that says, "Hey, we've already got this letter together, and we have 17 other organizations," and we think, like, we're not alone out here. There's all these other organizations working on it. And sometimes the best work does come when we're together. We also know when one of us has, you know, the expertise to lead an issue or to work on something, but really working together is what makes a huge difference. And we really appreciate our partnership and relationship with CIJA, and we hope to continue it going forward. Next up, we're going to have Rippy Gills. She's the president of SABA North America. And in particular, this is a very important year because they've launched an important racial justice task force at the North America level.
Thanks, Aaron, and thank you for having me on this panel and part of your conference. I applaud you and SABA Toronto and everyone involved in this great conference, and you know, to address the issues that are prevalent right now in the current climate we're living in. So to give you a little bit of background, you know, it's been an interesting year at SABA North America, and you know, putting aside COVID and having to pivot to a virtual platform and environment, you know, we're dealing with one pandemic here, and then right on the heels of that, we started to deal with really on the forefronts the ramifications of systemic racism in our country and in North America generally. And in the wake of the death of George Floyd and so many others, including Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many others, we did feel that there was a need to speak up, but not just speak up. We needed to come up with some sort of action-oriented items to also combat what we have been seeing. And so to that end, we got together, SABA North America's executive committee, and we put together this racial justice task force. And admittedly, when we first began talking about it, it wasn't entirely clear what we wanted to do in terms of making sure that we were doing the right thing and sending the right messaging. And so what was really beneficial about the program was we got together some experts in the field. I think someone said that earlier. You know, I'm certainly not an expert in the field, and I value, you know, other experts who can bring so much more to the table. So we reached out to other lawyers who are doing civil rights work on the ground and locally in the racial injustice arena. We reached out to folks in academia. We reached out to folks doing, you know, work on the Hill. We reached out to you know, other public officials and judges, and you know, anyone that would want to contribute and listen and give us advice, and also you know, a steering force to make sure that this is an initiative that is not just for the here and now, given the current climate, but also here to stay in the long term. The goal of the Racial Justice Task Force is to be a long-term initiative where we can address many of the issues that have been facing not just our community, but other communities. And so, you know, to just point out, you know, the mission of the task force is to work in solidarity with the movement for Black lives, to confront racism and promote racial justice and equality in the United States and Canada, and to educate and engage the South Asian legal community in these efforts. It's a lot. It's a lot to handle. There's a lot of different opinions and you know, things that people want to talk about. And one of the things that I think has been really important that has come out of the task force is the ability to have a safe space to have conversations, and most often uncomfortable conversations about what systemic racism means and what it means in our community. And I think we've heard this, you know, throughout the conference, the themes being that, you know, within our own community, we also have to address like our own biases and have those uncomfortable conversations starting at home. You know, we all come from, you know, we're maybe not all of us, but, you know, I think a majority of us have, you know, we're first generation immigrants, and we have, you know, parents and grandparents who maybe come from a different world and have different views. And, you know, you don't always have those conversations at home. I know I certainly didn't. But now it's more important than ever to have those uncomfortable conversations and open the door to the dialogue. And that's what we've also tried to do at SABA North America and through this racial justice task force, is to open that door, provide a safe space for dialogue amongst our community members, and also provide some action-oriented items that we will be rolling out over the course of the next few years. And some of those items will include providing educational programming, resources, toolkits on issues that are relevant to the racial injustice arena, including criminal justice reform, including prison reform, including the inequities that we see that disproportionately affect the Black community, as well as you know, general systemic racism, and how do we partner with other organizations and groups? How do we best deal with those issues and provide solutions, not just in the short term, but solutions that will provide, you know, effective change as we move through this time and beyond. You know, one of the key points of the Racial Justice Task Force, at least for my tenure during my presidency, is to make sure that it doesn't go away when the conversations and the news stories and what we're hearing, you know, dies down, because oftentimes that's what happens. We are incensed and enraged, and we want to do all we can in the moment, and then life happens, right? And then we move on to other things. We get busy, and you know, and here it is a key tenet of this year in SABA North America, and hopefully for years to come. And we'll continue to provide that dialogue, educational platform, and resources, and hopefully will grow to be an initiative in the organization that will become a key tenet of the work that we are doing in our community. And I am, you know, so thrilled to be part of this conference today, and I just want to thank you all again for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Rippy. One thing I really want to just highlight for folks here who may not be as familiar with it, but the work that Rippy is talking about, she's one of the few partners in today's conference that's actually specifically, you know, not only, but largely also has a predominant USA focus. That's largely because the vast majority of SABA chapters in the North American umbrella are in the US, of course. And so sometimes I know that we see issues south of the border. We don't always know how to engage with them. We also don't always know how to respond to them in a way that is empathetic and appropriate for our partners down there, right? I know I felt that myself when I saw the George Floyd videos online. I thought, this is horrible. I want to say something. I also don't want to harm the partners down south by saying the wrong thing, right? And so sometimes it's great if you ever want to work on something that you think is happening in the US, you should feel free to reach out to us or Rippy, I'm sure, and you know, get a sense of what's SABA doing down there. I know they have a lobby day annually on the Hill, the Capitol Hill, not Parliament Hill. So slight difference, but maybe a little bit more important. And so, you know, there's lots of things going on. So just when we wrap up, I want to just, because we actually have a few extra minutes here, I want to just ask each panelist, we'll go back in the same order with Balpreet, then Gail, then Rippy, which is in 2021, what do you think is, you know, the most important initiative that you want to make sure is either achieved or at least a significant amount of effort is put towards it?
Gosh, it's a tough question. You know, a lot of the work that we do, it seems reactive, like a situation comes up in my organization and we sort of deal with it. There are some files that we are trying to work on proactively. I'll give you an example. So international students. International students are a huge component of our community, of the Sikh community here in Canada. And I would say like the numbers were around 500,000 for Sikhs in 2011. I would say in the past 4 or 5 years, our population has increased at least 100,000, probably more, all with students between the age of 18 to 25. So if you change a demographic, you increase it by 20, 25%, all within the age range of 18 to 25, you're coming up with challenges that you wouldn't have otherwise imagined. And the other thing is, These students are going to towns that have never seen, I've never seen a Sikh, but they're towns that haven't seen racialized people for years. So proactively dealing with colleges so that they know what supports they can give to these international students, because these students are paying crazy fees, sometimes up to double what domestic students are paying. And then they're dealing with all these other issues, and some of it's discrimination, some of it's not knowing how the academic system works here. And then sometimes you just have colleges that don't care. I'll give you a small example. Just a few weeks ago, there was a student on an online class at CDI College. He was an international student. And another student threatened him. And once again, this was a student from India who threatened him, saying that, I know you're from Punjab, you guys are all frauds. And he said, remember what we did to you in 1984? Remember what our people did to you in 1984? That was repeated 3 or 4 times. The instructor should have shut that down right away. And the student actually said, this is racist, you can't say that. But that student continued on. When we reported this to the college, the student reported it, and then we also got in touch. The college called him and said, well, it was just a historical fact. The student was repeating a historical fact. And then when we once again said, this is absolutely unacceptable, how is this a historical fact? They then did their investigation and then came back and said, well, you weren't directly threatened, and it was simply culturally insensitive. And it was quite shocking. So these students are once again paying these crazy fees, and the college isn't willing to do anything. It has no mechanisms to deal with a human rights issue like this. So once again, when nothing else works, the really quick fix for these things is blowing it up in the media. So we blew it up in the media, and lo and behold, the person that made those comments on staff, the CDI college staff person, they were suspended, and they agreed that they need to have sensitivity training and all that. But if I have one project that I want to work on proactively, it's international students in Canada.
Thanks, Balpreet. Maybe next we can go with the tough question to Gil, see what's on your mind there.
Well, you can probably guess what my answer is, but my first thing is actually going to pick up on what Balpreet just said, because I think this is an example of where allies are so important, in that in our community, we spend a lot of time working with campuses, university administrations, and students in educating them, both the students and the administrators, and encouraging them to deal with anti-Semitism on campus. It's been a huge problem for us. So Balpreet, I say to you as WSO that as you're exploring how to deal with campuses, I would encourage you to get in touch with us, because we literally have an entire department devoted to that. And it's actually really evolved into a very constructive relationship with most of the universities in Canada, where we can approach them when we hear of things happening before it gets to that kind of point, or certainly if there's something completely unacceptable like that happens, we're going to them with already an established relationship and an understanding of what is anti-Semitism, what comments mean to a Jewish student who hears those kinds of comments, how it's not just history, it has a huge impact, and what should and should not be acceptable. And when, of course, when you're on campus, there's a huge issue around academic freedom and freedom of expression, and obviously we have to be highly respectful of that, but it also has to be an environment where students feel safe and respected. So as an aside, happy to talk to you more about that. But of course, we're going to continue to push on the online hate front. I mean, online hate is just the current version of hatred, discrimination, racism. I mean, what Balpreet just spoke about was an example of online hate at an individual level rather than kind of an anonymous broad level, but it's the same concept. And so sort of just the modern day version of hate speech, the modern manifestation, and it's so much more dangerous because it spreads so quickly and it can draw in so many people who don't know any better or do know better and are happy to find like-minded anonymous folks to join in. So that will continue to be a huge priority for us. We actually have a symposium coming up in April on this issue where we're actually going to try to put together some really concrete recommendations to go forward. So we would encourage everyone to participate in that conversation.
Thanks, Gail. And I think, we often hear about hate speech a lot online, but people don't quite recognize that as the world of speaking and communicating and interacting with people has extrapolated 1,000-fold over the last, 5 years, let alone 10 years, things like the subject matter that we rely on, Keegstra, these decisions from decades ago now, they're completely inadequate to deal with the fact that hate speech now is people logging onto the Zoom call to interrupt us. It's people being able to access us through Twitter, social media, whatever the means. It's been amplified in a way that it requires quite a significant attention. And we really thank CJ for leading this initiative and hope that we can be part of it even further. Rippy, we'll leave the last words in the initiative next year to you.
Yeah, that's a tough question because there's so much, right? I think for our part, I'd love to see, the task force grow. I'd love to see us partner with other organizations and do what we can more on a broader and larger scale and continue to have the voice for the South Asian community in both the US and Canada. And thank you for mentioning that. Although I am most of the time pre-COVID based in New York, I am actually in Toronto and have been for several months. And I feel like I'm an honorary Canadian and love it here. So I am, hopeful that, as we turn the corner into 2021, things are looking up. We've got vaccines in the works. We've got a new administration underway in the US. And I think we have really great work being done by many organizations in, in allyship generally. And I'd love to be able to grow that work and work collectively with as many organizations as we can into 2021.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Rippy. And thank all of you for providing us some insight today onto the work that's being done by some of our partner organizations. We're going to move on to the next part now. I'm going to be quiet for a bit and pass it over.
Thanks, Aaron. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Krishna, and I'm a member of the SABA board. We hope you've been enjoying the conference so far, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the final portion of our programming for today. We will start with recorded messages from some of our stakeholders, including the Prime Minister of Canada, the Premier of Ontario, the Mayor of the City of Toronto, the Chief Justice of Ontario, and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. While we realize that some of you might have seen some of these messages earlier in the day, we wanted to provide an opportunity for our new attendees to also view these messages. Following the messages, we will have the President's address, which will be followed by a presentation of the SABA Legal Excellence Awards. Our program will conclude with the presentation of the President's Award and a keynote address from its recipient, Ian Hanomansing. Please turn up the volume on your device to ensure you can clearly hear the following recorded messages. Thank you.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous, and welcome to the first SABA Toronto virtual conference on allyship and racial justice. I want to thank the team at SABA Toronto for bringing us all together today and for the great work you're doing across the GTA to combat racism and discrimination and to support diversity and inclusion. Many years ago, I attended the SABA Gala, and it's great to hear how much the organization has grown and how you've continued your commitment to social justice. And today's conference is an opportunity to talk about how we can build a more inclusive society, be better allies to the Black communities, and combat anti-Black racism. Ici au Canada, la diversité fait notre force. Mais malheureusement, pour trop de Canadiens, le racisme systémique reste une réalité vécue. On a tous un rôle à jouer pour faire face à cet enjeu et apporter des changements. As lawyers, you're at the center of the struggle for racial equality. You're all making a big difference. And our government is stepping up to do its part, too. We're taking steps for greater economic inclusion with the first ever Black Entrepreneurship Program. We've created the anti-racism strategy, and we've appointed the first ever minister focused specifically on diversity and inclusion. This is all good, but much more needs to be done for permanent, transformative change to take shape. And as we rebuild from the pandemic, we're committed to redoubling our efforts to tackle the systemic problems that exist in institutions, including within the justice system. That includes building a judiciary that resembles the diversity of our country and appointing more people whose lived experiences reflect those of more Canadians. We've made progress on this important issue, but we know that we need to do more to ensure there is greater representation of racialized Canadians in our own justice system. And to make these lasting changes, we all need to work together. It will take every one of us to combat these issues and build a fairer and more equitable country. So thank you for being here today and engaging in this conversation. Enjoy the rest of the conference and stay safe and healthy, everyone. Merci, mes amis.
Friends, I'd like to thank the South Asian Bar Association for hosting this virtual event that connects legal professionals from across the GTA. Today's event will cover important topics, such as combating racism and how to be an ally to diverse communities. Hate, racism, or discrimination in all its forms has no place in Ontario. I look forward to continuing to work together to create a more equal and just society for all Ontarians. I would also like to congratulate all of the SABA Toronto Award winners and Ian Hanomansing on receiving the President's Award. Have a great virtual conference.
Hi, Mayor John Tory here, and greetings to the members and supporters of the South Asian Bar Association, and congratulations on pulling off a virtual meeting, one of the many ways in which the world has changed for us all in 2020. I also want to thank you for your advocacy, your education, your work. From a standing start, the association has now grown to more than 750 members and has been a leader in bringing attention to the issues of race and justice, which continue to require our urgent attention. Whether the decision of the Toronto Police Services Board, of which I'm a member, to collect race-based data, a first in Canada, or the decision to do the same during the COVID-19 pandemic on health-related data, we are beginning to collect and to carefully utilize actual evidence to tell us what is actually happening to real people. And this will help us to better understand what actions we need to take. In the city government, I established as mayor the first in North America confronting anti-Black racism unit, which is in the midst itself of implementing an action plan developed by the community with annual accountability to community leaders. We're proceeding as a city with an ambitious program of police reform to guide them back to core policing and to find ways consistent with best practices to look after people in distress much better than we have done. The pandemic extracted a much harsher price from those who were already marginalized, some of the groups I've made reference to earlier. At the same time, it showed us that we can make a difference on behalf of those who are underemployed or in worse situations. So that means, going forward, more targeted assistance to places where it is needed the most. And that is why we have embarked upon our Equity Action Plan to direct more testing and more supports of many different kinds to hardest hit areas of the city. In the midst of all this, we have made less progress on addressing inequities in the justice system, some of the things you're most concerned about. I am deeply concerned myself as mayor, and I have said so publicly on a number of occasions. I'm concerned about diminishing access to justice brought about by inadequate legal aid. We know who this is hitting the worst: those with low incomes, those who are marginalized, the same people we were talking about before. And so your advocacy is crucial to bringing more attention to these issues, because a failure to do so will not only have some people unable to get the help they need in dealing with life-altering encounters with the justice system, at the same time as other groups find themselves overrepresented as clients in that system, some of the same people, and underrepresented in the ranks of senior lawyers and judges. So a lot of issues, big issues to deal with, and as I've begun to do with anti-Black racism, I will be an ally in your activism on these issues, because I think that is consistent with my values, for sure. It is consistent with Toronto values, and is consistent with Canadian values. I wish you all a very happy holiday season, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, and let's have hope for 2021. In some respects, you'd say it can't be worse, but I know it can be better. I have great hope for this city and for its underlying values that are so important, and how we look after each other and advocate for each other. So please keep doing that. Thank you for the work you do.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be with you at today's impressive and important conference. I would like to thank Aaron Baines, the president of SABA Toronto, and SABA's board of directors, and all of you for inviting me to this year's virtual program and award ceremony. It is a particular privilege to join the South Asian legal community in coming together as we near the end of an unprecedented and very challenging year. By the end of 2020, Canada will have had over 500,000 COVID-19 cases, almost 1/3 of them in our province, Ontario. As you well know, all of us had to make sacrifices to limit the effects of the disease and to protect our healthcare infrastructure. COVID has disrupted our fundamental societal relations, causing stress and hardship for everyone. But the disease has not affected everyone equally. It is now very clear that it has had a disproportionate effect on already vulnerable and marginalized communities, including racialized communities and new immigrant communities. I'm sure you appreciate only too well that many South Asian communities have borne a disproportionate burden of the virus due to systemic factors, including precarious work environments. Coincident with the pandemic, a global protest movement has rightly focused attention on systemic racism. This movement, initially sparked by events in the United States, has resonated with the experiences of many Canadians and has prompted many of us to ask hard questions about racism in our own country, including hard questions about inequities in law enforcement, and in our legal system. I am very encouraged by the leadership shown by SABA and other legal organizations in asking and considering these questions, as you have been doing at today's conference. Legal professionals, including lawyers and paralegals, will be central to necessary reforms in the years to come. In this context, SABA's impressive educational program at this conference today, devoted to issues of allyship and racism, is timely and inspirational. I have seen SABA members working side by side with members of other organizations to address issues of systemic racism. And I am glad to see that building alliances with other organizations and other sectors will continue to be a priority for SABA. I want to take this opportunity to express my own commitment to be one of SABA's allies in addressing these vitally important issues. In this past year, all of us involved in the administration of justice, lawyers, paralegals, judges, justice system administrators, have had to devote much of our energy to adapting new practices to address the immediate crises that came before us. In the coming year, I hope that all of us will have more time to reflect and to commit ourselves to long-term solutions and reforms to address some of the vulnerabilities and inequities that have been exposed. In so doing, I look forward to being SABA's ally and to assist SABA and other equity-seeking organizations here in Ontario. In closing, I express my deep gratitude to you for the work all of you do as legal professionals to serve Ontarians. In this most challenging year, the legal profession has shown extraordinary resilience, innovation, and creativity in serving the public. I thank all of you and SABA for the role you have played in doing so. I hope you've enjoyed the conference. Thank you so much for inviting me to be with you.
Hello, bonjour, greetings from my office, which sits on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. It's great to be part of your first ever virtual conference and awards ceremony, a true sign of our times. Despite this year's challenges, the South Asian Bar Association of Toronto has continued its strong advocacy for equity, diversity, and inclusion in our justice system. I thank you for your determination and dedication to these urgent issues. And I want to congratulate Aaron Baines for being named one of the top 25 most influential lawyers this year by Canadian Lawyer. This is a fitting honor, Aaron, for your tremendous work in judicial diversity, anti-discrimination legislation, and workplace practices. As you all know, our country is not only going through a pandemic, but also major social change. Citizens across Canada and beyond are rightfully and urgently demanding bold action to eliminate racism and systemic discrimination in public institutions. Notre gouvernement agit concrètement sur ces enjeux, que ce soit en améliorant la justice réparatrice ainsi que l'accès à la justice et aux programmes alternatifs, en reformant le droit criminel afin d'éliminer le racisme systémique ou en augmentant la diversité dans la magistrature. I raise this last item almost every time I meet with the legal community, including at 2 recent judicial diversity forums that some of you may have attended. La diversité est un défi majeur de notre système de justice qui inclut également la magistrature. We are seeing positive changes. From our standpoint, our government has improved the selection process for our judicial appointment system to make it more inclusive and transparent. We have appointed an ever-growing diversity of women, visible minorities, LGBTQ2, and Indigenous judges. I remain committed to appointing judges who reflect the communities they serve. But to create a more diverse bench, we need more diverse candidates. And so I am asking you to use your voices and your influence and to tap into your networks. If you are qualified and interested, I urge you to apply. Je vous encourage à continuer votre travail exceptionnel. C'est avec votre aide que nous pourrons accomplir une profonde transformation afin que notre système de justice soit plus accessible, plus équitable et plus diversifié, ainsi que plus juste. My best wishes at this special time of year to all members of SABA, lawyers, students, legal service professionals, academics, and judges. And congratulations to all who are being recognized today for their achievements. Thank you. Merci.
Hi, Ravi. I think we can't see your video. Oh, shoot. It looks like we may have actually lost Ravi. It's possible that he ran into some technical issues. So let me do my best to get him back online. Give me just one moment.
Amandeep is telling me to tell jokes, but he doesn't know that I'm very terrible at telling jokes. But what I can tell you is some things to look forward to at SABA in the coming new year before we move on.
A better idea than your jokes, maybe.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And you know, one thing to really look forward to in the coming years, we're going to be focusing a lot of look forward to the email that's going to come out soon. And Ravi's here, but I'll give you a teaser. 2021 for SABA, pro bono, very important, and we're going to be doing a lot of work on it. So I'm going to hand it back over to Ravi.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. But yes, yeah, I'm delighted to introduce our president of SABA. I first met Aaron in Parkdale. We were attending an event with the Prime Minister regarding the restoration of legal aid. I was attending as chair of the CBA Bar Association Immigration Section. Aaron was attending, of course, as SABA president. Our paths crossed again when I was asked to do some webinars for SABA. So in getting to know Aaron as our SABA president, I have to say I wasn't surprised to learn at all how accomplished he has become in a relatively short time. Aaron's a domestic international corporate lawyer with Aaron Brells. He's been with SABA for 7 years, first as a summer student, then joined the board 5 years ago. He's been treasurer, vice president, of course, now president since 2018. Under his leadership, SABA has broadened its reach, significantly increased its membership, and built an unusually and impressive strong relationships with all levels of government. He sits on a variety of nonprofit boards throughout Toronto, and Aaron was recently recognized significantly in 2 ways. As the Attorney General mentioned, he was listed as one of the top 25 most influential lawyers of 2020 by Canadian Lawyer magazine. He was also recognized as a 2020 Precedent Center by Precedent magazine, which recognizes 6 outstanding young lawyers who've shown excellence and leadership in their practice and community. So again, congratulations, Aaron, on your tremendous accomplishments and your leadership. And it's truly my pleasure and honor to introduce you.
Thank you very much, Ravi. Greatly appreciated. You're too kind, for sure. 100%. I'm very happy that we connected at the Parkdale Center. And since then, I've had the great honor of having you work and give a lot of effort to SABA's board. So thank you, everyone, first of all, for joining us this afternoon for today's virtual conference and for continuing to support SABA Toronto. I want to particularly thank our fantastic board and our executive for all the hard work that they do throughout the year leading up to this conference. I don't think anything would be possible here without the particular hard work of Annie Taeb. She's been working around the clock for the last 2 weeks, if not longer, and our entire conference committee. Our board members donate their time and efforts to make our mission possible. Please take a moment to recognize their hard work. Some of you will know because I've given a few of these remarks in the past at our annual gala and award ceremony several times now. And last night I looked at my notes from those years past to find some inspiration for what I would say today, similar to the years past. I saw that I had spoken about the challenges we faced and the great achievements that we had made. However, this year, in part, is a little bit different for a couple of reasons. One, it's my last year as the president of the SABA board. After 5 years of being on the board and 4 as being an executive member, my term will end next July, and I'll become an ex officio, just supporting the board in any way I can. The second reason is, well, 2020 was very different. It's been an exceptionally hard year. We've not been able to get together in person, find the comfort and meaning in our lives that often comes easily to us, or more easily than now. We've been forced to stay at home and isolate to protect ourselves and those around us. I don't know about you, but I found this to be quite a difficult time to find meaning in my day-to-day work, and at times, even in the grander sphere of life. Often in the past, you had things to look forward to. You get up to see your colleagues and your friends. You go out for dinners with significant others, weekend hikes, whatever it may be. However, isolation has made this year quite difficult for many people to keep sight on the purpose of what they are doing. At the same time, and all around the world, 2020 has been a year of immense protest. Our conference today and a focus of many organizations' work this year has resulted from the anti-Black racism protests across the United States and in Canada. We saw the great shock, the grief, the sadness, and the passion about how prejudiced the world still is and how much we're not willing to stand for that. There have been protests all over the world. Protests about combating climate change, confronting the manipulation of nature for a profit. Protests to challenge the destruction of both democracy and the free press in Hong Kong. Protests to protect a woman's right to control her body in Poland, and to allow same-sex couples to adopt a child in Hungary. And right now we're seeing it in India. According to some sources, we're seeing the largest protest in history in that nation, where farmers are standing up for their livelihood and confronting the decline of democracy in India. In a year where we cannot even stand within 2 meters of each other, we have somehow found a way to occupy the same spirit of protest and to raise a collective voice against injustice. I mentioned this earlier when Gail was speaking about a united voice, but I hear it so boldly now, and I have to repeat Dr. King's words that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And let me tell you now, based on what I've seen today and what I've seen in 2020, we ain't gonna let that happen. For me, these protests have given me great meaning this year, in fact, reminded me that we can We should feel the sorrow of our neighbors and strengthen their voices with ours. A lot of this meaning for me has come from my work with SABA, supporting, of course, our members and seeing the incredible work of our board. This year, Janani argued for the first SABA intervention at the Supreme Court at the Chauhan matter. Yasmin, Risha, and Melissa spoke directly to the Prime Minister just earlier a few weeks ago, raising the concerns about the disproportionate suffering of South Asian women during the pandemic. Myself and other members of the executive regularly meet with the stakeholders to continue to push for more judicial appointments, diverse judicial appointments, and we've seen one of the most record number of years from federal appointments in that regard. I'm certain that each of you has also been supporting these various protests and finding meaning in your lives through the continued and unrelenting advocacy to uphold the rule of law and increase access to justice. So unlike many people who I see these memes all the time, they want to quote unquote write off 2020 and move on from it, I say heck no. 2020 has been a profoundly meaningful year. At the end of the gala last year, I said, a bit boldly and maybe incorrectly, but I said, SABA 2020 is going to be the year of opportunity. Your opportunity to work with your community, build your career, and help those in need. Justice starts here, I said, justice starts with you. I could have never known what was going to happen. And maybe the year didn't quite look the way we thought it was. But I can tell you right now, you did exactly that. You have been upholding justice. And at this time, at the end of this conference, for at least my part, I say to you that I call on you to continue to do so. I found meaning in SABA, perhaps you will, but it doesn't have to be here. Volunteer, join boards, support your colleagues, support junior lawyers, stand up and shut down racism. As Annie mentioned at the beginning of this conference, we have to be good allies as South Asians, as lawyers, and importantly, as South Asian lawyers. Be the ally that you wish you had in the past. Be the ally that our bar needs you to be. Be an ally. On behalf of our board, I thank you for attending today, and personally on my own behalf, I appreciate and thank you for all the years of support.
Perfect, and I think we're going to hand it over to Yasmin.
Good afternoon. My name is Yasmin Singh, and I'm Vice President of SABA Toronto. We will now commence the presentation of the SABA Legal Excellence Awards. The Legal Excellence Award is awarded to an individual from the profession who has demonstrated success and excellence in their field of work or area of practice, exhibiting leadership, exceptionally contributing to the profession, as well as giving back to the profession and/or the community. The President's Award is awarded at the discretion of SABA's president in recognition of the significant contribution of its recipient to the profession and the community. We would like to extend a special thank you to our award sponsors, Torkin and Mains and Davies, for sponsoring the Legal Excellence Awards, and to Osler and Hillsdale Investment Management for sponsoring the President's Award. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amandeep Dhillon. I'm a member of the SABA board. I'm here to acknowledge and award our two Legal Excellence Award winners. Our first Legal Excellence Award recipient is Professor Yasmin Dawood. Among the numerous hats that she currently wears, Professor Dawood is the Canada Research Chair in Democracy, Constitutionalism, and Electoral Law, and an Associate Professor of Law at the Faculty of Law at the University of Toronto. Professor Dawood is internationally recognized as a leading scholar on election law and democracy, including her interdisciplinary scholarship on voting rights, political equality, and the electoral process, all of which seems exceptionally relevant at this time in our world. In addition to being widely published in leading journals, such as the Supreme Court Law Review, the NYU Law Review, and the International Journal of Constitutional Law, Professor Dawood is active and sought-out speaker, thinker, and advocate, receiving invitations to speak and represent her work internationally into prestigious institutions such as MIT, Princeton, NYU, the Brennan Center for Justice, and the Australian Judiciary. To be honest, I could spend the next few hours going through all of Professor Dawood's awards and grants, all the papers and presentations she has made and are written, and the profound impact she has made, not only in her field of work, but to her students. We still may need more time. What is clear is that she is an exceptional and deserving candidate for one of this year's Legal Excellence Awards. At this time, I would like to invite Professor Dawood to accept her award. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for that very warm and generous introduction, Amadip. I really appreciate it. And thank you as well so much to the members of SABA and to the leadership for this tremendous honor. It means so much to me, and I'm really humbled to be a recipient this year. It's also wonderful to share this virtual stage with Sahil, Zaman, and Ian Hanomansing. Hearty congratulations to both of you as well. As Amadip mentioned, I'm a law professor at the University of Toronto, Faculty of Law, and my areas of specialty are constitutional law and the law of democracy. My work focuses on what's required for electoral fairness and for the effective functioning of democracy. Now, as everyone knows, the world is currently facing a democracy crisis. In many countries, the basic norms and building blocks of democracy are under considerable strain. And in some countries, they've been dismantled altogether. In my view, we can't be complacent, even here in Canada, about electoral integrity and effective democratic governance. So despite all of these challenges in the democracy department, I love what I do, and I'm so lucky to have inspiring students and supportive colleagues to share my day. But there was a long pathway to reach this point, one that stretches back over the generations. I can't help but think of my great-grandmother in India, who devoted her entire life to helping women attain a higher education, or to my mother, who moved to England at the age of 16 all by herself and qualified as a chartered accountant. When she immigrated to Canada a few years later, she was only the third female CA in the country. But after she had children, me and my brother, she faced barriers trying to get a job as a CA. And so she opened a South Asian restaurant in downtown Toronto. She worked unbelievably hard, and I am so proud of her. Not only because her restaurant was listed in the top 10 in Toronto, but also, and more importantly, because she shared our culture, delicious food, and warm hospitality with countless people over the years. And she did so at a time when there were very few South Asians in Canada. So when I was growing up in the kitchen of my mom's restaurant, I never once imagined that someone like me could one day become a law professor. In school, I was very often the only visible minority or racialized person in the classroom. And I don't need to explain that, of course, that came with certain challenges. And now it's truly an incredible feeling to walk into my law school classroom and see the diversity in the room. I am so fortunate to have the opportunity to teach and mentor wonderful students from every background, including from South Asian communities. In my view, law and legal education can and should be transformational. Legal education transforms the self. It opens up new pathways and opportunities, but it also opens the door for societal change. And you, the members of the South Asian Bar Association, have done both of these things and have made invaluable contributions to our society. And I know that my students will follow in your footsteps, and they too will make a real difference in our country and the world. Now, although we have come a long way as a community, certainly over the course of my lifetime, there is still so much work to be done. For the quest for racial justice and equality for all individuals and groups, as was underscored during today's excellent conference on anti-Black racism. I believe that we, individually and collectively, are up for the task. We can meet these challenges together. Let's continue to support one another and be good allies to our friends. I can't wait to see how this new generation of lawyers and leaders with such incredible vision and energy will continue to transform our community, our society, and our country in the years to come. I wish all of you a very peaceful holiday season, and as well, I hope, a much better 2021. Thank you so much again for this wonderful honor.
Thank you, Professor, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Our second Legal Excellence Award winner is Sahil Zaman. One of SABA's most thinking outside the box award winners, Sahil has not practiced law for a single day since being called to the bar in 2013. Rather, his legal excellence and contribution to the legal profession was co-founding and serving as president of Closing Folders, Inc. I understand that it is difficult to find a reputable corporate legal department in Canada that does not use Closing Folders, a market legal transaction management software application, which Sahil created and which he was inspired to create during his articles at Baker McKenzie. Sahil's Closing Folder software automates the corporate deal closing process, including using artificial intelligence to identify signature pages and creating custom branded closing books that can be sent to the client immediately after closing. The software saves time, money, and helps identify potential errors and mistakes, thereby reducing risk for the client and for the lawyer. Closing Binders is used by over 90% of large Canadian law firms and is establishing a large and growing footprint in the United States. Recently, Closing Binders was acquired by iManage LLC. Sahil continues to operate Closing Folders as a product division within iManage. As I said at the start, one of our most unique award winners. At this time, I'd like to invite Sahil to accept his award. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you, Amandeep. That was great. My pleasure to be here. So since this is a Zoom meeting, I thought, why not make it a little bit different and possibly kind of do a little screen share here. So what I'm going to try to do is just give me a second here. Yeah. Sorry, I should have asked for this before. Is it possible to share my screen?
Yes, we did actually see it for a little while there.
Yeah, but you probably just saw my my application, right? I don't know if you saw. Let me try it again here. Oh, okay, here we go. You have to do it this way. Okay. Can you see it?
I can see it, yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, perfect. So, yeah, thank you for that, Amandeep. Aaron and Yasmin, thank you for your wonderful speeches. They were really inspiring, kind of high-minded, elevated. As you can see from my presentation, I'm going to bring down the level of discourse a little bit here, but I hope you bear with me. So I wanted to thank you for the award. It's a huge honor. And I wanted to just tell you a little bit about our journey and thank some people along the way. So my life story, I guess, is I must have been a really annoying child growing up because everyone said, hey, you should be a lawyer. I was probably pretty argumentative. So I kind of internalized that, and all my life I wanted to be a lawyer. Through high school, undergrad, I just all I wanted to do was be a lawyer. So eventually I became a lawyer, and this is what my life looked like. This is at my law firm. We were doing closings, and this is what closings look like. And despite wanting to be a lawyer my entire life, I hated it. As Amandeep said, I finished my articles and did not practice for a single day. But I just want to talk about this picture here, right? So this is a corporate closing. This might have been a merger, might have been a financing. I'm not really sure. But this is how everything was handled. And I mean, it looks comical, it looks ridiculous, like you had to spend all night kind of keeping track of these documents and things like that, but it leads to a bigger issue, right? So some of the issues that it leads to is people hate their jobs. I mean, junior associates at big law firms, you know, like it's kind of a terrible experience they have to go through to kind of get to the higher levels. But this is the way we serve our clients. So if a client asks a simple question like, what's the status of the purchase agreement? I don't know. Let me go through my 50 documents that are lying on my floor and try to figure that answer out for you, right? So client service suffers. The rates that you can charge clients have to get elevated. There's access to justice issues here. So, I mean, I kind of wanted to solve this problem, and I thought, you know, why not start a company? At the time, I didn't have kids, I didn't have a wife, I didn't have a mortgage, so I was like, let's start a company. So, you know, I don't want to turn this into a closing folders page, but I just wanted to show you what we do. So, you know, this is kind of how closing checklists work. These are how major corporate transactions work, where you just have a static Word document and it's perpetually out of date, and everyone has to kind of pore over this document to make sure they've crossed the T's and dotted the I's. But closing folders basically takes that and just transforms that into an interactive checklist that everyone can see, everyone's on the same page at the same time, and it brings a lot of automation to the process. Some of the automation, you might ask, are to do with signature pages, as Amandeep mentioned, right? So in a corporate transaction, one of the biggest things you have to do is, and this used to be my job as an articling student, go through and identify signature pages in a document, rip out the signature pages, identify who's signing it, make copies of those signature pages, send it out to the signatories, then get the signatories to sign it, then repeat that process in reverse. I mean, it's crazy. Like it literally is hundreds of hours spent on taking a signature page, putting it in a different pile, taking it from that pile, putting it back. I'm not exaggerating. That is most of what corporate work is. Closing folders automates that entire process. And finally, closing books. You know, these are big, outdated, giant binders that people have to create, and they're usually pretty late in delivering this to clients. Closing folders gets custom branded closing books and delivers them to the client. So the upshot is, it actually improves law firm margins. You know, you end up focusing on legal work, but it improves client service too, because you don't end up wasting money, wasting time on stuff that shouldn't be billable. You're actually doing better legal work because you're not focused on how to find signature pages. You're actually just doing legal work. So our story was, you know, as Amandeep mentioned, 90% of Canadian law firms, a big chunk of US law firms, about 5,000 active deals a month on closing folders. But some of the things that we're really proud of is things like Net Promoter Score, which measures how satisfied your users are, and anything above 0 is considered pretty good. We have 70 plus, so it's tempting, you know, at a enterprise type company to sell to the technology people, the IT department, the CIOs at a law firm. But really, our focus was the end users. They have to love the software for it to be successful, and I think it was. So it all sounds really good, right? I mean, it sounds like a pitch for like how great I did. But let me show you a graph about our journey, right? So this is, I hope this is kind of interesting and instructive to people, especially if you're, you know, looking into starting a business or anything like that. I think it's a really empowering thing to do. But this is our MRR, which is in software, it's called monthly recurring revenue. So this is how our business grew over time. And it tells a pretty good story, right? I mean, it's almost like a hockey stick, exponential growth curve, all that, right? I think it looks great. This is the reason we were acquired by Image recently. But let me just zoom in a little bit. So if I just zoom in on one of these viewpoints, this is the first 2 years of closing folders, like literally 0. Like we never worked harder. Like my co-founder and I, we were putting in 15, 20 hour days, just like hitting the road, like building the application, hitting the road, just trying to convince people to pay us $20, $30 for the application. And it was just so slow. Like nothing was making a dent until it started making a dent. Right, and some of the people here. I mean, Aaron Baines at Aaron Burles. I mean, he was instrumental in us getting installed at Aaron Burles. Like we couldn't have done it without support of people like him. And another Aaron story is I was having drinks with him at an event, and we ran into Sarvajit Basra at Davies, and we'd been trying to get into Davies forever. Through those drinks, he was just like, "Yeah, come on in." And within a month, we had a contract at Davies. So I mean, that's kind of speaks to the power of the kind of SABA community, right? I mean, we literally could not have gone anywhere without people taking a chance on us. So that was kind of the early days of closing folders. And then this is kind of another zoom in on the graph where things are going really well, things are kind of jumping, but then you always hit plateaus. There's a plateau kind of here and a plateau there. So one of the things we had to learn is like rely on the community. There's people who love closing folders, and sometimes you're gonna have huge, amazing growth, and other times you're not. And the support of the community really kind of helped us get through the plateaus, I guess, so that we could take advantages of the high growth periods. But some of these things I really like. I mean, some of our users loved us, right? I mean, they wrote reviews about us. Amazing product, essential to my work. I mean, I don't want other people to use it because I love using closing folders so much. But then on the other hand, you can't please anyone. People write us like entire paragraphs about how great they are and how terrible our software is, or or how much we suck. But you kind of have to take the good with the bad. So that was all part of the journey until we got acquired recently. But in retrospect, I would say kind of three things, right? So I kind of take like the good, the bad, and the ugly approach as to how we did built our business and how things worked out in retrospect. So the good was, we were laser focused on sales. So it doesn't look like that in the first 2 years of almost zero growth, but like you have to sell. Like you can't just be focused on building your product. You actually have to get out there, meet people, sell the product. And I think we were really good at that. We also had a focus, obviously, on the product itself. The product has to be good enough to sell and to be used on mission-critical legal transactions. And the culture of the company. I mean, I think this kind of came about naturally just from the co-founders. Like Gordon and I, we love working on interesting problems, but we also kind of love traveling, cooking, living our lives and stuff like that. Like we both came from Bay Street environments where you kind of had to put in a lot of hours and stuff like that. So the culture that we built was like, come to work, do really good work, be proud of it, but then go home and be with your family. You don't have to sit there playing ping pong at the office forever. So those were good things. The bad, I think this is actually kind of interesting, is marketing. So by the time we got acquired, and this is not a brag by any means, but by the time we got acquired, there were some pretty big players in the space. It eventually turned out that we had more revenues than every other player combined in the space. But if you talk to any of our customers, they were just kind of taking a chance on us. And they would say, and I think this is just a very Canadian problem, is they would say, oh, you're probably just two guys from Canada. We don't really know your company. Whereas these other competitors who had no revenues compared to us, huge marketing budget. Everyone knew them. They were like the hot stuff in the market. So if I had to do it again, I wouldn't take such a kind of Canadian attitude where, it's like, we do good work and people will eventually find out about it. No, in the United States, in the global marketplace, nobody will find out about it unless you're screaming it from the rooftops. So I would 100% encourage people to actually market themselves in their careers. I think finding advisors, I know Aaron talked about this, be the ally, be the mentor that you wished you had. So we didn't really do a good job of finding advisors. I think that's something we could do better. But the people that did help us were really good, and we're really interested in kind of paying that forward. So we take most meetings that people ask for us. It gets pretty tiring, but we do it because people took meetings with us for no real reason. Hiring is extremely tough. We definitely underestimated this. Convincing like high quality people who can work at any company, any organization in the world to work with you. We're just like, yeah, you pay them the market wage and they'll come with you. No, like like that's something we had to focus on. I mean, that was a really real impediment on growth for us, was the hiring. And the ugly, some of the things were capitalization. A lot of people say Canadian companies are often undercapitalized. We were 100% undercapitalized, did not hurt us. In fact, if anything, it looked really bad, but it was, we were laser focused. We had higher growth than anyone else because we focused on the things that matter. And process, that's a whole different conversation. But in any case, with closing folders, I think, we, in the early days, we had some like pretty high-minded ideals, and then that got honed down to like, we got to keep the lights on, we got to sell this thing, right? But eventually looking back on it, I mean, what really drove us through all those things with the community and the fact that we could make a difference as to how legal services were delivered to clients. So. Thank you for recognizing me. I know it's weird, legal excellence for a guy who's never practiced law, but yeah, really appreciate your time.
Thanks so much, Sahil. And I can tell you we've made use of the program for sure at SABA, at Airden Burles. But as most SABA people know, I'm very bad at technology. So I opted out to rely on other people. But I promise I'm not the one sending you those paragraphs on how to use it. We're now going to move to the last portion. And I have the great honor to introduce our final presenter and the winner of this year's President's Award. As Yasmin mentioned, the President's Award is awarded to a lawyer that has made an exceptional contribution to the law and has brought distinction to the profession. It's not often awarded, and it's recognizing the outstanding achievements of the recipient. The recipient is often a trailblazer in their chosen area of practice. This year's President's Award winner, Ian Hanomansing, is actually not currently a lawyer, but his work has focused on legal matters in the past and has been profound. He has been breaking ground for minorities in broadcast journalism since day one. Ian was born in Trinidad and Tobago, and he grew up in the Maritimes and completed his undergraduate degree at Mount Allison University and his law degree at Dalhousie Law School. However, most of us will recognize Ian from the television screen, one of the first racial minorities with an important voice on that screen. Today, you can see him anchor of The National on Fridays and Sundays, and in the past, his work has focused on many legal issues. In 2005, Ian broadcast Crime on the Streets, in part from Stony Mountain Institution in Manitoba, believed to be the only live national news special from Canadian Federal Penal Institution. It won the National Justicia Award for excellence in legal reporting, as well as the Jack Webster Award. Ian has been the recipient of several other awards, including the Gemini Award for Best News Anchor in 2008, and the Canadian Screen Award for Best News Anchor in 2016. We heard earlier from today, and Ian didn't get a chance to, but the Prime Minister was congratulating him on this award, as was the Premier. And we ourselves at SABA are very honored this year to present the President's Award to Ian Hanomansing. I turn it over to him.
Well, thank you very much. What a fantastic introduction that is. And for those of you who are watching, I'm obviously very honored to do this, but it's also a little bit awkward, right? Like we've been doing, all of us, Zoom conferences and meetings and speeches for 8 or 9 months now, and it doesn't get any less awkward. So I'm sitting here in my kitchen in Vancouver, wondering who might appear inadvertently over my shoulder. My wife, who works for McCarthy Tétrault, is upstairs in our makeshift home office fighting for bandwidth with me. So hopefully I won't suddenly freeze on the screen. But I do want to speak. In fact, I'm going to just set my timer here to make sure that I don't speak for more than 10 minutes, because nobody really needs to hear from me for more than that. But as we heard in the very gracious introduction, there's an elephant in the room that I need to address, and that's the fact that I'm not a lawyer, and this is a very prestigious award that's really designed for people who are lawyers. My story may interest you because I think it's an unusual one for people who have, both in journalism, but also who have gone through law school. I grew up in a small town in the Maritimes, Sackville, New Brunswick, and always loved radio, listened to American stations when it got dark. TV seemed like a dream, but the nearest TV station was a long ways away. I went to undergraduate at Mount Allison University, and I was lucky enough to work part-time at some radio stations when I did that. And as I got to the end of my 4 years at Mount A, I had a couple of offers to work full-time at radio stations, and I decided that's what I wanted to do. But my parents, who were school teachers and were the first in their families to go to university, and really did believe in following your dream, you know, do whatever makes you fulfilled. There was a moment when I said to my dad that after graduation from Mount A, I was going to be working full-time at a radio station in the Maritimes, and he blurted out, "So you're going to be a DJ for the rest of your life?" And I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting. And you know, given like South Asian culture, not necessarily off-brand in terms of expectations for kids. So I thought to myself, maybe I should delay becoming a DJ, and decided to do my LSAT. I assume LSATs are the same now as they were way back when I did mine. It was the perfect test to do in terms of a gateway to higher education, because you didn't really have to know anything. And so I did that LSAT. I remember cracking open the booklet and doing the test one morning in New Brunswick. And you know, it went well, I guess. And along with my marks from undergrad, I applied to one law school, Dalhousie. And I got to tell you, as naive as this sounds, I would say probably 40 or 50% of my reason for wanting to go to law school, besides trying to defer disappointing my parents for a few more years, was Ken Dryden, of all people. You know, in terms of role models, for me, he's kind of an odd one, you might think, but I was a huge Montreal Canadiens fan. I was a huge fan of him as a person, or at least what I understood of him as a person. And I remember reading about how he combined playing hockey with going to McGill Law School and eventually his legal studies. And I thought, sure, you know, that's kind of an interesting thing. And I remember working at a radio station during law school and think back to those exams in the fall of first year and how terrifying those are, and the mood in the law school at that point. I assume it was the same for you guys as it was for me. And it was so nice to be able to get away from all of that and go to the radio station. I was working Saturday and Sunday afternoons during law school and feeling like I was a million miles away, and vice versa. When things got a little tense at the radio station, law school felt like it was very far away. So people at law school knew that I didn't want to become a lawyer, that I wanted to become a broadcast journalist. And I don't know if this is a speech that is given at every law school these days, but at least at Dalhousie back in the 1980s in first year, we had somebody who told us in first year, we'll scare you to death. Does it sound familiar? In second year, we'll work you to death. And in third year, we'll bore you to death. And sitting there as a first year student, I thought, well, they got the scare you to death part right. And sure enough, second year was a lot of work, but by third year, I was counting down the days to graduation and looking forward to working full-time in broadcasting. And I was lucky enough to get a job that started about a month after law school graduation, filling in for the summer at a TV station in Halifax as a reporter. And I just loved it, just living the dream. And not surprisingly, my law degree has come in very handy, because reporters spend a lot of time dealing with legal issues. And as you guys know, that's more than just the criminal justice system. It can be administrative law, constitutional law, contracts, etc. But really, criminal justice issues is the area that I've been keenly interested in. And I've been really privileged to cover a lot of court cases across the country, in the United States as well. And I've been able to, in British Columbia, for example, I've watched 3 former premiers on trial for criminal charges. Just think about that for a second. 3 former premiers of British Columbia. I was in the courtroom as all 3 were acquitted, 2 of whom were definitely not guilty. And I think that's vague enough that I won't get sued for defamation. I've been in courtrooms at that moment that maybe some of you have had the privilege to be as well, where somebody is waiting to hear whether they are going to be handcuffed and taken directly into custody, or they can turn around and walk away a completely free man or woman. And those are extraordinary moments. I was even in the courtroom in Los Angeles in a June Monday back in 1994, when O.J. Simpson made his first appearance after that slow motion chase across Los Angeles. That happened on Friday. He was remanded on Saturday and Sunday, and I was down in Los Angeles in the courtroom on Monday. It's interesting to be speaking to you all in 2020, hence the Zoom, of course, but also a year where obviously the story that has dominated all stories has been COVID. But then another story, and I know you guys have dealt with some of the issues that have come out of this, is the social movement that was renewed and triggered by the George Floyd killing, the police killing. And, you know, in a lot of other contexts, if I was giving a speech live, especially, and I could see you and get a sense of the interaction, I'd probably talk to you about what it's been like to be a journalist on those 2 stories this year, and the legal implications for journalists of those 2 stories, and what it says about, in the case of the George Floyd case, criminal justice, and in the case of COVID, issues like mobility, for example. But I want to actually talk about something else in my remaining couple of minutes here, and it's been part of the criminal justice story that I've spent a lot of time on, and that is the principle of open courts. Every year here in British Columbia, there's a public forum that I've been lucky enough to MC that has what they call the 3 chiefs: the chief judge of the provincial court, the chief justice of the BC Supreme Court, and the head judge in the province, the chief justice of the Court of Appeal. And I remember the Court of Appeal Chief Justice 3 years ago at the end, he said to the audience, I want you guys to come down and see your court in session, because make no mistake about it, it is your court. And there was a public audience there. And I remember as I heard him say that, I was struck by a couple of things. First of all, I know he means it. He means well. But secondly, he has no idea what it's like to walk down to the court when you're an outsider. And I feel, even after all these years, a little bit as an outsider when it comes to going into the court, in part, not being a lawyer, but also walking into a courtroom when everybody else has their binders in front of them, when they're sitting at the front of the courtroom and I'm sitting at the back, and there's just all this basic information you don't have. And I would implore all of you to consider what we can all do to try to make the courts truly more open to people, because I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what happens in court. There's a lot of room for reforming the courts. I mean, I do see how many people really care about what they do, how many judges really take the gravity of their responsibilities seriously and discharge those duties in a very good way. That is certainly the rule, not the exception. But at the same time, there are things that can be improved. And most importantly, there's a huge misperception in the public about how the court system works. And I think that's on all of us, reporters, people who work in the system, but particularly the judges and the administrators, to try to address. And I think it's one of the rules, one of the lessons we've learned from COVID. Because you look back over the last few months and what have we seen? We've seen infectious disease experts like Isaac Bogosh and Zain Chagla and Susie Hoda, names and faces that you probably recognize because they have been so selfless in volunteering their time for media to explain what's going on. So you have experts who are speaking publicly and in good faith about things. You have public officials like Dr. Bonnie Henry. Her briefing is going to be live on television here in BC in just a few minutes, patiently answering all kinds of questions. And even with all of that, we still have cynicism and disinformation spreading about COVID. Imagine what it would be like if we didn't have those two things going on. And I do feel there's a lesson there for the criminal justice system, that we do need experts to be willing to speak honestly and openly and patiently about what's working in the system and not working. And from public officials, we need to hear less about why they can't comment because it's before the courts, and rather what they can say even though it's before the courts. Anyway, my 10 minutes is up. I hope you're still watching. Thank you very much for this honor. I'm humbled by the honor and the very gracious introduction. And so thank you very much.
Ian, thank you so much for being here today with us, and congratulations. Of course, we are the ones who are honored by your presence, and we really appreciate it. I'm just gonna wrap up for everyone. Thank you, Ian, but also thank you to everyone who joined us today. We appreciate you being here. Those of you who have stayed with us all day, it was lovely to have you. And those of you who joined us just now, it was lovely to have you as well. I'm gonna thank a few people just before we wrap up. First, a big thank you to our sponsors. We are grateful, very grateful for their continued support, and we did send out sponsor information in the emails that we sent last night. As well, a huge thank you to our board, not just for their work on this conference today, but also just on all of the initiatives that we worked on throughout the year and will continue to work on next year. And I'm just going to end on a reminder, going back to the theme of the conference that we've been having all day. It's very hard work to confront and dismantle racism. It's important work, but it's difficult. So we hope that you will be inspired to do this kind of work in the new year, and for many years to come. Any meaningful change will take years and years of hard work by all of us. So this is not something that we do just today. It's something that we keep in mind today, tomorrow, and continuously going forward. That was all we had to say. Happy holidays, everybody. Happy New Year from SABA. And we hope to see everyone again in person soon, hopefully, if we can safely. Bye.